Chapter 1392. Xie Li's eyes were cold. As he swept his eyes over the two women in front of him, a sneer appearing on his face. On the other hand, most of the cultivator's eyes were filled with malicious intent. Some of the more lecherous ones were even leering at the two women, gazing at their beautiful figures, as if they were already in the bag, and only needed to wait for the spirit array to be broken before they could seize them and humiliate them wantonly. The two women looked indifferent, not showing the slightest fear. Xie Li recognized the identities of these two women at a glance. In order to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, he had naturally investigated the details of this place. One of the two women was called Wu Yi, a disciple of the local Haikou family who later left her family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. The other was called Qianyu, who seemed to have been brought back by Yang Kai from somewhere. Their cultivations were not worth mentioning. A second-order Saint King and a first-order Saint King were not enough to enter Xie Li's eyes. As for the three old men standing behind them, two of them were definitely Changqi and Haoen. These two were also foreign elders of the Haikou family. During Lu Yan's trip to the desert, these two had actually obtained some kind of opportunity that allowed them to break through to the origin returning realm and later join Dragon Cave Mountain. As for the last person, Xie Li glanced over suspiciously, but after seeing the other party's face, he asked in surprise, "Brother Ning, why are you here?" This white-haired old man was none other than Ning Xiangchen, who had gone to the Emperor Garden with Yang Kai. After returning from the Emperor Garden last time and receiving Yang Kai's promise, Ning Xiangchen had been collecting artifact refining materials in order to come to Dragon Cave Mountain to borrow Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin-grade artifact. It was not easy for Ning Xiangchen to gather so many materials. Ning Xiangchen had hurriedly rushed here, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had not yet returned? In desperation, Ning Xiangchen could only temporarily wait inside the mountain. Before he had even warmed his seat, the Xie family had already begun attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. Ning Xiangchen fell into an awkward situation for a while. It was not appropriate to continue staying here. Once Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was broken, he would definitely be caught in the crossfire. Leaving now was also not an option, as that would appear too heartless. If that happened, he would not be able to find Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin-grade artifact. Ning Xiangchen's face. He was in a dilemma. He didn't belong to any sect. He didn't have a clan either. He had relied on himself to cultivate to his current level. Every step he took was filled with obstacles. He had escaped death countless times. The path of cultivation was full of thorns. When Master Grimm of the Shadow Moon Hall was still alive, if an artifact was damaged, it would be repaired by Grandmaster Green. The Grandmaster was approachable and easy to talk to. Over the years, Ning Xiangchen had received a lot of care from the Grandmaster. But other than Master Green, he no longer knew any other origin-grade artifact refiners. Otherwise, how could he have asked Yang Kai for help? Ning Xiangchen stayed on Dragon Cave Mountain for 2 days, uneasily, while the cultivator outside bombarded the mountain for 2 days. But during these 2 days, he discovered something very strange. That was the cultivator inside Dragon Cave Mountain, even in the face of heavy encirclement, did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they continued to carry out their duties, busying themselves with their cultivation, as if the movements and enemies outside did not exist. If one or two cultivator behaved like this, it could be explained away as having good mental fortitude, but if everyone behaved like this, it was a bit strange. This was especially true for the leaders Wu, Yi, and Qianyu. These two women were calmer than anyone else these days, even drinking tea and chatting happily from time to time. Did they not know how to write the word death? Ning Xiangchen was both shocked and impressed. Compared with his anxious mood, the performance of these juniors couldn't be any better. The mountain-defending array of Dragon Cave Mountain, after being attacked by more than 30 origin-returning realm masters and more than 200 Saint Kings for 2 days was actually still impregnable. This was what truly impressed Ning Xiangchen. This small mountain was not simple. Just this protective mountain array alone was not something that an ordinary person could set up. Recalling the many performances of Yang Kai in the Emperor Garden, Ning Xiangchen grit his teeth and decided to take a risk. That was to stay and fight side by side with Dragon Cave Mountain. All kinds of signs indicated that this small mountain was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. It was very likely that it was hiding some kind of powerful trump card that could save them from danger. Of course, Ning Xiangchen making this choice was not because of a sense of chivalry, but rather a gamble he had made after careful consideration. Ning Xiangchen was betting that Dragon Cave Mountain would survive this current crisis. Once it did, he would be able to legitimately borrow the Firebird artifact spirit from Yang Kai. Otherwise, if he owed him a favor, Ning Xiangchen would feel uneasy. At this moment, following Wu Yi and Chen Yu out to meet the enemy was Ning Xiangchen's own request. Hearing Xie Li's question, Ning Xiangchen chuckled. "Brother Xie, long time no see. I heard Brother Xie left Shadow Moon Hall?" "Why ask when you already know the answer, Brother Ning?" Xie Li coldly snorted. The other party was just a cultivator without any sect, so even if he was an origin-returning realm master, Xie Li didn't put him in his eyes. It was just that the two of them had known each other for a long time, so they had exchanged a few words. "Since Brother Ning is here, this Xie has a proposal that I wonder if Brother Ning would consider." "Oh, what kind of proposal does Brother Xie have?" Ning Xiangchen frowned. Xie Li's eyes swept over Qian Yu and Wu Yi before sending a divine sense message. "Brother Ning, you can also see the current situation. Facing the joint forces of so many friends, this little mountain is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once the spirit array is broken, Dragon Cave Mountain will be a fish on the chopping block. I don't know what benefits Dragon Cave Mountain has offered you, but this Xie is willing to pay double the price as long as you can capture these two women and hand them over to me. With Brother Ning's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to accomplish this, right?" Ning Xiangchen raised an eyebrow, revealing a faint smile as he said in a clear voice, "Brother Xie, although this Ning doesn't belong to any sect or sect, and is nothing more than a straggler, I still know what integrity is and what loyalty is. Sneak attacking two juniors from behind is inappropriate. If this Ning were to do such a disgraceful thing, I fear that in the future there would be no place for me to stay in this world." Hearing Ning Xiangchen's words, Xie Li's face sank. The other party had not quietly sent a divine sense message to him, and had instead directly stated his proposal in front of everyone, obviously not giving him any face, causing Xie Li to feel annoyed. Ning Xiangchen continued leisurely. "What's more, Brother Xie doesn't need to exaggerate. Although there are many people who have come here to cause trouble, breaking the spirit array is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. And this matter is this old master's own idea. No one has offered me any benefits, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Xie." Originally, when they saw Xie Li quietly send a divine sense message to Ning Xiangchen, Wu Yi and Qian Yu's expressions were a little nervous, fearing Xie Li would use some kind of method to win him over. After all, they were not familiar with Ning Xiangchen, so when they heard him say this, they couldn't help relaxing and showing looks of gratitude. Chang Qi even laughed and patted Ning Xiangchen on the shoulder. "Brother Ning, you'll be glad you made this choice." Howin also had a smile on his face, suddenly feeling that Ning Xiangchen, this old man, was a lot friendlier. "I hope so." Ning Xiangchen remained calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was beating rapidly. He had made such a choice because he couldn't stand Xie Li and the others bullying the weak. Now that he had torn all pretenses with Xie Li, if Dragon Cave Mountain really fell, he wouldn't have any good consequences. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled calmly, but at the same time, her expression was somewhat unfathomable as she said, "Senior Xie and fellow seniors, my Dragon Cave Mountain has no grievance or grudge with you, So why do you insist on forcing us? No grievance or grudge. Cieli heard this and grinned. If there really was no grievance or grudge between us, did you think we would attack a small mountain with nothing better to do? This old master won't bicker too much with a junior like you. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, you'd better withdraw this mountain defending array and avoid some physical pain. Otherwise, Wu Yi raised her head slightly and stared at Cieli with her beautiful eyes, not showing the slightest timidity. Cieli coldly snorted. Once the spirit array is broken, I'll skin all of you alive. Senior's tone is quite bold. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Wu Yi still smiled calmly, but her words were filled with sarcasm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she swept her eyes over the many enemies who were glaring at her and shouted, "Since that's the case, Junior will also advise seniors to leave now. If you leave now, my Dragon Cave Mountain can let bygones be bygones and pretend this incident never happened. But if you insist on remaining stubborn, don't blame my Dragon Cave Mountain for being ruthless." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many of the Origin returning realm masters who had come to help stared at Wu Yi like she was an idiot, their hearts filled with anger. Originally, after attacking for 2 days and still failing to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses, all of them were already feeling depressed, but now hearing Wu Yi's shameless boasting, all of them couldn't help seething with anger. Any cultivator who had come here to attack Dragon Cave Mountain had either an ulterior motive or had a grudge against Yang Kai, so how could they be scared away by Wu Yi's arrogant words of 1 to 2? Not only that, these words only served to further stimulate their resolve. Immediately, some of the more hot-tempered cultivators activated their artifacts or released their martial skills to attack Wu Yi. Asterisk Hong, long. Asterisk, a loud bang rang out as the light curtain of the mountain defending array in front of Wu Yi flashed wildly, blocking all these attacks. Wu Yi's face became cold as she glared at the cultivator who had attacked her and coldly declared, "Since all of you insist on remaining stubborn, let's wait and see. I hope you won't regret today's decision." Saying so, she waved her hand, and a thick layer of cloud appeared from all directions, engulfing Wu Yi and the others, causing them to disappear from the sight of the many enemies. That arrogant little girl, when this old master catches her, he'll let her know what it means to wish for death. An old Origin returning realm master sitting cross-legged atop a huge toad-like monster beast glared fiercely in the direction Wu Yi disappeared and gnashed his teeth. This old man was extremely ugly, with triangular eyes, a sunken nose, a bald head, and a face full of lumps. His short stature complemented the toad-like monster beast he was sitting on. Chapter 1393. Needless to say, this old man was from Myriad Beast Mountain, although these people from Myriad Beast Mountain weren't wearing their sex robes in order to facilitate their movements. As long as one had a discerning eye, they would be able to see their origins because their main method of attack was to control their monster beast. Such an obvious style was impossible to conceal. The jade blood toad this old man was riding was a powerful 9th order monster beast, and coupled with the secret art this old man cultivated, he was strong enough to compete with a 2nd order Origin returning realm cultivator. However, those who knew this old man well knew that he was not only ugly, but also extremely twisted and lustful. He liked to torture beautiful women to death in order to experience the perverted pleasure of doing so. If Wu Yi really fell into his hands, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Haha, those 2 girls are quite strong. If they were handed over to this old master, he would be able to turn them into 2 good blood slaves. On the other side, a middle-aged man covered in blood-red light grinned wickedly. A cultivator capable of turning blood slaves was undoubtedly from Demon Blood Temple. Talking is useless. We should all work together to break this spirit array. Li showed a displeased look as he faintly reminded them. Now, that this group of people had been intercepted in front of the spirit array and couldn't even break through the first layer of defense. What was the point of talking about anything else? The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain grinned. This old master didn't want to use this trick, but since that little girl is determined to die, this old master can only fulfill her wish. Ha ha! Saying so, his expression suddenly became solemn as he pushed his Saint Chi. At the same time, the jade blood toad he was riding also puffed up its cheeks and let out a low croak. In an instant, the surrounding Yuan Chi became turbulent and began converging towards this old man. Xia Li's eyes lit up as he stared at the old man's movements, smiling as he asked, "Is old Du planning to use his blood toad poison smoke?" Hearing what he said, the other Origin returning realm masters all showed looks of shock as they turned to look at old Du. The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain coldly snorted. "The blood toad poison smoke is my treasure specialty, but it can only be used once. This old master has thrown out a brick to attract jade. I hope all friends here won't hold back." With that said, the old man suddenly opened his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood arrow was like a snake fanged as it flew towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. At the same time, the jade blood toad's cheeks bulged. A mouthful of pitch black, ink-like venom was spat out from its mouth. It wrapped around the blood arrow first, even though it was released later. The fusion between the two was tumbling. In the blink of an eye, some unknown changes took place. The venom and blood arrows turned into a black mist in the blink of an eye and bombarded the light screen of the formation. Whoosh! The sound of corrosion could be heard. On the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, light flickered as a large gap was melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could actually allow one person to pass through at a time. Although this gap was quickly repaired, it still showed how powerful this attack was. Previously, after 2 days of frenzied attacks, no one was able to break a hole in the formation with one strike. However, this old man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain did it. Even if this gap was repaired, it didn't matter, as this blow was enough to consume a large amount of the mountain defending array's aura. If this old man continued to attack it a few more times, he might really be able to break it. After using this attack, the old man's face became slightly pale, and the jade blood toad he was riding also became slightly withered. The old man didn't say a word, as he simply took out a jade bottle from his space ring, poured out a blood-red pill, and tossed it forward. The jade blood toad flicked its scarlet tongue and swallowed this pill, its green eyes flashing a look of enjoyment. This blood-red pill was undoubtedly a great supplement for the jade blood toad. Old Du's methods are good. Cieli laughed. He was secretly shocked, but also overjoyed. Since that's the case, this Xia won't hold back. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly summoned a small dagger-like artifact. This artifact shone with a silver luster and was filled with spirituality. White rainbow dagger. When the old man saw this dagger, he suddenly exclaimed, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he muttered, "I didn't expect that this spirit array breaking artifact would be obtained by Brother Xia." Brother Xia's opportunities are not small. The other Origin returning realm masters also stared at this white rainbow dagger with greedy looks, seemingly having a great origin. Cieli chuckled and said lightly, "It's not an opportunity. I just happened to obtain it." Saying so, he began pouring his Saint Chi into the white rainbow dagger with a solemn expression. How could the others believe his words? As far as everyone knew, this white rainbow dagger was an artifact specifically used to break spirit arrays and barriers, and its grade was extremely high, reaching the Origin grade mid-rank. Such a grade might not be much in the territory of the Star Territory, but on Shadowed Star, it was extremely valuable. After all, the rarer an object was, the more valuable it was. Moreover, this white rainbow dagger should be a family heirloom of some small family. As for why it had fallen into Xia Li's hands, no one knew. It was likely that Cieli had used some kind of method to snatch this white rainbow dagger from that small family. However, this had nothing to do with them. So, although everyone disdained Cieli's character, none of them said anything. During this moment, Cieli activated the white rainbow dagger, and the small dagger transformed into a white rainbow in front of him before disappearing in a flash. When it reappeared in the next moment, it had strangely appeared inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. With a whoosh, the white rainbow dagger flew out from inside and penetrated the spirit array without any hindrance. Although it seemed to have no effect, everyone understood that the spirituality of the spirit array had been greatly worn away. The reason why the white rainbow dagger was called an array-breaking artifact was because it contained some of the mysteries of space, allowing it to break through the barriers of space and attack directly from inside the spirit array. Such an artifact was impossible to refine with the current level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star, so it was a treasure left behind from ancient times. Sure enough, after Cieli activated the white rainbow dagger a few times, the light of the mountain defending array dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Demon Blood Temple, Sea Heart Sect, and the other origin returning realm masters recruited by Lu Yial rubbed their palms together and used methods they normally wouldn't use lightly to attack the mountain defending array. No cultivator who had broken through to the origin returning realm was weak. All of them had experienced countless life or death battles, tempering themselves through countless adventures, so it was only natural for them to have some hidden treasures and methods. If they didn't use these treasures and methods now, when would they? More than 30 origin returning realm masters attacking together was a spectacular scene. Even if a third order origin returning realm master were to come here, they would have no choice but to retreat. Seeing this, the other Saint Kings also joined in to help, and for a time, the morale of the allied forces soared. Under such a fierce attack, the mountain defending array began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment, a scene that made everyone even more excited. At the same time, in Heavenly Fate City, 50 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu were sitting opposite each other in a loft, both of them holding wine glasses in their hands and raising them to their lips, but both of them seemed to be lost in thought, forgetting to drink. Behind Qian Tong, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian stood with anxious looks on their faces. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations coming from Dragon Cave Mountain, Wei Guchang finally couldn't bear it and said, "Elder, let this disciple go." Although Dong Xian didn't say anything, anyone could see the anxiety and worry in her beautiful eyes. Qian Tong smiled lightly, put down the wine glass in his hand, and glanced at Wei Guchang. "What can you do if you go?" Although this disciple has only broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago, he can still help Brother Yang. It's better than just watching from the sidelines. Wei Guchang said in a deep voice. Qian Tong raised his brow and said with a faint smile, "Do you think it's improper for this old master to just sit back and drink and be merry? Disciple wouldn't dare." "If you think so, then admit it. What's there to be afraid of?" Qian Tong didn't care. Wei Guchang's face struggled for a moment before becoming firm as he cupped his fists and said, "Then this disciple asks Elder to forgive this disciple's disrespect." Speak." Qian Tong gently nodded. "Elder." Even without mentioning Brother Yang's life-saving grace to this disciple and Xianer, he was willing to take the risk of entering the Emperor Garden to rescue Elder last time. Elder should not just sit back and watch. Who does Cieli think he is? In order to deal with Brother Yang, he announced that he would leave Shadow Moon Hall. Is Shadow Moon Hall a place he can come and go as he pleases? As for the dead Xia Hongwen, humph, everyone knows what kind of person he is. Even if Brother Yang did not kill him, this disciple would one day kill him. This disciple asks Elder to give the order for this disciple and Xian to go and kill Cieli. Even if Xian and I are only first-order cultivators, killing Cieli will be as easy as lifting our hands. arrogant. Although Qian Tong scolded, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't think Wei Guchang was spouting nonsense, and instead acknowledged his strength. Then tell this old master, why do you want to kill Xie Li? Is it just because he left Shadow Moon Hall without permission? Isn't that reason enough? Even so, the hall has its own law enforcement hall. It's not up to you to intervene. But I know you don't have many friends. Yang Kai is one of them. So naturally you don't want to just stand by and watch. But his grievances with the Xie family is something he requested Shadow Moon Hall not to intervene in. Right now, it's not just the Xie family attacking Dragon Cave Mountain, Elder Demon Blood Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain, Flowing Cloud Valley, and Sea Heart Sect. And this old master knows all of this, which is why this old master wants to see what means he has to resolve this disaster. If he can really turn danger into safety, that little brat will be amazing. And if he can't, Wei Guchang didn't seem to have much confidence. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Dragon Cave Mountain was at a disadvantage. Enough! Do you really think that old Ghost Qian will just stand by and watch? Fei Ji, too, who had been silent all this time, glared at Wei Guchang. Originally, he didn't want to interrupt, but this little brat's nagging was really ruining his mood. Chapter 1394. Wei Guchang was taken aback as he stared at Fei Ji Tu in amazement, not understanding what he meant. Fei Ji Tu sneered. You think those people from Heaven's Gathering Hall are really out on a mission? Our hall is now facing external threats and is being watched by countless great forces in fear that the Emperor Garden will suddenly open. My Shadow Moon Hall is so close to it. So why would they go out on a mission at such a sensitive time? Aren't they afraid of being caught rashly? Wei Guchang heard this, and his eyes lit up. City Lord Master means. He had also heard that many masters from Heaven's Gathering Hall had been mobilized, so when he heard Fei Ji Tu say this, he immediately thought of something. Use your brain when you do things. You still have a long way to go. Young man. Fei Ji Tu snorted before downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. Wei Guchang scratched his head for a while as he looked at Qian Tong with an embarrassed expression. Suddenly, his expression became solemn as he bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Elder. This disciple misunderstood you. Ha ha ha. Qian Tong laughed, daring to stand up for a friend, even disobeying this old master's wishes. Not pretentious or hypocritical. Good, good. You really did not disappoint this old master. Come, fill old Ghost Fei's cup. This old master will sit back and watch the show today. Yes. Wei Guchang hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the wine pot, and filled a cup for each of the two elders. Then he retreated to the side and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He exchanged a glance with Dong Xian. Unlike the anxiety and worry from before, both of them were calm at this moment. Heaven's Gathering Hall was a special existence in Shadow Moon Hall. There weren't many of them, only about 50 to 60, but each of them was an elite, with the weakest being a First Order Saint King. The strongest among them was the First Order Origin Returning Realm, but because of the special secret arts and martial skills they cultivated. Each of these people could fight enemies above their own realm and were best at teaming up to kill enemies. The more people they worked with, the stronger their strength would be. If the entire Heaven Gathering Hall cultivator were to join forces, even a Third Order Origin Returning Realm Master would not be a problem. Therefore, when Wei Guchang heard that the people from Heaven Gathering Hall had been dispatched, he naturally no longer had any worries. Without even mentioning the exquisiteness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Wei Guchang naturally stopped worrying. Just these people from Tianluo Hall were enough to make those despicable people suffer. It was just that the elder was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once someone noticed that something was amiss, it was very likely that the Shadow Moon Hall would once again become the center of attention. The appearance of the Emperor Garden put Shadow Moon Hall in a very bad situation. On the other side, on a desolate hill a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain. One of them was glowing. The white-haired old man crossed his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, his expression as calm as an ancient well. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad, but the powerful vitality fluctuations radiating from his body were awe-inspiring. Beside him was an old woman with a hunched back. She held a dragon-head walking stick and looked very weak. She coughed from time to time, as if she could die at any moment. Beside the old woman was a beautiful girl who was taking care of her. The wind blew, and the girl's hair fluttered. The image of the old woman and the girl formed a stark contrast in this place. The old man was Demon Blood Temple's Elder Shur, while the old woman was Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Fong. Two top origin returning realm masters were gathered in one place at this moment. It was not difficult to understand why they would be here. After all, both of them were coveting the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands. So naturally, they were paying close attention to the situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. Once Dragon Cave Mountain was breached and Yang Kai was killed, the two of them would immediately take action to snatch the profound gold. As for now, it was not convenient for them to bully the weak. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so if they really took action, it was difficult to guarantee that Shadow Moon Hall would not take advantage of this situation. Senior Sister Fong, are you interested in reconsidering this Jin's proposal? As long as you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold. This Jin will accomplish 3 things for you in his lifetime, Jin Shur suddenly said. Humph. Old woman Fong slammed her walking stick on the ground and sneered. Old Ghost Jin, you don't need to call me that so intimately. My Myriad Beast Mountain has never had anything to do with your Demon Blood Temple, so there is no such thing as senior sister or junior brother. However, if you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this old woman will also accomplish 3 things for you in her lifetime. She had actually returned the original condition to him. After all, everyone knew that this kind of verbal promise was not binding in the slightest. Obtaining this piece of profound gold was the greatest benefit. Jin Shur's eyes narrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, but after thinking about it for a moment, he chuckled. Senior Sister Fong, there is no need to keep me at arm's length. As far as this Jin knows, Senior Sister Fong is not young anymore. How many more years do you have left to live? What can you possibly accomplish for me? So what? In any case, this old woman can live longer than you. Ahem, it's meaningless for the two of us to argue about this. Jin Shur suddenly felt that bickering with old woman Fong here was like a child quarreling with a child. There was no point in dwelling on the issue of lifespan. So after thinking for a moment, he said, how about this? The two of us might as well compare notes. Whoever wins will obtain this piece of profound gold. What does Senior Sister Fong think? Do you think this old woman is afraid of you? Old woman Fang's bent back suddenly straightened, as an astonishing fighting intent flashed across her old face as she sneered. This old woman would like to experience the power of your Excellency's golden cicada extreme demon secret art. As she spoke, she released an astonishing pressure towards the other party, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Old woman Fong was just like her name. Although her face was old, she was extremely aggressive when she was young, and now that she was in her later years, her temper had not changed at all. In fact, it was even worse than when she was young. Jin Shur was an elder of Demon Blood Temple and cultivated the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Secret Art, so his vitality was extremely vigorous, but his temper was also not very good. On top of that, he was also a top origin returning realm master, so naturally he would not show any weakness and immediately responded with his own momentum. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions, and the disciples behind the two old women all showed looks of shock as they retreated. Only the young girl standing next to the old woman who was supporting her staggered for a moment before a light flashed from her body, and she regained her footing, but her face was still slightly pale. It seemed that being caught up in the momentum vortex of these two masters was not a pleasant experience. Old woman, Senior Jean, please don't act rashly. The young girl brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled helplessly. Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array has yet to be broken. Yet the two of you are already fighting over the ownership of this profound gold. If others were to learn of this, wouldn't it only cause pain to those close to you and your enemies to be happy? What's more, both of you are top masters on Shadowed Star. So if you were to really fight, I'm afraid it would take some time to determine the victor, right? How could Jean Sher and old woman Feng not understand what the young girl was saying? It was just that neither of them had good tempers, and neither of them was willing to show weakness, so they had decided to act rashly. Hearing what she said, Jean Sher took advantage of this situation and laughed. What you said is right, little girl. What is your name? Saying so, he restrained his momentum. The young girl's complexion improved greatly, and she gracefully bowed. Disciple's name is Feng Yen. Feng Yen? Jean Sher frowned and glanced over at old woman Feng suspiciously, but the latter coldly snorted. This old woman's granddaughter. Don't even think about her. Otherwise, this old woman will fight you to the death. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Jean Sher's face as he lightly coughed and said, since she is a junior, how could this old master have any ideas about her? No wonder this little girl's cultivation is so high despite her young age. It turns out she has Senior Sister Feng's guidance. And little girl, let me ask you, if I don't compete with Senior Sister Feng, how should I decide who owns this profound gold? Since you've already interjected, you must have a good idea. So, why don't you quickly explain it? Feng Yen smiled faintly. In front of Senior Jean, how could this junior dare show off? Speak. If you make a mistake, this old master won't blame you. So there's no need to be afraid, Jean Sher said with a pleasant expression. Feng Yen glanced over at old woman Feng before saying, if that's the case, then Junior will boldly speak frankly. Both Senior Sister and Senior Jean are powerful masters, so it would be unwise for Junior to act against each other. If either of you were to suffer an accident, wouldn't that push our two sects to the opposite side? Now that the Emperor Garden has appeared, and no one knows when it will open, it is naturally better to have more friends than enemies. Hearing this, Jean Sher nodded lightly, obviously feeling that what Feng Yen said was reasonable. Even old woman Feng's expression eased greatly as her anger subsided. It would be inappropriate for the two of you to act against each other, but both my Myriad Beast Mountain and Senior Jin's Demon Blood Temple have sent disciples to participate in this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain, so we might as well use their methods to decide who owns this profound gold. If Demon Blood Temple's disciples manage to snatch this profound gold, my Myriad Beast Mountain is willing to withdraw and congratulate Senior Jean in advance. Oh. Jean Sher's lips curled into a smile as he stared at Feng Yen. Do you have so much confidence in your Myriad Beast Mountain's disciples? Feng Yen pursed her lips and smiled. Does Senior Jean have no confidence in his disciples' methods? Jean Sher's eyes narrowed for a moment before bursting into laughter. Little girl, you don't need to provoke this old master. This old master naturally has full confidence in his disciples' methods. Good. This old master will only ask one thing. Do your words represent Senior Sister Feng? What Yen says is what this old master thinks. Old woman Feng tapped her dragon-headed walking stick lightly and declared, it's a deal. Jean Sher coldly snorted as he stretched out his palm towards old woman Feng. The latter glanced over at him before casually raising her hand and clapping it together. After making a vow, the two of them no longer paid any attention to each other and instead stared off into the distance with strange smiles on their faces. Obviously, both of them had full confidence in their disciples. Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged wasn't just limited to Qian Tong. Fei Ji2, Jean Sher, and old woman Feng watching from a distance. At this moment, in all directions of Dragon Cave Mountain, At high points several dozen kilometers away, there were a number of people scattered about, all of them staring towards Dragon Cave Mountain and pointing towards it from time to time. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had only ended a short time ago, so the masters who had come to participate had not yet left. They wanted to take this opportunity to observe the Emperor Garden's movements, but there had been no movement from the Emperor Gardens so far. Waiting here for the Emperor Garden to open was quite boring, so now that such a good show had happened, no matter who it was, they were all willing to watch it for entertainment. Chapter 1395. In particular, the sturdiness and strangeness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was of particular concern to these masters. Needless to say, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Fire Temple, Floating Mist Palace, Clear Sky Sect, Flame Shield Union, and other great forces on Shadowed Star all coveted Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. How could a mere mountain have such a strong defensive array? Who was the person who set up this array? No one cared whether Dragon Cave Mountain would survive or not, but everyone cared about who had arranged this spirit array. If they could rescue this person at a critical moment, they might be able to win him over to their side. Everyone had their own unspoken plans in their hearts, but all of them tacitly chose to sit back and watch, allowing the Xie family to take the lead and lead several great forces to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi and Qianyu retreated to the back of the mountain defending array, their faces slightly pale. Just now, when the two of them went out side by side to negotiate, although they were calm and composed and didn't show the slightest sign of weakness, anyone who saw so many experts gathered here would feel uncertain in their heart. When had the two women ever seen such a big lineup? Especially now, at this critical moment, neither Yang Kai nor Yang Yan was present. If not for Wu Yi's thorough understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, she would likely have already been discouraged. In terms of familiarity with the many spirit arrays covering Dragon Cave Mountain, besides Yang Yan who had arranged them, Wu Yi was second. Even Yang Kai was not as familiar with them as she was. After all, when Yang Yan was arranging the spirit array, Wu Yi had been there to assist him, so she knew just how dangerous the 100-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain was. As such, even though she was feeling uneasy, her mood remained stable as she retreated to the back of the spirit array and issued a series of orders. However, relying on the spirit array alone was definitely not enough. No matter how strong the spirit array was, if it could only take a beating and not fight back, it would eventually be broken. The only thing Wu Yi could do now was to contact Yang Kai and Yang Yan immediately. As long as either one of them was present, Dragon Cave Mountain could turn from defense to attack. However, Wu Yi had no idea where the two of them had gone or when they would return. Just as he was feeling anxious, though, Qian Yu's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly took out her communication artifact and released her divine sense. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on her face as she said, "Yang Kai and the others have returned." "Really?" Wu Yi was overjoyed and asked in a trembling voice, as if she had found a life-saving straw while drowning. And it was a message from Kai Yang. "Where are they?" Wu Yi looked around, but was unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, hiding outside. Yang Kai said that there were too many people outside, so it would be difficult to sneak in without anyone noticing, so he didn't come in. But what? However, he told you to remove the mountain protecting Grand Formation and then let everyone hide in the Sure Mansion. He ordered consecrated Chong and consecrated how to wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. He and Yang Yan will also find an opportunity to make a move. So that's how it is. Wu Yi showed a contemplative expression while everyone else also wore indifferent expressions. Only Ning Xiangchen, who had only been here for 2 days, wore a dumbfounded expression. Has that young boy gone crazy? Why would he issue such an outrageous order? Although he had not been on Dragon Cave Mountain for long, Ning Xiangchen was well aware of the strength and number of cultivators here. There were only a few dozen of them, and their cultivations varied from Saint King Realm, Saint Realm, and even Transcendent Realm cultivators. The only ones he could rely on were Changqi and Haoen, the two First Order Origin returning realm cultivators. On the other hand, the other side had more than 30 Origin returning realm masters, many of whom were Second Order Origin realm masters, and more than 200 Saint Kings. In this situation, if they relied on the mountain protecting Grand Array to defend, they might be able to buy some time. But once it was removed, wouldn't that be the same as striking a stone with an egg? Even if Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, he was only one person. So with Changqi and Haoen, what could they possibly accomplish? Ning Xiangchen couldn't figure it out and was about to ask when he suddenly saw Wu Yi smile and say calmly, "Since that's the case, let's do as he says. It's time to let these shameless bastards see the fangs of our Dragon Cave Mountain." She spoke resolutely, not putting the people outside in her eyes at all, as if Yang Kai's order alone had given her great confidence. Ning Xiangchen almost bit off his own tongue. Qianyu nodded and immediately began to issue orders for everyone to hide inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. This cave mansion was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain and had the most spirit arrays. Unless one had a token to open it, it would be even more difficult to break through than the mountain protecting Grand Array. As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Wu Yi knew what he wanted to do. Of course, she would not refute Yang Kai's decision and simply follow it. One by one, the cultivator hurriedly rushed over after receiving Qian Yu's order and hid inside the cave mansion. In the blink of an eye, only Changqi, Hao, and Qian Yu, Wu Yi, and Ning Xiangchen remained outside. At this moment, Wu Yi frowned slightly as she glanced over at Ning Xiangchen. Even with her intelligence, she didn't know what to do with Ning Xiangchen at this moment. Should she let him take refuge inside the cave mansion? That was impossible. The cave mansion was Yang Kai's retreat, so there were many unknown secrets hidden there. Although they were all hidden by spirit arrays, if Ning Xiangchen inadvertently discovered them, it would be troublesome. Asking him to leave was definitely impossible. Ning Xiangchen had taken the initiative to stay behind and help Dragon Cave Mountain, so Wu Yi was very grateful. Asking him to leave at this time would be too cruel. What's more, with so many enemies outside, Ning Xiangchen couldn't just leave. This gave her a headache. Fortunately, Ning Xiangchen was a wise old man and could see Wu Yi's concerns at this moment, so he took the initiative to say, "If there is anything this old master can do, please don't hesitate." Although this old master's strength isn't high, he can still contribute. In just a short time, Ning Xiangchen weighed the pros and cons in his heart and decided to take a gamble. Although he didn't know where Wu Yi and the others' confidence came from, their indifference undoubtedly made him feel at ease. Perhaps this Dragon Cave Mountain really was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. What's more, Ning Xiangchen had just shown his face in front of those people outside, and even exchanged words with Xie Li. At this time, even if he wanted to go back on his word, he was powerless. Ning Xiangchen was not someone who had never encountered a desperate situation before. In fact, he had encountered situations far more dangerous than this one. So, he was well aware that the greater the investment, the greater the return. This time, of course, was the best time for him to take a stand. Moreover, even if Dragon Cave Mountain was really unable to resist foreign enemies, he might still have a chance to escape. Based on all these considerations, Ning Xiangchen decided to take this risk. Good, since old Ning has said so. This young woman won't be polite. Old Ning, Foreign Elder Chang, and Foreign Elder Hao should all wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. This young woman will take her leave first. I wish the three seniors victory. After saying so, Wu Yi bowed, turned around, and walked back into the cave mansion. Her cultivation was only a second-order Saint King now, so she naturally knew that it was useless to stay outside. So she decisively entered the cave mansion. Only Ning Xiangchen was left standing there with his mouth wide open, his expression sluggish. He had thought that Wu Yi would give him some clear instructions and a proper plan, but he had not expected to receive such a vague answer. Wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy? That was too ridiculous. Did I fall into a trap? Ning Xiangchen's heart sank as he felt extremely uneasy. Chang-Chi patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Brother Ning, you'll be very glad you made this decision. It's this sentence again. Ning Xiangchen had heard this sentence twice, in just a stick of incense worth of time. What kind of trump card did this place have that the other party didn't explain clearly? How could he not be glad that he had made such a stupid decision to dig his own grave? Ning Xiangchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Right, old Hao, don't you still have 2 jars of drunken moon wine? Chang-Chi suddenly remembered something and turned to Howen. What do you want? Howen looked vigilant. Chang-Chi spat disdainfully. You and I are old brothers. Don't you know what I want to do? Howen suddenly became indignant. Last time, that little girl Wu bought 10 jars back. You and I split 5 between us. Now that you've drunk all of them, why do you have ideas about this old master? Do you think this Hao is so easy to bully? Family doesn't need to be so polite. Now that Brother Ning is also here, old Hao, you don't need to be stingy. Take them out and drink a few mouthfuls so we can kill our enemies. Chang-Chi smacked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Howen grit his teeth and stared at him with grief and indignation, only letting out a sigh after a while. Fine, fine. I knew you coveted this old master's 2 jars of good wine. Since you've involved Brother Ning, this Hao won't be stingy, lest others say I'm stingy. Saying so, he wiped the space ring on his hand and took out a jar of wine. Chang-Chi chuckled and quickly took out a few plates of fresh and tender spirit fruits from his space ring, as well as a table and chairs. It seemed he had come prepared. Howen opened the seal on the drunken moon wine jar and filled the cups for the 3 of them before sitting down. Chang-Chi called out to Ning Xiangchen as he picked up his glass and drank it, his face filled with joy as he urged Howen to fill it up again. Ning Xiangchen looked at this ridiculous scene with a strange expression on his face. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. With a strong enemy at their doorstep and a knife at their necks, how could these 2 brothers still have the mood to drink and have fun? Did these 2 really not know how to write the word death? After hesitating for a long time, Ning Xiangchen sighed and said, Brother Chang, Brother Hao, if it's convenient for you 2, can you tell this Ning how we are going to fight the enemy? With just the strength of the 3 of us, how can we fight so many enemies outside? Hearing this question, Chang-Chi and Howen looked at each other and both burst into laughter. Ning Xiangchen was secretly annoyed and hurriedly asked, Do the 2 of you think it's funny? Chang-Chi waved his hand slightly and said with a solemn expression, Brother Ning, you've only been on Dragon Cave Mountain for a short time. So although this Chang thinks you have a good temper, it's not convenient for him to reveal anything. However, this Chang asks you to wait and see how this group of clowns will bring about their own destruction. And I dare not say anything else, but this cup of wine is not a farewell wine, but a victory wine. Each jar costs 100,000 St. Crystals and is extremely difficult to buy. Brother Ning, why don't you try it? Chapter 1396. Ning Xiangchen's expression fluctuated as he was secretly shocked, not because of the price of this drunken moon wine. Drunken moon wine was quite famous, so Ning Xiangchen had naturally heard of its high price. What surprised him was Chang-Chi's arrogance. He clearly didn't put the people outside in his eyes at all. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Xiangchen grit his teeth, steeled his heart, sat down, and snorted. Good. Then this old master will take a look and see whether you're seeking your own death or inviting your master into a trap. If it's the former, don't blame this old master for running away when the time comes. Chang-Chi and Howen looked at each other and nodded with a smile. As you wish. Saying so, they filled Ning Xiang Chen's cup with wine. The three of them each had their own thoughts as they tasted the wine and ate the spirit fruits, none of them showing any awareness of facing a powerful enemy inside the cave mansion. After Wu Yi made arrangements for the many disciples, she and Qianyu went to a secret room, took out a golden and silver array plate from her space ring, and tossed it forward with a solemn expression. Elder Sister Qianyu, this is the array plate that controls all of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays. With my strength alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it, so I'll have to ask Elder Sister to lend me a hand. Good. Qianyu nodded repeatedly. Wu Yi stretched out a few strands of her Saint Chi and poured them into the spirit array. In an instant, gold and silver colors began alternating at an incredible speed, filling the entire room with a brilliant light. Wu Yi's expression became solemn as she suddenly shouted, "Open!" A humming sound came from the array plate, and immediately after, the golden and silver colors that were originally intertwined seemed to have come to life and began retreating to the left and right. In the blink of an eye, the two colors split apart and became distinctly separated. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, more than 30 origin-returning realm masters, led by Xieli, were frantically attacking it. After each of them used their trump cards, the seemingly sturdy spirit array began to tremble, its light curtain flickering wildly and becoming much dimmer than before. Everyone, put in more effort. This bullshit spirit array won't last much longer. Xia Li's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He shouted loudly. While shouting, Xia Li controlled his white rainbow dagger to shuttle back and forth through the spirit array's light curtain. There was no need for him to remind them, as the other origin-returning realm masters who were participating in the attack could also see it. I'm afraid it won't even take half a day. The formation that was blocking their path would be broken. For a moment, everyone was excited. Spurred on, Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into his artifact. Multicolored rays of light shone brightly, and rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. At this moment, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array suddenly faded at an extremely fast speed before disappearing. The attacks of more than 30 origin-returning realm masters hit nothing but empty air, creating a series of deep fissures in the ground. Broken, the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain atop the Jade Blood Toad raised his brow and revealed a look of surprise. Just now, he had clearly sensed that the other party's spirit array would be able to support itself for some time, but it had suddenly disappeared. This surprised him greatly, and he wondered if something had happened. I don't think so. They retreated on their own accord. The middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple, who was wrapped in a blood-red light, narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a look of vigilance appearing on his face. Humph, it seems they also know that stubbornness won't end well, so they decided to withdraw their spirit array. Do they think they can escape this calamity by doing so? Someone shouted. Naturally, this statement was not accepted by everyone, but since the other party had withdrawn their spirit array, they must have made some kind of backup plan. Now that the fog inside Dragon Cave Mountain was tumbling, one's divine sense was greatly restricted, and it was impossible to see the situation inside with the naked eye, so no one dared to act rashly. For a time, everyone stood in place, exchanging glances with one another. A bunch of cowards. Xieli ground his teeth secretly and was about to encourage others to enter and investigate when he suddenly saw the fog-covering Dragon Cave Mountain begin to tumble and distort. A moment later, the rolling fog dissipated to the sides, revealing the scenery inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with magnificent pavilions surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was quite good, and the world energy aura inside was extremely rich. It was no longer the barren mountain it once was. However, what shocked everyone was that not many people had come to meet the enemy. The surrounding area was quiet, with only 3 old men at the origin returning realm sitting around a table drinking and enjoying themselves. This rampant scene was imprinted on everyone's eyes, causing everyone's expression to become gloomy. These old men clearly did not put them in their eyes at all. Otherwise, how could they have the leisure to drink here? Humph, even at death's door. You're still trying to act mysterious. Xie Li coldly snorted as he continued to use his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there was nothing wrong with this place, he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear, as if as soon as he stepped into this small mountain, he would step into the gates of hell. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, and when he turned his head to look at the others, he found that everyone was feeling the same way, their expressions dignified. However, in this situation, it could be said that an arrow had been knocked on the string and had no choice but to release it. Although Xie Li did not inquire carefully, he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him right now. If he and the others were treated like this, they would no longer have the face to see anyone in the future. Thinking so, Xie Li's expression became firm as he loudly declared, "Everyone, the spirit array has been broken if we don't act now. When will we?" Saying so, he waved his hand and immediately sent out more than 20 Saint Kings from the Xie family, using their movement skills to rush towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Although these 20 or so Saint Kings were not necessarily opponents of the 3 origin returning realm masters, using them to test the depths of Dragon Cave Mountain was the best option. Xie Li had such a plan in mind, so when these 20 people flew out, he stared at them intently. Since the Xie family had taken the lead, the people from Demon Blood Temple and Myriad Beast Mountain were naturally not to be outdone. Lu Yi, who was hiding in the crowd, also quietly issued an order. In an instant, more than 60 Saint Kings split up and approached Chang Qi's group of 3. Perceiving the number of enemies approaching, Ning Xiangchen's hand trembled, and he almost spilled the wine in his cup to the ground. Although he was an origin returning realm master, he was not confident he could face the siege of so many Saint Kings. Chang Qi observed Ning Xiangchen's expression and chuckled. "Brother Ning, don't be impatient. It's not time for us to act yet." And Brother Ning can rest assured, Howin echoed from the side, not even bothering to look at the Saint Kings. Ning Xiangchen, on the other hand, did not have such good mental fortitude. Seeing these enemies approaching, he secretly pushed his Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. But in the next moment, these menacing Saint Kings all cried out in alarm, their faces filled with shock and confusion as their bodies swayed and fell from the sky one by one. For a time, the scene became extremely lively, a flight-restricting array. Ning Xiangchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never expected that this tiny Dragon Cave Mountain would actually have a flight-restricting array. This kind of spirit array was extremely profound and could only be arranged in some large cities and sect headquarters. Once covered by this spirit array, a cultivator would not be able to fly. Of course, the power of this spirit array varied depending on the methods of the person who arranged it. Ning Xiangchen tried to circulate his Saint Qi a little and tried to fly up, but to his horror, he only managed to fly a few meters before he felt a huge pressure press down on him, making it impossible for him to move. The flight-restricting array here was capable of restraining at least a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator. Even a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator would not be able to fly too high. Who was the one who arranged this spirit array? How could it be so powerful? Just as Ning Xiangchen was lost in thought, the several dozen Saint Kings fell like raindrops and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, they hadn't flown too high to begin with, and the physiques of Saint King realm cultivators were extraordinary. So even though they had fallen, None of them had suffered any life-threatening injuries. Instead, all of them crawled up from the ground with bitter expressions, their faces filled with resentment. This time, they had lost so much face that they naturally hated Dragon Cave Mountain to the bone. But before they could recover, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, strange energy fluctuations appeared all around them. These energy fluctuations were extremely well hidden and seemed inconspicuous at first, but in the blink of an eye, a tornado suddenly formed. When it first appeared, it was not very strong, but in the blink of an eye, this tornado became extremely thick and numerous wind blades flew out from it, directly sweeping up a nearby Saint King realm cultivator. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Everyone heard the sound of meat being sliced, which made their hair stand on end. The tornado was dyed red in an instant, and they could vaguely see broken limbs and pieces of flesh floating in the wind. In another place, several ice cones as thick as thighs strangely appeared in midair. With a slight tremble, they shot forward like arrows leaving the bowstring, piercing right through the chests of two absent-minded martial artists, causing a cloud of blood to spray out. In another place, a wash-basin-sized fireball flew about randomly, but once a Saint King realm cultivator was hit by this fireball, they would immediately be incinerated to death. A few unlucky fellows were unable to dodge in time and ended up being caught in the crossfire. There were even more cultivators who inexplicably disappeared from everyone's sight, as if they had never appeared in the first place, but from where they disappeared, heart-wrenching screams rang out. The smell of blood filled the air as the first group of 80 Saint Kings who had rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain failed to even enter. Just as they stepped into the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, they suffered heavy losses. After what seemed like an eternity, of the more than 80 Saint Kings, less than half of them were still alive, and even this small number were like headless flies as they wandered around Dragon Cave Mountain, unable to find a way back. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of the cultivators outside, causing their blood to run cold. Although it looked ridiculous, everyone knew that these people must have fallen into an illusion array. What they saw was completely different from what they saw. So even if it was only a few steps, it was still a chasm between life and death. Chapter 1397. Walking around carelessly would only trigger more spirit arrays and lead them to their graves even faster. Sure enough, Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with spirit arrays and spirit arrays. More than 80 Saint Kings entered Dragon Cave Mountain in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. None of them survived. Ning Xiangchen could hardly believe his eyes. This was more than 80 Saint King realm cultivator. Even if Ning Xiangchen encountered such a force, he would have no choice but to temporarily avoid them. But now, Dragon Cave Mountain hadn't even expended a single soldier, and they had all been buried here. So what if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? This small mountain was even more terrifying than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, Ning Xiangchen also saw that it was impossible to kill 80 Saint Kings so easily by relying on the power of these spirit arrays. Instead, it was the work of those who arranged these spirit arrays that were simply shocking. The spirit arrays were actually powerful artifacts. Combined with the power of these spirit arrays, the power of these artifacts would be greatly enhanced, which was why these Saint Kings were unable to resist at all. Just how many artifacts were required to arrange so many spirit arrays, Ning Xiangchen couldn't imagine. On the other side, inside Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were also dumbfounded, exchanging a glance with each other as shock filled their faces. Although they knew that Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with spirit arrays, they never expected them to be so powerful. 80 Saint Kings had been thrown in, yet they hadn't even been able to probe Dragon Cave Mountain's depths. This time, the Xie family, Myriad Beast Mountain, and Demon Blood Temple had suffered a great loss. It looks like heaven gathering halls people won't even need to be mobilized. Wei Gucheng also gloated. Not necessarily. Fei Ji2 slowly shook his head. The other side only lost Saint Kings. The origin returning realm cultivators haven't even made a move yet. Let's just keep watching. Wei Gucheng pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, the strength an origin returning realm cultivator could display was completely different from that of a Saint King realm cultivator. The Xie family and the other allied forces seemed to have suffered heavy losses, but in fact they hadn't suffered any significant losses. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, Xie Li, the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain, and the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple both wore gloomy expressions. None of them had expected Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses to be so tyrannical. The three old fogies hadn't even taken action, yet they had still managed to kill several dozen Saint Kings. If all the barriers in Dragon Cave Mountain were so powerful, Saint Kings couldn't play much of a role here, and could only serve as cannon fodder. After pondering for a moment, Xie Li suddenly said, "Everyone, why don't we attack separately?" Attack separately? The old man from the Myriad Beast Mountain frowned. That's right. It looks like there are a lot of restrictions in the front mountain. It won't be easy to break through them. Since that's the case, why don't we try other places? I don't believe that the entire mountain is in the same situation. There must be a weak spot somewhere. Xie Li said slowly. Yes, Brother Xie's words make sense. The old man pondered for a moment and felt that Xie Li was right, so he immediately said, "Then this old master will go there." He pointed his hand forward. Then, waving to the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, he sat down on his blue eyes blood toad and flew off. The middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple naturally had no objections and immediately led his sect's disciples in the opposite direction. The remaining cultivators from Sea Heart Sect and Flowing Cloud Valley did not move, and instead chose to stand on a united front with the Xie family, following Xie Li's lead. For a time, the several allied forces split up into three groups. They began probing Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses from three different directions. A fierce light flashed across Xie Li's eyes as his lips twitched, and he issued a few orders before immediately waving his hand and rushing towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Under his leadership, the other origin returning realm masters also spread out, each of them bringing a few Saint King cultivators with them. Divided into several teams, each of them remained vigilant of their surroundings as they pushed forward. Divine senses swept every inch of Dragon Cave Mountain, not wanting to miss even the slightest detail or suspicious place. They were all worried that they would accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array that would lead to their demise. This kind of cautiousness was indeed very effective. They really did find several traces of spirit arrays and immediately avoided them vigilantly. Even if some of them accidentally triggered some kind of spirit array, they would at least be able to put up some resistance. After all, with the addition of origin returning realm masters, even if they fell into some kind of spirit array, they would still be able to put up a fight. What made them even more overjoyed, though, was that the spirit arrays at the front of Dragon Cave Mountain, after playing a magical role just now, seemed to have run out of tricks, and their power had been greatly reduced. Even if they were triggered, they would be easily blocked by the origin returning realm cultivators. After advancing for an entire distance of 300 m, there was actually not a single casualty. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and all of them looked maliciously at Chang-Chi's group of three, who were still drinking and making merry nearby. They seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to grow wings and fly over to their side right now and chop off their heads to vent the hatred in their hearts. A moment later, under the leadership of Xie Li, the cultivators had arrived 100 meters away from Chang-Chi's group. Xie Li raised his hand to signal everyone to stop as he swept his cold eyes over the trio and sneered, "The three of you, if you have any other means, don't hide them. Why don't you show them to this Xie?" Otherwise, you won't have a chance to use them again. Hearing this, Chang-Chi raised his head and glanced at him, not showing the slightest trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled strangely. Brother Xia, why do you think you were able to safely reach this place? Do you really think Dragon Cave Mountain is so easy to break through? These two simple questions caused Xia Li's face to change dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good." As he spoke, Yang Kai threw out a long black whip. This long whip seemed to emit a faint sound of wind and thunder as it flashed with lightning. Clearly, it was a powerful artifact. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the long whip lashed out towards Chang-Chi's chest. However, to Xia Li's surprise, Chang-Chi did not show any intention of resisting, and instead just sat in place, staring at him with a smile, not moving at all. Xia Li only wanted to capture Chang-Chi so that Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators wouldn't act rashly, but how could he have known that his opponent would not resist at all? Courting death, Xia Li's eyes flashed fiercely. Not only did he not intend to take back his whip, he instead poured his Saint Chi into it even more fiercely, as if he wanted to kill Chang-Chi in one fell swoop. With a bang, the long whip wrapped in lightning struck Chang-Chi's body. Arcs of lightning coiled around Chang-Chi's body and slithered about, directly blasting Chang-Chi's body into pieces. Not only that, even the table, chairs, and wine jars in front of him were all blasted into powder. Even Hao En and Ning Xiangchen weren't spared. At the same time as Chang-Chi's body was torn apart, the two of them also burst apart. There was not the slightest smell of blood, nor was there any blood spattering, nor did he feel like he had hit anything. Xia Li's eyes narrowed as he muttered in amazement. An illusion array. Looking around again, there were no tables or chairs in front of him, and the surrounding scenery had also distorted and disappeared, replaced by a gray world with no sun, moon, or stars. The earth was dry and barren, and there was not a single blade of grass growing within 100 kilometers. He had unknowingly stepped into an illusion array arranged by his enemy, causing Xia Li's heart to sink. What made him even more uneasy, though, was that the origin-returning realm cultivators who should have been gathered around him had disappeared, leaving only 4 Saint King realm cultivator. It seemed that the moment this illusion array played its role, everyone had been separated and forced into a situation where they were fighting alone. How is this possible? Xia Li's expression was ferocious. How could such a small mountain be able to set up such a profound array formation? Xia Li suddenly felt that provoking Dragon Cave Mountain was not a wise decision. While the many cultivator led by Xia Li were surrounded by this illusion array, Myriad Beast Mountain's side also fell into a bitter struggle. The Myriad Beast Mountain cultivator, under the leadership of the old man, took a detour from the side, preparing to find a place with weak defenses. To the old man's surprise, everything went smoothly. There didn't seem to be any powerful barriers or spirit arrays in the direction he chose, allowing him to advance smoothly and soon reach the center of Dragon Cave Mountain. He even noticed that many cultivator were hiding inside a cave. The old man was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to charge straight into the cave and find Yang Kai. But his good luck ended there. As soon as he gave the order, a number of fiery red monster beasts of various shapes and grades rushed out from all directions. The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing. These monster beasts didn't have physical bodies at all, and were clearly formed from pure fire attribute world energy. On top of that, these monster beasts looked vaguely familiar. It wasn't until one of his disciples shouted that the old man suddenly realized what was going on. Weren't these the fire spirit beasts unique to Lu Yen Sandfield? How could they appear in this damned place? This place wasn't rich in fire attribute world energy, right? Unable to understand, the old man didn't feel the slightest fear, and instead felt a little happy because fire spirit beasts could produce fire crystal stones. Fire crystal stones were precious treasures that could be used for both artifact, refining, and alchemy. Unfortunately, Fire crystal stones could only be obtained by cultivators on Shadowed Star when Lu Yen Sandfield opened. With such a large group of fire spirit beasts in front of him, if he could kill them all, the harvest would definitely not be small. Feeling excited, the old man urged his Blue Eyes Blood Toad to engage in a fierce battle with these fire spirit beasts. Soon, the old man discovered that something was wrong. No matter how many fire spirit beasts he killed, he couldn't find a single fire crystal stone. These fire spirit beasts didn't have fire crystal stones in their bodies at all. Instead, there seemed to be an endless stream of them, especially the few leading fire spirit beasts whose strength was equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast, which had already caused many casualties to his disciples. The old man flew into a rage and immediately used his secret technique to scatter the fire spirit beasts. But soon these fire spirit beasts, whose strength was equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast, appeared out of nowhere, as if they were immortal. This situation occurred several times in a row, causing the old man to become anxious while muttering to himself. Chapter 1398. In a completely opposite direction from the group from Myriad Beast Mountain, a group of people from Demon Blood Temple were walking cautiously through a jungle. The leader of this group, a man wrapped in a blood-red light, wore an extremely vigilant expression. Although he did not find anything strange here under the investigation of his divine sense, he still had a faint sense of foreboding, as if there was some great danger around him. This place should be considered the right side of Dragon Cave Mountain, and was not too far from its center. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not very big, just a tiny piece of land. Suddenly, a few screams rang out in the distance along with the rumbling sounds of battle. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from the distance. The faces of the people from Demon Blood Temple, who were following behind him, changed slightly. One of the cultivators from the First Order Origin Returning Realm said with a gloomy face, "Brother Wu, the movement is coming from Myriad Beast Mountain. It seems that they have encountered something. This small mountain really can't be understood with common sense. Although there doesn't seem to be anything wrong here. Everyone should be careful not to fall into the enemy's traps or spirit arrays." The cultivator surnamed Wu turned his head and ordered lightly, "Yes." "Huh? What is this?" Suddenly, a disciple seemed to have discovered something strange and asked curiously, but before the cultivator surnamed Wu and the other Origin Returning Realm Masters could investigate, a scream of horror rang out. This scream came to an abrupt end, and with a puff, the smell of blood filled the air. Kacha, a creepy chewing sound rang out, and the cultivator surnamed Wu and the others turned around in shock to see, where the disciple had originally been standing, a strange blood-red, 10-meter-tall plant had appeared. At this moment, this plant had wrapped around a corpse and was constantly wriggling forward, as if it was a mouth that was tasting delicious food. The creepy chewing sound came from this plant. What was even more shocking, though, was that as this plant chewed, the corpse of the Demon Blood Temple disciple, who had died tragically, began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all his flesh and blood essence had been sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, this disciple had become a dried corpse after the strange plant absorbed the flesh and blood essence. It became even redder. Its entire body became even redder, and its sword-like leaves glowed with a blood-like red light, making people shudder in fear. Its seemingly very hard leaves actually danced like long whips in an instant, bouncing back several dozen meters. They directly wrapped around another Demon Blood Temple disciple who was standing in place stupidly. The disciple's reaction was not slow. As Yang Kai screamed in panic, he hurriedly summoned a dark gold shield-like artifact and placed it in front of him. Although this artifact wasn't very high grade, it was still quite powerful. Although this was not a high-level artifact, it was still a defensive artifact. With the shield in front of him, The demon blood temple cultivator couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to retreat, his eyes suddenly bulged as he stared at the shield in front of him in disbelief. Asterisk, Kacha, the seemingly incomparably sturdy shield, simply couldn't resist all of the power of the long leaf and was directly split in half. As the light dimmed, the long leaf's momentum didn't diminish. Like a blade or a sword, it ruthlessly stabbed into the cultivator's lower abdomen, penetrating his body, wrapping him up and quickly dragging him back. "You dare," the cultivator surnamed Wu roared. How could he just stand by and watch his disciple suffer such a cruel fate? The only reason he was unable to react just now was because the scene in front of him was too incredible. He had never seen such a ferocious and strange plant before. Saying so, he flicked his right hand and sent out a sword-light attack towards the retreating long leaf. As the two energies collided, sparks flew, and the sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. The long leaf only trembled slightly, and its speed was slightly reduced. It was not directly cut in half as expected. It's actually so hard. The cultivator surnamed Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had casually sent out that attack just now, he was still a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, yet he was unable to do anything to this long leaf. No one would believe him if he told them. A fierce light flashed across the cultivator surnamed Wu's eyes as he flicked his finger and shot out a jet-black thread. This black thread gave off a strange aura, and a faint black chi swirled around it. Demon blood thread's secret technique. Compared to the secret technique Yang Kai cultivated, this was the true demon blood thread's secret technique, a technique that almost all the elders of Demon Blood Temple were proficient in. It had a myriad of transformations, making it impossible to guard against, and it also had the magical effect of breaking sure. The black thread flashed, and the long leaf that was dragging the Demon Blood Temple disciple back could not resist the attack of this demon blood thread, and with a light crack, it was cut in half. One section continued to retract, while the other section that was wrapping the Demon Blood Temple disciple fell to the ground. What caused everyone's scalp to tingle was that this long leaf began to bleed red blood. Even though it had been cut in half, it continued to squirm and struggle on the ground, as if it was alive. The Demon Blood Temple disciple who was wrapped in this long leaf did not manage to escape this fate, even though the cultivator surnamed Wu acted in time and saved him. By the time everyone tried to tear this long leaf apart, they found that all the blood in this disciple's body had been sucked dry. What the hell is this thing? The cultivator surnamed Wu's face went pale as he turned his head to stare at the strange plant, a look of dread filling his face. This was just one stalk. What if there were 10, 100? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If such a thing really happened, everyone here today would most likely die. Where did Dragon Cave Mountain find such a thing? Was it not worried about accidentally harming its own people by planting it here? Just as his brow furrowed and his expression turned ugly, another first-order origin-returning realm cultivator suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Brother Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What? That damned thing keeps slapping the ground. It seems what?" The cultivator surnamed Wu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. Before he could finish speaking, a series of rustling sounds suddenly came from the ground around him, and then cracks appeared one after another. Then one after another, things that looked like the strange plant in front of him sprouted out of the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These strange things varied in height. Some were 2 to 3 meters tall and looked extremely terrifying, while others were less than half a meter in height. They were obviously new, but no matter which one it was, they were all red in color, as if they had been drenched in blood. What made people's scalps go numb was that after these things appeared, the sword-like leaves swayed slightly, as if the nose of a hunting dog was sniffing the scent of its prey. The cultivator surnamed Wu instantly began sweating profusely. All the demon blood temple disciples were also stunned in place, none of them daring to move. Just now, everyone had witnessed the terrifying power of these strange plants with their own eyes. Their two brothers didn't even have a chance to fight back before dying tragically on the spot. Now, with so many of them suddenly appearing from the ground and surrounding them, who would dare act rashly and commit suicide? However, just because they didn't move didn't mean these strange plants were the same. After swaying slightly for a moment, the leaves of various lengths suddenly shot out in all directions like arrows, each of them accurately locking onto a demon blood temple disciple. Dodge! The man surnamed Wu shouted as he pushed his Saint Chi to the brim and slashed out with the demon blood thread in his hand, directly cutting a leaf in half. At the same time, his figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood, dodging to the side. However, not everyone had the same strength as him. The Saint King Realm Cultivator was extremely unlucky. In just the first wave of attacks, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm Cultivator died, tragically on the spot, their blood spilling out onto the ground, but disappearing after a short while, as if even the spilled blood was absorbed by these strange plants. After absorbing this blood, these strange plants became more and more violent, their leaves dancing wildly, directly turning the surrounding 1,000-meter area into a bloody killing field, accompanied by a series of screams. One cultivator after another fell, dying on the spot. The cultivator, surnamed Wu, was both shocked and angry, but at the same time, he felt helpless. Although he wasn't afraid of these leaves, wanting to save so many people with his own strength was a bit of a fantasy. Above Dragon Cave Mountain, somewhere in the void, Yang Kai and Yang Yen stood quietly, overlooking the overall situation. The reason why the two of them were able to stand here safely without being discovered by anyone was thanks to Yang Yan's cloak-like artifact. This artifact had a miraculous effect when used to conceal one's body. Of course, it wasn't necessarily able to hide from the detection of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but in the vicinity of Dragon Cave Mountain, the closest third-order origin returning realm cultivator was 50 kilometers away, so no matter how powerful their divine senses were, they wouldn't be able to see through their disguises. The blood-sword grass has actually grown to such a scale. Yang Kai was surprised. The strange crimson plant that the Demon Blood Temple group encountered was clearly the blood-sword grass he had brought back from Lu Yan's desert. At that time, he had only obtained a single seed, and after planting it, he had even dripped a drop of golden blood on it. Since then, Yang Kai had not paid any attention to it, but now this blood-sword grass had given him a pleasant surprise. This thing has a very strong growth potential. As long as there is enough blood and food, it can grow indefinitely. It has even caused a lot of trouble for Shadowed Star in the past. Yen explained faintly, but a trace of suspicion flashed across her beautiful eyes. But it shouldn't have grown so quickly. We haven't provided much blood and food to it these past few years, which is quite strange. Yang Kai sniffed and secretly guessed that this was related to the drop of golden blood he had dripped, but he didn't point it out and instead asked curiously, "But isn't there only one blood-sword grass? How come there are so many now?" Its vitality is tenacious. As long as there is a single mother plant, it can split into countless child plants. What's so strange about this? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly before glancing over at the myriad Beast Mountain group on the other side, who were still engaged in a fierce battle with the Fire Spirit Beast, and grinned. "Regroup, it's time to beat the dog." Chapter 1399. Yang Yen had been waiting for him to say this, and immediately took out a spirit array from her space ring without hesitation. This spirit array was similar to the one Wu he was using, gold and silver in color, but slightly smaller in size. Although it was small, it had no problem controlling Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, pouring a few strands of Saint Chi into it. A humming sound immediately rang out from the spirit array, and immediately after, the gold and silver colors converged towards its center and soon merged into one. At the same time, Dragon Cave Mountain, which was originally clear at a glance, was once again obscured by clouds as the mountain defending array flickered once more and enveloped the entire mountain. I'll go back first. Wu Yi isn't very proficient in controlling the spirit array, Yang Yan said. Yang Kai gently nodded. Yang Yan immediately rushed down. As soon as she left, Yang Kai's figure was instantly exposed, a scene that shocked all the masters who were staring at this place. Yang Kai swept his eyes around coldly. Although he could not see anyone, he knew that Dragon Cave Mountain had attracted the attention of too many masters at this moment. Most of these people were just here to watch the fun, while only a few had anything to do with Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged. Sneering meaningfully, Yang Kai's figure flickered and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. This little brat, he opened the mountain defending array again. Does he want to wipe out all those people in one fell swoop? Inside Heavenly Fate City, Fei Ji too looked confused. Qian Tong was also confused. His appetite isn't that big, is it? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to explain the scene in front of them. On the other side, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng also had doubts, but they had confidence in their subordinates, so there was nothing for them to worry about. On the other hand, Feng Yan, who had been supporting Old Woman Feng, had a strange look on her face as she stared towards Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest. She wanted to know what the final result of this battle would be. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Over on Colored Glass Sec's side, a beautiful young woman in palace robes slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment flashing across her eyes. Originally, when she saw Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit rays, she had a whole new level of respect for them. But after gaining a small advantage, Dragon Cave Mountain became so arrogant that they even opened their mountain defending array again in an attempt to wipe out all of them. It was truly disappointing. Opening the formation without an absolute advantage was not like catching a turtle in a jar, but cutting off one's own path of survival. Behind the young woman stood two women. One of them had a look of joy and schadenfreude on her face, while the other had a worried look on her face. Her pretty face was pale. These two women were about the same age and had similar figures, but their appearances were worlds apart. One was enchanting and charming while the other was extremely ugly. These two were Colored Glass Sec's In Su Dai and Dai Yuan. The young woman who had spoken earlier was the daughter of Colored Glass Sec's sect master, Gong Ao Fu, and In Su Dai's master. Honored master, what do you think of Dragon Cave Mountain's fate this time? Although In Su Dai was asking her honored master for advice, her beautiful eyes were actually looking towards Dai Yuan. She had once suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so naturally she hated him to the bone. Now that she saw Dragon Cave Mountain's fate, she was naturally overjoyed, especially when she saw Dai Yuan worry about Dragon Cave Mountain. Why bother asking me about such an obvious thing? Gong Ao Fu coldly snorted. Honored master means that Dragon Cave Mountain won't be able to overcome this obstacle. In Su Dai giggled. From the very beginning, the decision of those involved in Dragon Cave Mountain was wrong. Gong Ao Fu slowly shook her head, not answering directly. With the strength of such a small mountain, trying to compete with behemoths like Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple is clearly the same as striking a stone with an egg. Even if this small mountain has many spirit arrays, and they are lucky enough to win, so what? Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng are still here. Will they just stand by and watch Dragon Cave Mountain strut around? If they take action, won't they have no choice but to submit in the end? So that's how it is. In Su Dai showed a look of enlightenment as she glanced over at Dai Yuan proudly, but the latter simply bit her red lip and remained silent. With a chuckle, In Su Dai continued. Honored master means that if Dragon Cave Mountain knows what's good for them, they shouldn't provoke Myriad Beast Mountain, and Demon Blood Temple, Gong Ao Fu neither admitted nor denied this, simply saying leisurely, "This is the way of the world. Whoever's fist is bigger can speak, but honored master, if Senior Jean Sure and Senior Foam really take action, Shadow Moon Hall will not sit idly by, and Elder Qian Tong will definitely not stand idly by." Dai Yuan suddenly interjected with a serious expression. "Shadow Moon Hall?" Gong Ao Fu glanced over at Dai Yuan faintly and chuckled. "Even so, what of it? With Jean Sure and Old Woman Fangs means if they want to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, it would only take a few breaths of time. Even if Qian Tong takes action, who could possibly stop them? By the time they die, do you think Shadow Moon Hall will become enemies with Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple over a group of dead people?" Dai Yuan heard this, and her tender body trembled. Gong Ao Fu frowned and looked at her suspiciously. "Yuan, are you feeling unwell?" Before Dai Yuan could answer, though, In Su Dai chuckled and said, "Honored master, Senior Sister is just worried about Dragon Cave Mountain. There is no reason for her to feel unwell. Why are you worried about Dragon Cave Mountain?" Gong Ao Fu looked at Dai Yuan puzzledly and asked, "You know the people there?" "Honored master, have you forgotten? Didn't two people come to the sect to visit Senior Sister a while ago?" "Naturally, I remember that. The ones who came were a man and a woman, right? Could it be that the man and woman are—" Gong Ao Fu suddenly realized something, as if she had thought of something, and "the man is called Yang Kai, and the woman is called Yang Inflammation. They are the people in charge of Dragon Cave Mountain, and seem to have a very good relationship with Senior Sister," In Su Dai replied with a smile. Gong Ao Fu frowned as she turned to Dai Yuan and asked, "Yuan, is that true?" "Yes." Dai Yuan nodded heavily. "Oh, no wonder you look so worried, but even if you are worried, you must remember not to draw fire to yourself. This time, if Dragon Cave Mountain were to lose, it would be fine, but if it were to win, it would not be so easy to resolve. When the time comes, it may involve several great forces. So my colored glass sect must not wade in these muddy waters. But, honored master, Junior Brother Yang saved my life," Dai Yuan said anxiously. "So what?" Gong Ao Fu glared at her. "Just look at his style of conduct, and you can tell he is a brainless person who only knows how to brag. It is best not to make friends with such a person, otherwise sooner or later you will suffer a loss." Su Dai. "Yes, honored master." In Su Dai responded quickly, "Your Senior Sister is in a bad mood, so accompany her properly and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid." "Yes." In Su Dai raised her eyes and looked at Dai Yuan with a smile on her face, looking harmless to humans and animals, but in her heart she was overjoyed. Honored master's meaning was very clear. She was to monitor her Senior Sister and not let her go to Dragon Cave Mountain to participate in this matter. Seeing Dai Yuan's anxious yet helpless expression, In Su Dai felt happier than if she had just picked up a few million Saint Crystals. Although her cultivation had now reached the First Order Origin Returning Realm, which was higher than Dai Yuan's because of the secret art Dai Yuan cultivated, she was an indispensable talent in the sect. So In Su Dai still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She dreamed that one day she would be able to squeeze Dai Yuan out of Colored Glass sect and enjoy her honored master's favor alone. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Ning Xiangchen stared blankly at the enemy in front of him, who had the same cultivation as him, as if he was in a dream. The enemy in front of him had no vitality at this moment, and there were no additional wounds on his body, only a finger-sized hole in his chest from which bright red blood was leaking out. Needless to say, this enemy was killed by him. However, the ease with which he had accomplished this feat was simply unbelievable to Ning Xiangchen. If it weren't for his own cultivation, he would have thought he had already broken through to the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. When he encountered this enemy just now, Ning Xiangchen had only summoned his short sword artifact and fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time. Originally, he wanted to reveal a weakness so he could release the killing blow he had been preparing for a long time. But how could he have anticipated that his enemy would be unable to resist his short sword artifact and be directly pierced through and killed on the spot? Is this really an Origin returning realm master? Why did it feel like it was no different from pinching a Saint King to death? Moreover, this was already the second Origin returning realm master Ning Xiangchen had killed. In the past, when he encountered opponents of the same cultivation level, when did he not fight until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark? When did the battle last for less than 2 hours? Ning Xiangchen remembered that the longest they had ever fought was 14 or 15 hours. In the end, both of them were exhausted of their Saint Chi, so they agreed to fight again another day before stopping. But now, he had killed 2 opponents in the same realm in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. His enemy's eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something unbelievable before they died. Although Ning Xiangchen didn't quite understand what was wrong with his enemy and why they were acting so abnormally, he knew that there was definitely some kind of profound mystery hidden here that allowed him to kill them so easily. This hidden mystery should have something to do with the spirit array. After encountering 2 Origin returning realm masters in a row, Ning Xiangchen was able to tell that these 2 Origin realm masters had their hands and feet tied while fighting him. The Saint Chi in their bodies was not flowing smoothly, as if it was being suppressed by some invisible force. What's more, these 2 Origin realm masters would often cry out inexplicably, as if they were witnessing something terrifying. Occasionally, these 2 Origin realm masters would launch attacks towards empty space. Ning Xiangchen had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a ridiculous scene, causing his evaluation of Dragon Cave Mountain to rise to another level. A spirit array that could cause an Origin returning realm master to repeatedly make mistakes in battle and even suppress the enemy's cultivation without hindering his own was not something an ordinary array master could arrange. Recalling the unfathomable smiles on Chang Chi and Hao En's faces, Ning Xiangchen suddenly understood why they were so calm in the face of such a powerful enemy. Perhaps he had really made an extremely wise decision this time. Thinking so, Ning Xiangchen stretched out his hand and called back his short sword before continuing to walk forward, his expression indifferent, no longer showing any of his previous uneasiness or anxiety. He didn't need to figure out how mysterious this spirit array was. All he knew was that there would always be enemies who would just happen to appear in front of him, allowing him to slaughter them. Chapter 1400. Chang Chi and Hao En's situation was almost exactly the same as Ning Xiangchen's, but the 2 of them had long known about the exquisiteness and terror of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, so they had each chosen a position to wait. From time to time, some enemies would inexplicably appear in front of them and be killed by them. Yang Inflammation had returned to Dragon Cave Mountain to preside over the spirit array, using the power of the spirit array to split up the enemies and lead them one by one to Chang Chi and Hao En, who were waiting for them. As such, Chang Chi and Hao En's expressions were much more relaxed than Ning Xiangchen's. Needless to say, the Saint King's cultivations weren't high enough, and after falling into the spirit array, the circulation of their Saint Chi was suppressed, so they couldn't last more than 3 breaths of time against Chang Chi and Hao En. Even first-order Origin returning realm cultivators in the same realm couldn't do anything but struggle. As time passed, one enemy after another fell at the feet of these 2. The number of cultivators from the Xie family, Sea Heart sect, and Flowing Cloud Valley was rapidly dwindling, causing everyone to feel uneasy. From time to time, screams would ring out in their ears, making this place seem like an Azura's domain, causing them to tremble with fear. They all wished they had never come here in the first place, secretly making up their minds that if they could escape this time, they would never return to Dragon Cave Mountain again. Xie Li didn't encounter any danger, but he had led several Saint Kings into an illusion array and couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried, causing him to become as anxious as ants on a hot walk but unable to do anything. The spirit array arranged by Yang Inflammation was not within the territory of any cultivator on Shadowed Star, so it was naturally a piece of cake to trap them. On the left side of Dragon Cave Mountain, the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain was leading his many disciples. After a long struggle, they finally broke out of the encirclement of countless fire spirit beasts and reached the belly of Dragon Cave Mountain, looking at the exquisite buildings and large open spaces not far away. The survivors of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were so excited that their bodies trembled. Mustering all their strength, they rushed over. After a short while, everyone finally arrived at a safe place, and they looked back with lingering fear in their hearts. They noticed that the inexhaustible fire spirit beasts didn't pursue them after leaving a certain range, and they all dissipated, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The old man rode on the blue-eyed blood toad. His long and narrow eyes swept the surroundings, and when he discovered that only 7 or 8 people had escaped the calamity and were following closely by his side, his heart couldn't help but turn cold. Previously, there were as many as 30 to 40 people by his side, but now there were only so few left. Even these 7 or 8 people were all injured. Only 2 of them were first-order origin returning realm cultivators, while the rest were all Saint Kings. What kind of existence was this Dragon Cave Mountain? He had only passed 1 trial. He had already lost so many people. What kind of danger was waiting for him next? With this thought in mind, the old man's heart thumped, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. However, it was impossible for them to go back the way they came. At that time, they would inevitably fall into the fire spirit beast's encirclement. The only thing they could do now was to capture the ringleader. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked towards the cave, where he had sensed the aura of many cultivator. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. But after a quick glance, a look of shock and anger appeared on the old man's face, because not far in front of him, a stalwart young man was standing there with a sarcastic smile on his face as he stared at them coldly. Whether the other party had been there all along or had suddenly appeared, the old man had no idea, but he naturally recognized this person. It was none other than the master of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was the Yonkai who had bought the profound gold at the auction. This young man was no different from the description in the intelligence report, just a trivial third-order Saint King. What made the old man even more overjoyed was that the other party was only 1 person, yet he was blatantly blocking their path, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. One had to know that even though they had suffered heavy losses, they still had 3 origin-returning realm masters and 4 or 5 Saint Kings left. Not to mention, he was a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, so capturing him shouldn't be a problem. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the other party was plotting something. Considering all this, the old man shouted angrily, "Little brat, you dare make an enemy of my Myriad Beast Mountain? Today, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Shameless boasting. Yang Kai laughed gloomily. "Now that you've entered my Dragon Cave Mountain, whether you live or die is no longer up to you." Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything more to the other party, simply shouting softly, "Yang Inflammation." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The original exquisite pavilions disappeared in a series of distortions and changes, and were replaced by a boundless green grassland. An illusion array? The old man's complexion changed slightly, never having expected that Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array would actually be arranged in such a place. Logically speaking, the headquarters of a great force would be surrounded by spirit arrays on the periphery, and the innermost layer of the spirit array would be even more powerful. But places like the central open space generally had no such spirit arrays. After all, the cultivator who lived here needed space to move around. So what if one of their disciples accidentally triggered one of these spirit arrays? It was for this reason that the old man and the others had rushed over happily when they saw this open space just now. How could they have known that this supposedly safe haven would actually have a spirit array? Dragon Cave Mountain was just a small mountain, so it didn't make sense for it to have so many spirit arrays and spirit arrays. It was as if a great enemy would attack at any moment. Did they already know this day would come? How could the old man understand Yang Inflammation's thoughts? The reason why Dragon Cave Mountain had so many spirit arrays and spirit arrays was because Yang Kai wanted to awaken the knowledge of spirit arrays, an artifact refining hidden in his mind. Only by constantly arranging spirit arrays would Yang Yen be able to learn more about these spirit arrays. In short, Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays couldn't be understood by common sense. After falling into the illusion array, the old man didn't panic because his strength wasn't weak. Instead, he just grinned wildly, trying to kill this old master with a trivial illusion array. You're looking down on me too much. I never said I would use an illusion array to kill you. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Then what do you want to do? If you have any means, don't hold back. The old man smiled proudly. Today, this old master will show you the gap between you and me. Good. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and after saying so, his figure quickly faded and disappeared from the old man's field of vision. Want to run? The old man flew into a rage, and with a wave of his divine sense, he sent out a scarlet beam of light towards Yang Kai. However, his actions were too slow, and Yang Kai's figure dissipated, followed by the scarlet beam of light. The old man's face became gloomy to the extreme. Yang Kai really managed to escape. This illusion array is not simple. How the other party managed to escape from his field of vision and divine sense was something the old man had no clue about, but what was the other party trying to do? Suddenly, a thought flashed across the old man's mind, and he turned his head to look around, his face instantly going pale. The 2 Origin returning realm masters and 4 or 5 Saint Kings who were originally with him had all disappeared at this moment, as if he was the only one trapped by this illusion array. Thinking about what Yang Kai had just said, the old man immediately understood what he was trying to do. Feeling both shocked and angry, the old man let out a hysterical roar as he took out a one-handed axe, poured his Saint Chi into it, and chopped towards the void in an attempt to break free from this illusion. He had never dabbled in spirit arrays before, so naturally he did not know how to break this illusion array, so he could only use the most crude method possible. The grade of this one-handed axe artifact was definitely not low, most likely an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Although Shadowed Star's artifact refiners were unable to refine such artifacts, they could still be obtained from ancient ruins, so even if they were rare, they were not impossible to find. After pouring his Saint Chi into the axe, a giant pitch-black beam of light several dozen meters in length shot out from it and slammed into the void, creating a loud humming sound. However, such an attack was obviously not enough to break this illusion array, not to mention that this spirit array was being operated by Yang Yen. After 3 or 5 slashes, the old man consumed a lot of his Saint Chi, but failed to accomplish anything. The old man's face became gloomy as he stopped what he was doing and waited vigilantly. He believed that this enemy would appear again. Sure enough, after about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a faint phantom suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Immediately, this phantom gradually solidified, and Yang Kai's figure was revealed. The old man's gaze instantly landed on the young man's face and clothes. There were many fresh bloodstains on the young man's face, which seemed to have been splattered on. There was also a faint demonic chi in the blood. As a cultivator from Myriad Beast Mountain, the old man was naturally familiar with this aura. This was the smell of the monster beast's blood. Only a cultivator from Myriad Beast Mountain would have a monster beast by his side. What did you do to my disciples? The old man stared at Yang Kai with an ugly expression and asked in a deep voice, "Why ask when you already know the answer? Since I've returned, what do you think happened to them?" Yang Kai sneered. It was just 2 first-order origin returning realm cultivators and 4 or 5 Saint Kings. In Dragon Cave Mountains territory, Yang Kai could easily deal with them. After all, when he was just a second-order Saint King, Yang Kai was able to kill a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and now that he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array, he was in a perfect position. If something unexpected happened, all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. Although he had some faint speculations in his heart, after Yang Kai admitted it personally, the old man grit his teeth and nodded. "Good, good. Since you dared to slaughter my disciples, my myriad beast mountain will not rest until you are dead." Having said so, the old man's face calmed down. Seeing this, Yang Kai was surprised. He had not expected that this old man would be able to calm his anger at this point. It seemed that his temperament was quite good, and he was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Raising his vigilance, Yang Kai maintained an extremely arrogant expression on his face. "What happens to Myriad Beast Mountain in the future is none of your business. But, old man, there will be no future for you, because you will die here today." Chapter 14:01. Hearing Yang Kai's arrogant words, the old man laughed loudly. "Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When this old master ruled the world, you were probably still sucking on your mother's milk, yet you dare boast so shamelessly. Fine. Let this old master teach you how to speak to your elders." As soon as these words fell, a scarlet light shot out from the front. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instinctively sensed danger approaching, but he clearly didn't see any signs of the old man taking action, so he didn't know where this attack had come from. Feeling suspicious, Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate, hurriedly taking out the purple shield and placing it in front of his chest. Hong, a loud sound rang out as a powerful force hit him head-on. Kai Yang couldn't help but stagger back a few steps as the blood in his chest churned. Although he wasn't injured, he was still very wary of this strange attack. This was because the force behind this attack was too great. If it was someone with a slightly weaker physique, even if they had the protection of the purple shield, they would still have suffered quite a bit of damage. When the old man saw the purple shield, his eyes couldn't help flashing a fiery light as he exclaimed, "An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact." Yang Kai's eyesight was quite good, and he immediately saw through the extraordinariness of this purple shield. Originally, when this purple shield was first refined, it was only origin-grade low rank, but after being refined by Yang Yan several times and supplemented with various materials, it had become origin-grade high rank. This grade of artifact was a rare commodity on Shadowed Star. The old man's status in Myriad Beast Mountain wasn't low, and his cultivation was at least a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but the highest grade of artifact he currently possessed was only origin-grade mid-rank, and that was something he had obtained by chance in an ancient ruin. Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, had actually taken out an origin-grade high-rank artifact, and one that was a defensive type at that, causing the old man to feel both jealous and greedy. If he could kill this little brat this time, this artifact would belong to him. Elder Jean sure only wanted the profound gold, not this little brat's belongings. Moreover, the other party had taken out such a high-grade artifact, so who knew if he had something even better? Considering all this, the old man's blood boiled, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. With a thought, he sent another scarlet light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dodge this time either. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he really wanted to know where the other party's attack was coming from. His divine sense was pushed to the limit as he stared at the attack without blinking. A moment later, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. This was because he discovered that the scarlet-red light attack wasn't the technique of the old man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain, but the tongue of the blue-eyed blood toad he was riding. No wonder this attack had such great strength. This blue-eyed blood toad was a ninth-order monster beast, and its tongue was one of the most resilient parts of its body, so it was understandable that it was able to repel him. Just as Yong Kai saw through this, the scarlet tongue smashed into the purple shield again, but this time Yong Kai was prepared and simply swayed slightly to offset this great force. Just as he was about to counterattack, though, he saw a smug smile appear on the old man's face as he stretched out his hand and patted the blue-eyed blood toad beneath him, pouring his Saint Chi into its body as he shouted, "Come here!" At the same time, Yong Kai felt a huge suction force coming from the purple shield in his hand and dragging him forward. Taking a closer look, Yong Kai's brow twitched as he discovered that the blue-eyes blood toad's long scarlet tongue actually had countless tiny suction cups. It was using these suction cups that its tongue was able to hold onto the purple shield and drag it back towards itself. "This old dog wants to snatch my artifact." Yong Kai instantly understood the other party's intentions and sneered, condensing a ball of black, demonic flame in his hand. This demonic flame gave off a violent heat as it reached out to grab the scarlet tongue. "Little brat, you court death." Seeing this scene, the old man not only didn't become angry, but instead was overjoyed. The blue-eyed blood toad he had raised not only had thick skin and was extremely resistant to beatings, but its entire body also contained a potent poison, not to mention its tongue. A trivial Saint King realm cultivator actually wanted to grab the blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue with his bare hands. This brat was simply courting death. Asterisk ci la. Asterisk a strange sound rang out as a burnt smell filled the air. The blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue was caught by Yong Kai, and his demonic flame wrapped around half of it. The blue-eyed blood toad's eyes flashed a pained look as its cheeks bulged, and it made a gurgling sound. How is this possible? The old man's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that his monster beast would suffer such a big loss in this confrontation, while the other party was completely fine. Seeing the black flame follow the tongue and burn towards him like a prairie fire, the old man finally realized that something was wrong. The other party's black flame seemed to be quite extraordinary. Not only was it impervious to poison, but it was also extremely difficult to deal with. Immediately, the old man issued a command to his monster beast, and the blue-eyed blood toad immediately released the purple shield it was holding while retracting its scarlet tongue. In the blink of an eye, the long poisonous tongue disappeared, and the blue-eyed blood toad's cheeks bulged a few times before it opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "You dare hurt my monster beast." The old man's eyes went bloodshot. He had thought this would be a good show of killing and robbing, but it turned out to be a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. After swallowing the black flame into its stomach, his monster beast had obviously been injured. In a fit of anger, the old man pointed his finger, and the lumps on the blue-eyed blood toad's body suddenly burst open, releasing a burst of colorful and unpleasant poisonous liquid. This poisonous liquid twisted slightly midair before transforming into small arrows that shot towards Yong Kai. Yong Kai's expression became dignified. Even though he had not personally experienced this poisonous liquid, he knew that it was not easy to come into contact with it. His expression becoming cold, he casually summoned a small furnace, an Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. As soon as the artifact refining furnace appeared, it exuded a monstrous heat and rotated rapidly, expanding into a 10-meter-tall furnace in an instant. Accompanied by the cry of a bird, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out of it in an elegant manner and opened its mouth to spit out a fiery red light to meet the countless poisonous arrows. When the fiery red light and the poisonous liquid came into contact with each other, a sizzling sound rang out incessantly, seemingly evenly matched. The old man's complexion changed again, as he stared at the Firebird artifact spirit with greed and fear, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Yong-kai remained calm and composed, a faint smile appearing on his face. The artifact spirit's strength was much stronger than before, so it should have no problem dealing with a ninth-order monster beast. Suddenly, an astonishing attack filled with murderous intent flew towards Yong-kai from the front. Seeing that his monster beast was entangled and unable to escape, the old man had taken the initiative to attack Yong-kai, the one-handed axe in his hand pulsing with murderous intent as he casually swung it, sending out a black streak of light. Facing the power of his opponent's artifact, Yong-kai naturally did not dare to act carelessly. Although the flow of his Saint Chi would be suppressed in this place, his opponent was still a second-order origin returning realm master. This was the first time Yong-kai had faced such an enemy head-on. Flicking his 10 fingers, demonic flames flew out one after another, and under the control of Yong-kai's divine sense, these demonic flames flickered slightly before transforming into the shape of birds that flew towards the incoming wave of murderous intent. Yuan control technique. The old man's eyelids twitched fiercely. He had actually seen such an ingenious Yuan control technique from a third-order Saint King cultivator. Even he himself was unable to control his Saint Chi to such an extent, let alone a Saint King. But the reality was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. The birds transformed from his demonic flames collided with the murderous intent in an instant, and after a series of rumbling sounds, both sides dissipated. So, what if you're proficient in Yuan control technique? In front of this old master, you can only wait to be slaughtered, boy. The old man's face turned gloomy as he roared, sending out an invisible force with him as the center, directly enveloping Yong-kai. A stagnant feeling spread out, making it difficult for this old man to even move his fingers. Moreover, this was the sure of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, which was much stronger than that of a first-order cultivator. Even so, the old man was not satisfied. After suppressing Yong-kai with his sure, he threw the one-handed axe in his hand forward and poured his Saint Chi into it while shouting, "Go." After the one-handed axe absorbed the old man's Saint Chi, it suddenly released even more demonic chi and transformed into a giant black python several dozen meters long. The giant python shook its head and swung its tail fiercely, opening its mouth wide as it flew towards Yong-kai, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. The old man grinned ferociously. As a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, he actually had to use his full strength to deal with a mere third-order Saint King, a fact that annoyed him greatly, but compared to the wealth this little brat possessed, this time's effort was worth it. With a look of confidence on his face, the old man was ready to watch Yong-kai's body shatter. Several golden lights suddenly flickered, filling the entire sky. Under the cutting of these golden lights, the old man felt as if countless pebbles had been thrown into the calm surface of a lake. Very soon his aura became chaotic, and he was no longer able to suppress his opponent in the slightest. This little brat can even break the sure of an origin-returning realm master. On top of that, these golden lights looked vaguely familiar, but the old man couldn't remember where he had seen them before. This old man couldn't be blamed for his ignorance, though, as Yong-kai's golden blood thread was very different from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread. Although they both originated from the same source, Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads didn't have Yong-kai's unique advantages. When Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads, they either used shortcuts to enhance their vitality or directly absorbed the vitality essence of their enemies. As a result, although this method could also enhance the power of demon blood threads, it was somewhat impure and gave off a gloomy feeling. However, Yong-kai's golden blood thread was condensed from the golden blood in his body and was incomparably pure, far more orthodox than demon blood threads. If the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple was here, he may be able to see some clues, but the old man didn't have such good eyesight. Chapter 1402. With his sure broken, Yong Kai instantly broke free from the invisible quagmire and poured his Saint Chi into the purple shield in his hand before throwing it forward. The purple shield immediately burst open and transformed into a yellow sandstorm covering the sky, and the pitch-black python formed from the old man's one-handed axe artifact. Indistinctly, the hissing sound of a giant python could be heard from the inside. The giant python's huge body was moving left and right, but it was not easy for it to escape. After all, the grade of the purple shield was higher than that of the one-handed axe. The power of the sandstorm inside was mainly used for defense, so it was not difficult for it to trap the pitch-black giant python. Artifacts did not fight on their own, so the entanglement between the purple shield and the one-handed axe was completely a divine sense confrontation between Yong Kai and the old man, a contest between the strength of their divine senses and the exquisiteness of their artifacts. The old man's complexion changed drastically because after this exchange, he suddenly discovered that not only was Yong Kai's heritage not inferior to his own, but even the strength of his spiritual energy was incredibly powerful, far surpassing that of any other cultivator in the same realm. "Who the hell are you?" the old man exclaimed. He couldn't believe that a little brat who didn't belong to any sect could possess such great strength. Forget about the elite Saint Kings of Myriad Beast Mountain. Even heaven-battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect couldn't cultivate such a powerful cultivator. On Shadowed Star, there was only one place that could cultivate such a heaven-defying cultivator, and that was Star Emperor Mountain. Could this little brat have come down from Star Emperor Mountain for life experience? Recalling all the information he had gathered about Yong Kai, the old man's heart thumped heavily. If not for this, how could he have so many methods to restrain the old man at every turn? "You talk too much nonsense." Yong Kai had no intention of answering him. Just now, he had been forced into a passive defensive situation, not because he lacked strength, but because this was the first time he had fought against a cultivator of this level. Even if he had the advantage of time and place, he didn't dare act rashly, so he wanted to test his opponent's strength. Now that the result had been decided, he naturally had to take the offensive. As soon as these words left his mouth, a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in Yong Kai's hand. This long sword was completely condensed from Saint Chi and was pitch black in color, as if it could swallow all the light in its surroundings. Raising the sword high, Yong Kai slashed out fiercely. A several dozen meter long sword, Chi pierced through the air like a rainbow as it flew towards the old man. Feeling the lethality contained in this sword wave, the old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged to the side. But before he could regain his footing, another sword wave swept towards him, as if the other party didn't care about wasting his Saint Chi at all. The old man's soul almost flew out of his body. This time, there was no way he could dodge, so he grit his teeth and took out a small square shield from his space ring. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto it, causing the small square shield to spin rapidly. As it spun, a very sturdy golden rune-like phantom emerged from it and blocked the old man's path. Every cultivator had at least one defensive artifact, and the old man was no exception. After all, there were some attacks he couldn't easily resist. This small square shield was the old man's defensive artifact, and although it was only Origin Grade low rank, it was still the masterpiece of the Origin Grade artifact refiner who worshipped Myriad Beast Mountain. The old man was usually reluctant to use it, treating it as a precious treasure. But now he had no choice but to take it out. Asterisk Hong, asterisk a loud bang rang out as the several dozen meter long sword wave slammed into the shield. The rune-like phantom flickered slightly, but it still managed to protect the old man's path. The old man's body shook, and he was forced back a few steps, but a look of joy appeared on his face because the sword wave had been completely blocked by his artifact, making him very satisfied with the strength of his defensive artifact. But in the next moment, the joy on his face stiffened and his eyes bulged. He saw streaks of sword light flying towards him one after another. Each streak was over 100 feet long, and each streak was as black as ink. Each streak was rolling with scorching black flames, and they almost occupied half of the sky. The old man's heart turned cold. Is this little brat sick? What kind of cultivator would squander his Saint Chi like this in the middle of a battle? Isn't he afraid he won't be able to continue fighting? No matter what realm a cultivator was, they would always carefully calculate every bit of their strength during a battle. After all, no one could guarantee that this battle would not be a protracted one. If the battle dragged on for too long, and their Saint Chi was exhausted, wouldn't they be at the mercy of their foes? Although the old man had not seen Yang Kai launch a desperate attack like this before, he had only seen a few of them. The few times he had seen such a situation, it was always when the enemy knew they had no hope of surviving and tried to drag him down with them. Unfortunately, in the end, no one had succeeded, and all of them had been killed by him. This little brat seems to want to fight me to the death. Is he crazy? All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed across the old man's mind. Having just suffered a blow, the old man's body had been greatly shaken, but at this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. All he could do was desperately pour his Saint Chi into the small shield in his hand and pray that it would be able to protect him. The golden figure shone brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. The next moment, rumbling sounds of collisions rang out as the old man's body was constantly pushed back by the powerful force. The sword Chi bombarded the shield, shattering it one after another, but they continued to surge forward in an endless stream. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk a crisp sound rang out, causing the old man's face to go pale instantly. Looking over, he discovered that the golden phantom in front of him had actually cracked open a small crack. This small crack quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a spider's web had appeared. No matter how strong one's defense was, it could not withstand endless attacks. Even Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array could not escape this iron law. So how could a trivial origin, grade low rank, small shield be able to withstand it? Not good. The old man exclaimed in his heart as he hurriedly threw the shield in his hand forward, while quickly dodging to the side. At this critical moment, he could only abandon this small shield that he regarded as a precious treasure. This small shield did not have the special power contained in Yang Kai's purple shield. With a bang, without the old man's Saint Chi pouring into it, the small shield, no matter how high grade it was nothing more than a dead object. After being swept by Yang Kai's sword waves, the small shield was instantly burned to ashes by his demonic flames. However, this brief moment of resistance allowed the old man to escape and retreat 300 meters away. Staring coldly at the place where the old man was standing, Yang Kai clenched his left hand and condensed a black spear into his hand. "Go," Yang Kai shouted, and the black spear trembled slightly before suddenly disappearing from its original position. When it reappeared, it was already above the old man's head and piercing towards him. The heaven-punishing spear of the 9 Heavens Divine Skills was one of the 9 Heavens Divine Skills that Yang Kai was now proficient in using, so its power was quite extraordinary. The old man had not yet recovered from the thrill just now, so now that he was in danger again, his heart filled with both shock and anger. Letting out a roar, he raised his hands and pushed them up fiercely, condensing a large amount of Saint Chi into a light curtain above his head that blocked the fatal blow of the heaven-punishing spear. But this was not the end of it. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared and slapped towards the old man's head, causing his eyelids to twitch fiercely. This palm print seemed to cover the heavens and earth, sealing off all escape routes, causing the old man to feel a sense of despair. Heaven-covering hand. a single hand that could cover the heavens. With a bang, the palm print slammed down, causing the earth to tremble violently as a several dozen meter mark appeared on the ground. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they would be able to see that this was actually a giant palm print. However, Yang Kai frowned as he turned his head and stared into the distance. Over there, the old man had been standing there for some time, his face pale as he coughed softly, his Saint Chi extremely unstable. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. He did not know what kind of secret technique this old man had used, but he had actually been able to escape from all of his attacks. It seemed that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator really could not be underestimated. Boy, do you really want to fight this old master to the bitter end? The old man stared at Yang Kai with resentment and fear as he asked coldly. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Even without the suppression of the spirit array here, the old man knew that he would not be able to kill Yang Kai. Perhaps the latter could even fight evenly with him. But now, under the suppression of this strange spirit array, the old man was unable to display even 70% of his strength, so he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. Besides the few times he had attacked at the beginning, the rest of his time had been spent dodging and defending. In particular, the scene just now caused the old man to break out in a cold sweat. If he had not decisively used a secret technique that greatly reduced his strength to escape, it was likely he would have been seriously injured by now. Suffering such a heavy blow in this place, it was easy to guess what kind of fate awaited him. However, that secret technique could not be used casually. After this battle, regardless of whether he won or lost, several years of recuperation would be unavoidable. The old man had already decided to retreat. Treasures could move one's heart, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. As for how to appease Elder Feng's anger, that was not something he needed to consider right now. If he continued to remain, he was likely to die here. Bitter end. After listening to the old man's words, a playful look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he said disdainfully, "You think you can do that?" The sarcasm and ridicule in his words were obvious. If it were any other time, the old man would not have let this matter go. He had never been mocked by a Saint King Realm cultivator before, but now, do you think this old master is already a fish on the chopping block? Boy, this old master admits that you are strong, but this old master is not so easy to kill. How about this matter end here? Let this old master leave, and this old master will never return to Dragon Cave Mountain again. How does that sound? Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Yang Kai grinned and said coldly, "So what if I treat you like a fish on the chopping block?" Chapter 1403. Little brat, where it's possible to make mistakes. If you really want to go all out against this old master, be careful your teeth don't break. The old man shouted fiercely. "Oh, then I'd like to see just how many of my teeth you can break with your body." Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he showed no intention of backing down. The enemy had already invaded his home, so how could Yang Kai compromise and let him leave safely? Yang Kai had already made up his mind to kill all those who had intruded into Dragon Cave Mountain. Kind people were bullied, kind horses were ridden, and it was time for Dragon Cave Mountain to show its fangs. Hearing Yang Kai's answer, the old man's eyes flashed a fierce light as he grit his teeth and asked, "Do you really want to act so ruthlessly?" Yang Kai didn't say anything, and instead raised the sword in his hand and sent out another sword wave, telling the old man his answer with his actions. "You forced me to do this." The old man's face suddenly became fierce as he stood in place, not even bothering to evade, seemingly not afraid of this sword wave at all. Yang Kai raised his brow, and his expression became dignified. He didn't think that this old man was seeking death. From the old man's words just now and his current expression, it was obvious he still had some kind of trump card he hadn't used yet. Since he dared to act so arrogantly, he must be confident he could block this blow. Thinking so, Yong Kai no longer hesitated, and with a flick of his finger, he sent out a space blade towards the old man. Yong Kai didn't intend to let the old man use his trump card, and was only prepared to use his space blade to end the battle. With the black sword wave in front, and the space blade behind, the old man didn't notice at all, but he still stood in place without moving, and instead took out a jade box from his space blade. Opening the jade box, Yong Kai saw a blood-red pill the size of a longan. The old man picked up this pill, threw it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it with a gudong sound. Yong Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the old man swallowed this pill, Yong Kai clearly saw a look of nostalgia and struggle appear in his eyes. At the same time, the pitch-black sword ray had already arrived 10 meters in front of him and was about to hit him. But right at this moment, a behemoth suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a loud bang and the earth trembling. This behemoth blocked the old man's path. Whoosh! The sword light bombarded the gigantic creature's body, emitting an ear-piercing sound, as well as a painful gurgling sound. Blue-eyed blood toad. At this critical moment, the old man actually summoned his blue-eyed blood toad back. Although this monster beast was at the 9th order, in terms of strength, it was not as strong as the Firebird artifact spirit. Its only advantage was its thick skin and thick flesh. In the short time it had been fighting with the Firebird artifact spirit, the blue-eyed blood toad's entire body was covered in wounds from head to toe. Large blisters had replaced the original lumps on its body, and a large amount of colorful venom was flowing out from its wounds, giving off a nauseating smell. Even so, the blue-eyed blood toad still hadn't died. If it had been any other 9th order monster beast, it would likely have died by now. The blue-eyed blood toad was already riddled with scars, but after being struck by Yong Kai's sword light, a long gash appeared on its body, one that was so deep that one could almost see its white bones. However, the old man didn't seem to care about this at all, as if this monster beast wasn't the one he had kept in captivity for many years. Stretching out his hand, he patted the blue-eyed blood toad's back and desperately poured his Saint Chi into it. Silently, the space blade that followed closely behind the sword light arrived, instantly creating a crescent-shaped gash on the blue-eyed blood toad's abdomen. Any target struck by this space blade would be banished to the void, so the wounds inflicted by this space blade could not be healed. Although the power of Yong Kai's space blade was not small, the strength of the blue-eyed blood toad's body was also not to be underestimated. This attack barely managed to penetrate its body before the power of the space blade dissipated. Seeing this, Yong Kai felt slightly regretful. If his space blade had been able to advance another 2 meters, it may have been able to kill this old man in one fell swoop, but it was obviously pointless to consider such matters now. No matter how thick the blue-eyed blood toad's skin was, it would undoubtedly die after suffering such a serious injury. As its owner, the old man seemed to have suffered a backlash and was desperately pushing his Saint Chi when he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately turning to stare at the blue-eyed blood toad in shock, his eyes filled with horror. Perceiving that the vitality of the monster beast he was connected to was rapidly dissipating, the old man pushed his Saint Chi even more violently, causing the blue-eyed blood toad's body to swell rapidly and soon become round and rolling, as if it would burst at any moment. Yong Kai's eyes narrowed as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit in his mind. Accompanied by a crisp bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew towards the old man. Before the artifact spirit could reach him, though, a loud explosion rang out, and the blue-eyed blood toad exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but a colorful poisonous mist and venom. The artifact spirit was frightened by this and hurriedly flew up into the sky. However, the old man simply stood there with a ferocious look on his face, enjoying the baptism of the poisonous mist and venom. It was unknown what kind of secret art or secret technique he had used to absorb all the poisonous mist and venom into his body. At the same time, the old man waved his hand and grabbed the blue-eyed blood toad's monster core, tossed it directly into his mouth, and began chewing on it. A series of unforeseen events had happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Kai Yong dumbstruck. After absorbing the blood mist and swallowing the monster core of the blue-eyes blood toad, the old man's appearance also underwent a terrifying change. Lumps of flesh began to appear on his exposed skin, and from these lumps of flesh, a foul stench constantly flowed out, making him look exactly the same as the blue-eyes blood toad from before. This old man's appearance was already quite ugly to begin with, but now his appearance was even worse. Not only that, but his two eyes also seemed to have turned blue, as if they contained some kind of mysterious power. The most ridiculous thing was that his cheeks had also swelled up like the blue-eyed blood toads, making him look quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to laugh at all because the aura of the old man at this moment had soared, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Good, good, good. The old man suddenly laughed wildly as his pair of blue eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai, being able to force this old master into monster transformation. You can consider your death a worthy one. Monster transformation. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, it should be one of Myriad Beast Mountain's secret techniques. After all, Myriad Beast Mountain's cultivator had dealt with monster beast all year round, so it wasn't impossible for him to enslave a monster beast to do such a thing. With Yang Kai's eyesight, it wasn't difficult for him to see that this old man wasn't completely human at this moment, but rather half human and half monster. Moreover, not only was there Saint Chi fluctuations coming from his body, but there was also monster chi, a terrifying combination. This secret technique is bound to cause great trouble. Perhaps it can't be reversed, Yang Kai immediately judged. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have waited until now to use it. After all, Saint Chi and Monster Chi were two different things that couldn't coexist in a human body. Yang Kai's guess was correct. Myriad Beast Mountain's monster transformation secret technique was indeed extremely dangerous, and there was no way to reverse it. Even if the old man could successfully suppress his monster chi afterwards, most of his cultivation would be crippled, and he would no longer be able to fight. Otherwise, the backlash from his monster chi would result in his death. This old man had been forced into a corner. Otherwise, how could he have chosen to cut off all means of retreat like this? The old man's momentum was monstrous, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid, simply waving his hand and summoning the Firebird artifact spirit over, one man and one artifact spirit glaring fiercely at the old man. The old man didn't intend to waste any time. As soon as his monster transformation ended, his cheeks bulged, and he let out a seemingly careless breath before shooting out a green poison arrow towards Yang Kai. After undergoing monster transformation, the old man was able to use the abilities of the blue-eyes blood toad. Yang Kai raised his brow, and naturally wouldn't stand still, his figure flickering as he dodged to the side. But before he could react, the poison arrow suddenly exploded midair, turning into countless tiny drops of venom that splashed out in all directions. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only condense his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around his body. The venom and Saint Chi collided and actually corroded a small hole in the demonic flame barrier. After undergoing monster transformation, this venom seemed to have become much stronger. However, before Yang Kai could investigate carefully, a dangerous aura pressed down from the sky. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly pushed his palm upwards, pushing his Saint Chi violently. A great force came from above, and Yang Kai was pushed down, but when he looked up, there was no trace of his enemy in the sky. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the old man was leaping around him at an incredible speed, looking for a flaw and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This kind of speed was not something a human could possess. It seemed that after the old man had undergone monster transformation, he had also inherited the jumping ability of the blue eyes blood toad. This is going to be a bit tricky. The old man's speed was so fast that it would not be easy to hit him. However, Yong Kai was currently fighting 2 against 1, and the artifact spirit was a good helper. On top of that, Yong Kai had the advantage of being suppressed by the spirit array, so he did not panic and simply sent a command to the artifact spirit with his divine sense. The firebird immediately burst into countless tiny birds. These birds looked exactly the same as the artifact spirit, but were countless times smaller in size. These birds were densely packed and covered a large area. Suddenly, a few of the birds cried out and burst into flames. On the other side, the old man's figure flickered as he helplessly reappeared, a look of resentment flashing across his face. He had not expected that Yong Kai would actually use the artifact spirit to investigate his whereabouts, and had exposed his whereabouts. Several golden threads suddenly shot out from the front, transforming into a golden light that enveloped the old man. These golden threads gave off an extremely sharp aura, and once one was cut by them, their fate would definitely not be good. The old man's complexion changed, as his eyes flashed a brilliant blue light as he glared towards Yong Kai. An invisible force burst out from his knowledge sea and rushed straight into Yong Kai's mind. Soul poison. After undergoing monster transformation, the old man's knowledge sea had also undergone a mutation, allowing him to use powerful methods such as soul poison. Once one was infected by this soul poison, they would become like maggots in one's bones and become extremely difficult to expel. Using this soul poison in battle was even more difficult to defend against. Chapter 1404. Seeing the old man staring at him recklessly, Yong Kai didn't panic and instead rejoiced, his left eye suddenly becoming as deep as the sea as a golden pupil appeared. Demon Eye of Annihilation. This pure golden pupil was thin and long, giving off an intimidating aura that made it impossible to resist, as if this eye had become the ruler of heaven and earth. Furthermore, there was also some inexplicable, multicolored light lingering around this golden pupil. Colored glass divine light. After refining the colored glass bead given to him by Dai Yuan, Yong Kai had fused some of its power with it. Although the colored glass divine light had not yet fully integrated with the demon eye of annihilation, Yong Kai was now able to use its power. The demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's innate divine technique, and it was not something he had obtained through hard work, but was instead something he was born with. As such, although great demon god was only a saint king at the time of his death, in Yong Kai's hands, the demon eye of annihilation was able to display even more tyrannical power. An invisible vortex vaguely appeared in the golden eye, and a tyrannical suction force emerged from it. The old man was shocked. At this moment, he felt his soul become turbulent, and he could not help but have the illusion that it was about to be sucked away. This discovery shocked the old man greatly, and he quickly stopped circulating his secret art to suppress the palpitations and panic in his heart. But this was not the end. The inexplicable glow lingering around the golden pupil gave off a strange force at this moment, and under the influence of this force, the old man suddenly found that his soul, which had just stabilized, became turbulent again. Not only that, but this time, even his body seemed to be somewhat out of control. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of swallowing the essence of a cultivator's soul, and Yong Kai had relied on it to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao that surpassed his own realm in advance. As such, no matter how fast one's cultivation speed was, there would be no flaws in their state of mind. On top of that, the colored glass divine light had the power to restrain one's soul and suppress all 5 elements, so when these 2 effects were superimposed, it was not to be underestimated. However, Yong Kai's current strength wasn't very high, so fighting a master like this old man across realms would be less effective. Not to mention, this old man had already undergone monster transformation and was far more difficult to deal with than an ordinary second-order origin returning realm master. As such, in just a breath's time, the old man managed to break free from the dual suppression of the demon eye of annihilation and colored glass divine light. However, it was enough. During this brief moment, Yang Kai had already sent out more than a dozen space blades towards the old man. By the time the old man's eyes regained their clarity and he regained his freedom, the pitch-black blade-like attack had already reached him. The old man's soul almost left his body as he let out a roar and summoned two thick light curtains around his body. One of these light curtains was condensed from his own Saint Chi, while the other was condensed from the Blue Eyes Blood Toad's Monster Chi. However, even 2 layers of protection couldn't stop the spatial blade. Silently, more than a dozen space blades flew past where the old man was standing, cutting through his body before flying several dozen meters away, before gradually dissipating. The old man, on the other hand, stood in place with a look of shock on his face as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. Immediately, he lowered his head and looked down at his body, only to see many knife-shaped holes. Through these holes, the old man could clearly see his broken organs and wriggling 6 bowels. Crimson blood was gushing out from these wounds like fountains. Space Force, the old man muttered to himself as his body exploded with a crash, turning into a pile of minced meat. On his old face, his 2 eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually died in such a place. Looking at the old man's corpse, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. This battle had not been easy. Although Yang Yen had been controlling the spirit array to suppress the old man's strength after using his monster transformation secret technique, the old man had been able to display far greater strength than usual. If it weren't for Yang Kai's many methods, he might not have been able to kill this old man. The demon eye of annihilation released a powerful suction force and swallowed the old man's soul. This was the soul of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so it would be of great help to Yang Kai in his comprehension of Sure. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. After this battle, Yang Kai had a vague understanding of his own combat effectiveness. At his current level, he had no problem confronting a second-order origin returning realm cultivator head-on, but whether or not he could kill one would depend on the other party's ability. As for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai seemed to be struggling, but without actually fighting, he couldn't make any judgments. On the other side, without the control of the old man's divine sense, the black python transformed from his one-handed axe artifact reverted back to its original form and fell to the ground. Yang Kai waved his hand and took back his purple shield before picking up the one-handed axe and playing with it for a moment before tossing it into his space ring. Standing in place and silently investigating for a moment, Yang Kai quickly understood the current situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. The intruders were basically all dead, but somewhere more than a dozen kilometers away, there was another second-order origin returning realm cultivator locked in a bitter struggle against 3 first-order origin returning realm cultivators. Through the auras of these people, Yang Kai quickly determined that the enemy should be a master from Demon Blood Temple. As for the 3 first-order origin returning realm cultivators, needless to say, they were obviously Chang Chi, Hao En, and Ning Xiang Chen. Although the cultivation of these 3 was lower, they had no problem besieging the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai also perceived that the situation was one-sided, so it was only a matter of time before the enemy was defeated and died. Ning Xiangchen wading into these muddy waters and standing on Dragon Cave Mountain side was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. After all, Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with this senior, and had only spoken with him a few times during his trip to the Emperor Garden. Although Yang Kai knew that Ning Xiangchen's purpose in making friends with him was to borrow his Firebird artifact spirit, Yang Kai didn't find it objectionable. After all, the other party didn't have the slightest malicious intent and simply wanted to ask for help. What's more, Ning Xiangchen had readily agreed to his request in the end. What had been an unintentional act at that time had actually brought reinforcements to Dragon Cave Mountain at this time, a truly unintentional act. Otherwise, with just Chang-Chi and Hao-En, it would have been impossible for them to kill this enemy from Demon Blood Temple. Of course, it didn't matter if Dragon Cave Mountain had Ning Xiangchen or not, but this discovery made Yang Kai feel much better. No longer paying attention to Ning Xiangchen, Yang Kai turned his gaze to a different place, a cold grin appearing on his face as he walked over. Inside this strange, desolate illusion, where there was no sun, moon, or stars, Cieli sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression as calm as an ancient well. He had been trying for a long time, but still couldn't break the spirit array in front of him. At this moment, he decisively understood that he couldn't break this spirit array with his own strength, so he decided not to waste any more time, and instead began conserving his strength. He knew that this illusion array didn't have any lethality, so if the enemy wanted to kill him, they would eventually show themselves. As the strongest member of the Xie family, Xie Li's mental fortitude was quite good, but the Saint Kings around him weren't so calm. At this moment, all of them were staring at Xie Li eagerly, hoping he could point out a way. However, Xie Li didn't say anything, so they were helpless and didn't dare to rashly ask. All of them were like ants on a hot pan, anxious beyond belief. Suddenly, Xie Li, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up, his eyes flashing a terrifying light as he stared towards a certain direction. When he stood up, the space in front of him suddenly rippled, and then a figure strangely passed through it, as if passing through a transparent water curtain, easily arriving in front of the Xie family members. Looking at this person's face, Xie Li's eyes narrowed as his murderous intent surged. Of course, he recognized Yang Kai. After all, his son Xie Hongwen had died tragically at Yang Kai's hands. Xie Li had always wanted to avenge his son's death, but he was a man who had experienced many storms and had not rashly come to Dragon Cave Mountain to seek revenge on Yang Kai. After all, there was still Qian Tong standing behind Yang Kai at that time. If he were to act rashly, even if he succeeded, Xie Li would be buried along with Yang Kai. If that really happened, the gains would not make up for the losses. As such, Xie Li had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. He had been lucky he had failed, and now he had finally reached this moment. Now that he had met his enemy, it was only natural that he would become enraged. However, Xie Li was still able to maintain his composure and simply stare at Yang Kai, not daring to act rashly. After breaking into this illusion, Yang Kai glanced around and summoned his artifact spirit indifferently. The firebird spread its wings and sent out a series of wash-basin-sized fireballs towards the Saint King Realm Cultivator. These poor Saint King Realm Cultivator had been trapped here for so long and had long since become distraught, now that they were attacked by the firebird, whose strength was comparable to an origin-returning realm master. How could they resist? The defensive artifacts they hurriedly summoned were unable to resist the onslaught of these fireballs and were shattered by the heat waves and impact. The Saint Chi barriers protecting their bodies also flashed wildly and broke in the blink of an eye, causing them to scream miserably as they fell to the ground and were burned to ashes. In an instant, the several Saint King Realm Cultivator were all killed without being able to play a single role. However, Xie Li's expression remained unchanged, as if the ones who died were not his family's disciples, simply staring coldly at Yang Kai. After a long silence, he took a deep breath and quickly said, "Is this the first time you and this old master have met?" "This old master is Xie Li. Presumably you are no stranger to him." Yang Kai curled his lips and said lightly, "I know you are Xie Li and I know why you are here, but I just want to ask you a question. Good, before you die. This old master can satisfy your wish, Siet Li coldly snorted, seemingly quite confident in his own methods. Shameless boasting. Yang Kai grinned. Forget it. I won't bother with you. You just need to tell me where Lu Yi is, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Lu Yi? Siet Li's brow furrowed, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai to ask such a question at this time, but a strange look flashed across his eyes before he shook his head and said, I don't know, he's probably dead. Dead. Yang Kai did not comment. It was impossible for Lu Yi to die so easily. Yang Kai had cut off one of Lu Ye's arms in Lu Yan's desert, but even so, this time, Lu Ye's arm had actually grown back. Yang Kai could not understand this. Chapter 1405. It was impossible for someone who could regrow a severed arm to die so easily. So Yang Kai faintly felt that Lu Yi was not simple. However, at this moment, besides Siet Li in front of him, only the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple was still alive. If Lu Yi had broken in, there was no reason he would not have been discovered. Yang Yan and Wu Yi were monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements at all times. This bastard is quite shrewd, not daring to come in. Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth. Is that all you have to say? Siet Li showed an impatient look. Yes, Yang Kai grinned back at him. Then you can die. Siet Li's face filled with a fierce light as he roared, a majestic Saint Chi pulsing from his body that was faintly visible to the naked eye. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds rang out from his body as his physique expanded dramatically, his muscles bulging and giving off a strange bronze color as he shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise as he had not expected the Siet Li to actually want to fight him in close quarters, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, the other party had a deep hatred for him. So naturally this kind of method would be more satisfying. Thinking so, Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he stood in place and stared at Siet Li indifferently, waving his hand and sending out a golden thread. Siet Li, however, did not try to dodge and instead slowly stretched out his fist. This fist seemed to be slow, but was actually filled with a powerful golden light as it met the golden thread head-on. In the blink of an eye, the fist collided with the golden blood thread, but to Yang Kai's surprise, his incredibly sharp golden blood thread was actually blocked by his opponent's bare fist. Not only that, but an inexplicable force passed through the golden thread and into his body, causing his vitality to surge. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yang Kai realized that this Siet Li was even more difficult to deal with than the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain. As expected of a powerhouse from the Shadow Moon Hall, just his background alone was extraordinary. If Siet Li were to fight the old man one-on-one, the old man would definitely not be a match for him. Yang Kai's face became solemn, and just as he was about to use some other method to stop this old man, a sudden change occurred. Siet Li, who was rushing towards him with murderous intent, suddenly let out a strange cry, as if he had encountered some kind of accident, a look of pain and confusion appearing on his face. In the next moment, his flashing eyes were covered with a layer of blood-red light. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled, subconsciously thinking that the other side was playing some kind of trick, but he also felt that something was wrong. For a moment, he didn't know what the other side was thinking. At that moment, Siet Li had already rushed to within 5 meters of Yang Kai, his murderous intent so clear it was almost tangible, like a sharp blade cutting into Yang Kai's skin. The next moment, Siet Li's body began to glow with a strange blood-red color, and his aura became extremely chaotic. Blood began to flow from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears as his eyes widened, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Yang Kai watched this sudden scene in surprise, but soon he thought of something and his expression changed dramatically. With a tap of his hand, the purple shield flew out and transformed into a violent sandstorm that wrapped around him. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down from the sky and transformed into a curtain of flames, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just finished doing all this when Xie Li rushed into the curtain of flames formed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Scorching flames covered his entire body, turning him into a burning man in an instant. But Xie Li seemed to be unaware of this and still rushed towards Yang Kai without any fear of death, muttering some kind of incantation under his breath as a ferocious expression appeared on his face. The curtain of flames shrank and blocked Xie Li's advance, finally slowing him down significantly. Xie Li's body also reached its limit at this moment, as his skin began to crack and blood began to seep out, drying under the scorching heat. A loud bang rang out as Xie Li's physical body and the massive amount of Saint Qi contained in his body suddenly burst apart. An unimaginable shockwave spread out from where he stood, sending sand and stones flying everywhere as the heavens and earth seemed to shatter. The surrounding space flashed wildly as the illusion arrays arranged here were unable to withstand the impact of this energy and only lasted a few breaths of time before collapsing, revealing the original scenery of this place. The curtain of flames that had originally wrapped Xie Li's body was also torn apart by this shockwave. Fortunately, the artifact spirit did not have a physical body, so even if it was hit by this shockwave, it did not suffer any serious damage, only shrinking and distorting for a moment before restoring its original appearance, its eyes flashing an anthropomorphic look of horror. All of Dragon Cave Mountain shook at this moment, and even with the many layers of protective spirit arrays, the energy fluctuations could not be concealed. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, who were 50 kilometers away, both stood up and stared towards Dragon Cave Mountain in surprise. Old Fei, this is... Qian Tong's expression became dignified. Did someone self-destruct? Fei Zhitu said in surprise. And looking at this aura, it seems to be Xie Li. That can't be... Xie Li is a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator. Even if he fell into that spirit array, he shouldn't have ended up like this. Let's go take a look. Something's wrong over there. After Qian Tong said so, his figure flickered and flew towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Fei Zhitu frowned, smiled bitterly, and followed after him helplessly. Speaking of which, Shadow Moon Hall was in a bad situation right now, so it was best not to get involved in this matter. But after seeing that Yang Kai possessed a wisp of an ancient divine spirit's remnant soul, Fei Zhitu could no longer treat him as an ordinary Saint King and subconsciously wanted to establish a good relationship with him. In addition, Qian Tong was obviously on Yang Kai's side, so Yang Kai naturally did not want Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain to suffer any losses. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer exchanged a glance before following without hesitation. The group of four flew up into the air and hurried over. But before they even arrived at Dragon Cave Mountain, they saw countless rays of light flying towards the same destination from all directions. Obviously, these were the masters from the various great forces who had been watching from the sidelines. After noticing the movement on Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them were greatly surprised and ran over to see what was happening. Over on Colored Glass Sec's side, Gong Ao Fu, Dai Yuan, and In Su Dai were also flying over, but unlike Gong Ao Fu and In Su Dai's indifference, Dai Yuan's face showed an anxious look. After hesitating for a while, she grit her teeth and asked, "Honored Master, what happened over there? Why are there such terrifying energy fluctuations?" Gong Ao Fu frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy that Dai Yuan was so concerned about Dragon Cave Mountain. Originally, she did not want to answer, but seeing In Su Dai also looking at her suspiciously, she thought about it and said, "It seems that someone self-destructed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a disturbance." "Self-destruct? Who self-destructed?" In Su Dai raised her brow and asked excitedly, "Could it be that Dragon Cave Mountain is heavily outnumbered and Yang Kai has no way out?" Hearing her say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face couldn't help turning white as her heart pounded rapidly. Gong Ao Fu slowly shook her head. "No, that little brat doesn't have the ability to cause such a big disturbance. The one who self-destructed must be at the same level as Honored Master. A second-order origin returning realm? That can't be, right? Een Su Dai exclaimed. There are only 3 second-order origin returning realm masters who entered Dragon Cave Mountain, each of them possessing outstanding strength and fame. How could one of them choose to self-destruct? How would Honored Master know? Didn't you see so many people rushing over? I'm afraid none of them knew what was going on, so they decided to investigate. However, judging from this aura, it's a bit similar to the one from Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall, doesn't that mean? Een Su Dai's pretty face changed. Honored Master, is that true? Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Gong Ao Fu turned her head and glanced at her coldly. Whether it is or not, what does that have to do with you? Once this matter is over, return to Colored Glass Sect and enter retreat. From now on, without my permission, don't go out easily. Yes. Dai Yuan bit her red lips and nodded obediently. Although Gong Ao Fu was very satisfied with her apprentice's attitude, she was also filled with doubts. What kind of danger was hidden in this little dragon cave mountain? How could a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator be forced to self-destruct? At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain's cave mansion, Yang Yan's complexion changed drastically. Even though she was hiding inside the cave mansion, she could clearly feel the violent energy fluctuations outside. At this moment, the entire cave mansion was filled with rubble. So Yang Kai was almost at the center of this dangerous situation, and she couldn't tell if he was all right. Quickly pouring her Saint Chi into the gold and silver spirit array in front of her, Yang Yan breathed a sigh of relief after detecting Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai wasn't dead, but his aura was a bit chaotic. Just as she was about to carefully investigate Yang Kai's situation, Wu Yi exclaimed, "Elder Sister Yang Yan, there are many masters approaching our Dragon Cave Mountain. What should we do?" Yang Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the spirit array. Sure enough, she found that many light spots were rapidly approaching Dragon Cave Mountain. Many of these lights were extremely bright, obviously the reaction of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Roughly counting, there were at least a dozen of them, and that wasn't all of them. So many? Yang Yan's face sank. With so many masters approaching, even if the Shadow Moon Hall wanted to intervene, it wouldn't be able to help. Although Qian Tong had a good relationship with Yang Kai, he couldn't become an enemy of so many people and would only drag Yang Yan down with him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Yan's expression became cold as she shouted, "Activate all the spirit arrays and barriers. Kill anyone who dares trespass on Dragon Cave Mountain." Wu Yi froze for a moment before nodding immediately, her hands forming a series of seals as she poured her Saint Chi into the spirit array. Soon, all of Dragon Cave Mountain was covered in a thick fog, and the sounds of wind blowing could be heard. "Qian Yu, take them to the basement," Yang Yan said coldly. "Are we going to use that?" Qian Yu heard this, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Yang Yan smiled bitterly. "I hope not, but it's better to be prepared early. You helped me refine it, so you know what to do now." "I know." Qian Yu nodded lightly and immediately walked out. A moment later, all the cultivator hiding in the cave mansion came out and followed Qian Yu towards a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain. "Xiao Xiao," Yang Yan called out softly. In the next moment, a little guy that looked like a stone puppet appeared in front of her silently and strangely, its pair of round eyes staring curiously at Yang Yan. "You go too." Yang Yan waved her hand, and the stone mongoose's figure flickered and disappeared again. Chapter 1406. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stood somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain, his body dripping with blood, as he stared blankly into the distance with a strange look on his face. In the ground in front of him, there was a huge crater with countless pieces of flesh scattered around it, making for a terrifying sight. This was obviously the result of Xie Li's self-destruction. However, Yang Kai couldn't believe what he had just seen. Why would Xie Li choose to self-destruct, even if there was a great hatred between them? Xie Li wasn't the kind of person who would sacrifice his own life for revenge. What's more, the battle between them had only just begun. So how could Xie Li not have any confidence in defeating him? Only those who were forced into a dead end would choose such an extreme method to die together with their enemy. Otherwise, if the enemy didn't die after they self-destructed, wouldn't that just cause pain to those close to them and pleasure to those close to them? Yang Kai subconsciously suspected that Xie Li was playing some kind of trick and thought that everything just now was an illusion. However, the huge crater in front of him and the ferocious energy shockwave just now were clearly the result of a cultivator of that level self-destructing, so it couldn't be faked. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that Xie Li's aura was nowhere to be seen. He had really disappeared. Is he crazy? While Yang Kai cursed in his heart, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. A second-order origin returning realm master had self-destructed just a few dozen meters away, and the terrifying shockwave had swept out. If Yang Kai hadn't sensed something was wrong and prepared in advance, he would likely have been dragged to the grave this time. The 2 layers of protection provided by the Firebird artifact spirit and the purple shield managed to reduce the power of his opponent's self-destruction by about 60%. But even so, when the shockwave hit him, Yang Kai felt like a small boat sailing in the middle of a storm, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Fortunately, his physique was strong and his golden blood had a powerful restorative ability. At the critical moment, he had torn open a void crack and swallowed most of the shockwaves into it. At this moment, his appearance was a bit distressed, but it wasn't a big deal. In other words, Xie Li had died in vain. However, Yang Kai was still frowning. He wasn't excited at all. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Unless Xie Li's brain was rusty, there was no way he would make such a stupid choice. Xie Li had always been the deacon of the Shadow Moon Hall. His cultivation realm was high, and such a person was undoubtedly very smart. He would never use self-destruction to launch an attack. Yang Kai could not figure it out. Thinking about the change in Xie Li's expression before he blew himself up, Yang Kai was even more confused. While he was at a loss, a strange change occurred again. In the huge pit, a piece of flesh that belonged to Xie Li after he exploded suddenly wriggled strangely, and then a blood-red light shot out from it. At the same time, 4 or 5 identical blood-red beams of light shot out from all directions, looking at the location where the Xie family Saint King cultivator, who had been killed by Yang Kai, had died. As soon as these blood-red beams of light appeared, they rushed towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. By the time Yang Kai discovered them, they had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he didn't know what these blood-red beams of light were, he noticed that they were strange. Stretching out his hand, he summoned a grand heavenly shield in front of him. Immediately, Yang Kai's golden blood threads flickered and cut towards these blood-red beams of light. With a series of whizzing sounds, the sharp golden blood threads cut through these blood-red beams of light hundreds of times in an instant. However, only a slightly weaker beam of light was dissipated, revealing its true form. It looked like a silkworm cocoon, its body cut into countless pieces and dissipated into the air, as if it had never existed. The rest of the beams of light arrived at an even faster speed. Yang Kai's face filled with shock as he hurriedly withdrew, but the speed of these beams of light was undoubtedly faster. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the grand heavenly shield, but the thick grand heavenly shield was unable to stop their advance. Several blood-red beams of light flashed and rushed into Yang Kai's mind, his spiritual energy defenses unable to block them. Shit, Yang Kai's face sank as he immediately closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. Looking around, he soon found traces of the intruders. They were exactly the same as the ones he had just seen. They were all blood-red silkworm cocoons that were quietly suspended somewhere above his knowledge sea. When Yang Kai discovered them, they all burst into light and immediately gathered towards the center. In the blink of an eye, these strange silkworm cocoons merged into one. A somewhat familiar aura emerged from this cocoon. Lu Yi, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he had only fought with Lu Yi once, Yang Kai still remembered his aura because this person was simply too strange. What Yang Kai hadn't expected was that behind these blood-red beams of light, there were actually traces of Lu Yi. Could it be that Xie Li's self-destruction was also controlled by Lu Yi? Otherwise, how could a second-order origin-returning realm master choose such an extreme method at the beginning of the battle? One of these blood-red beams of light clearly flew out from a piece of Xie Li's flesh. Recalling the change in expression on Xie Li's face before he self-destructed, Yang Kai faintly felt that his guess was correct. If this was really the case, then Lu Yi was simply too amazing. He could even control a second-order origin-returning realm master. Just who is he? In an instant, Yang Kai raised his evaluation of Lu Yi to a whole new level, no longer daring to underestimate him. Staring at the blood-red silkworm cocoon in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. This thing should have been condensed from spiritual energy and was not a physical entity. Lu Yi was just a trivial Saint King. So how could his spiritual energy be so powerful? Yang Kai couldn't believe it. Yang Kai's guess was not wrong. Xie Li had indeed been controlled by Lu Yi. As a master who stood at the peak of this world tens of thousands of years ago, although Lu Yi's current cultivation was not outstanding, the various secret techniques he had mastered were far superior to ordinary origin returning realm masters. Even if Xie Li was shrewd, he would never have imagined that Lu Yi would be able to plant a 10,000 poison evil insect on him. Through this insect, Lu Yi secretly controlled the fate of the Xie family, Sea Heart sect flowing Cloud Valley, and the many cultivator he had subdued. From the beginning, Lu Yi did not intend for Xie Li to seek revenge on Yang Kai or kill Yang Kai. His original plan was to control Yang Kai through the 10,000 poison evil insect, and then take back what belonged to him from Yang Kai. In Lu Yan's desert, his precious treasure had been taken away by Yang Kai. Lu Yi had always wanted to take it back, and now he had finally found an opportunity. His original intention was not to have Xie Li blow himself up to kill Yang Kai, but rather to severely wound Yang Kai so that he would not be able to resist. Lu Yi had not expected that Xie Li would choose to approach Yang Kai in a melee manner. If not for Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, Lu Yi's plan would likely have failed. After all, once Yang Kai died, Lu Yi would never be able to take back what belonged to him. The 10,000 poison evil insect was not a poisonous insect, but something he had condensed using his divine sense secret technique. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Now that several 10,000 poison evil insects had merged into one, their power was far greater than before. It could be said that using them to control a third-order Saint King cultivator was a simple matter. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai stared at the cocoon-like thing with a look of surprise on his face. Although he did not recognize the 10,000 poison evil insect, Yang Kai knew that it was not a good thing. So with a single thought, he sent out the flame-like seawater down below to wrap around the cocoon. The cocoon did not show any intention of resisting, and simply allowed the seawater to hit it. Soon, it was completely wrapped up. Yang Kai's powerful conflagrated knowledge sea continued to burn the cocoon, but it did not seem to have any reaction, only a red light flashing across its body as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he secretly felt that he had underestimated this damned thing. His conflagrated knowledge, C did not seem to be able to cause much damage to it. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer tried to waste any more effort and simply waved his hand, causing the seawater to fall back down. Just as Yang Kai was about to use another method, the blood-red cocoon suddenly flickered and transformed into a blood-red light that shot straight towards his soul avatar. But how could Yang Kai allow it to succeed? Inside his knowledge, see, he was the master. He could control everything with a single thought. With a cold snort, Yang Kai condensed a number of fiery red spears from his spiritual energy and shot towards the blood cocoon. But the blood cocoon was extremely nimble, swaying back and forth slightly, dodging all of the attacks. So difficult to deal with. A fierce look flashed across Yang Kai's face as the demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge suddenly opened and shot out a golden beam of light towards the cocoon. The blood-red cocoon tried to dodge several times, but was still unable to avoid this attack and was instantly enveloped. The rapidly flashing 10,000 poison evil insect immediately calmed down, as if it had been fixed in place, its fat body twisting and turning as it let out a strange squeaking sound, as if it was in great discomfort. Lu Ye's means were truly amazing, being able to control so many origin-returning realm cultivator with 10,000 poison evil insects. But he had clearly underestimated Yang Kai, and actually wanted to use this 10,000 poison evil insect to control Yang Kai. Yang Kai's knowledge had a divine technique like the demon eye of annihilation. The greatest function of the golden light of annihilation was to purify the spiritual energy of others, so the 10,000 poison evil insect was naturally restrained by it. With a hissing sound, the blood-red mist on the surface of the blood-red cocoon evaporated, and no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape the golden light. Yang Kai looked on coldly from the sidelines, his expression neither surprised nor happy, but in his heart he was greatly surprised. He didn't know how strange Lu Ye's spiritual energy was, but even after being enveloped by the golden light of annihilation, the blood-red cocoon didn't immediately melt. It seemed that it would take some effort to get rid of it. A long night was fraught with dreams. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before issuing a command in his mind. The next moment, from the seven-colored island in his knowledge, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, as if countless mosquitoes were flying towards him, flapping their wings. At the same time, a black cloud was rapidly approaching, soul-devouring insects. Chapter 1407. The soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects that had been cultivated by Yang Kai to this day, and had even been nourished by the profound insect stone. So the power they could display now was incomparable to before. They could now easily devour the spiritual energy of a Saint King realm cultivator, and could even cause some interference to an origin-returning realm cultivator. However, Yang Kai rarely used them because Yang Kai could easily kill ordinary enemies, while the soul-devouring insects couldn't play much of a role in dealing with powerful enemies, so they were rarely used by Yang Kai. However, this did not mean that the soul-devouring insects were useless. Their power lay in their ability to slaughter enemies on a large scale. But at this moment, they were perfectly suited for this purpose. The soul-devouring insect's favorite thing to devour was spiritual energy, so Louis could only blame his bad luck. The soul's secret skills he had condensed from his own secret technique were generally successful in every situation, but this time they had been completely suppressed by Yang Kai. Both the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of the 10,000 poison evil insect. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of soul-devouring insects arrived in front of Yang Kai, even under the golden light of annihilation. The blood-red cocoon only struggled slightly, but when the soul-devouring insects appeared, it seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and began trembling. The soul-devouring insects ignored this and rushed towards the 10,000 poison evil insect under Yang Kai's control. Kacha-kacha. The sound of something being gnawed rang out. The soul-devouring insects came quickly and left just as quickly, returning to the 7-colored island a moment later, while the 10,000 poison evil insect, which had been shrouded in the golden light of annihilation, was nowhere to be seen. It had clearly been devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Yang Kai swept his knowledge sea with his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he gently nodded and released his soul avatar. At the same time, more than 200 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, in a certain room of the Xie family's headquarters, a handsome young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly turned pale and coughed up a mouthful of blood, a look of shock filling his face as he cried out, "How is this possible?" This person was naturally Lu Yi. He was actually quite clever, or rather cautious, so he did not participate in this siege of Dragon Cave Mountain, instead choosing to sit in the Xie family's mansion and wait for news. After all, if the matter was successful, it didn't matter whether he went or not. If it wasn't successful, it wouldn't matter even if he went. With this in mind, Lu Yi waited quietly in the distance from beginning to end. But just now, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. The 10,000 poisons evil insect that he relied on the most was actually killed. Planting this 10,000 poison evil insect on the Xie family's Xieli had cost Lu Yi a lot of thought. After all, Xieli was a second-order origin returning realm master, so it wouldn't be easy to secretly plant something on him. For this, Lu Yi even paid a trace of his origin divine essence. Now that his primordial spirit had disappeared, Lu Yi, as the master, naturally suffered a certain degree of backlash. His injuries were not serious, but they were not light either. He would need at least 1 to 2 months of recuperation. Lu Ye's face instantly became ferocious. What he thought was a foolproof plan had actually gone awry. What's more, from the little bit of information the 10,000 poison evil insect gave him, it was clear that it had been killed by Yang Kai. As for what method Yang Kai used, Lu Yi had no idea. No matter how powerful his secret technique was, it was impossible for him to monitor the situation in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Good. Lu Yi sneered. This senior has underestimated you. A trivial Saint King was actually able to injure this senior. It seems this senior won't be too lonely in the future. Interesting. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Ye's expression became gloomy and he coldly snorted, "A bunch of wastes, unable to accomplish anything, but ruin everything. If this senior hadn't seized this body and recultivated, how could he have needed you? It seems this place isn't suitable for me to stay for long." Saying so, Lu Yi stood up and silently left the Xie family's main altar, casually looking for a direction and disappearing. Although he was the young master of Flowing Cloud Valley, he didn't put this identity in his eyes at all. Since returning to Flowing Cloud Valley after seizing this body, he had subdued everyone in the valley. In order to cultivate his evil secret art, 90% of the sect's disciples had been sacrificed. Even the relatives of Lu Ye's current body had not been spared. Now that Flowing Cloud Valley was basically empty, Lu Yi naturally had no intention of returning. In any case, with his means, Shadowed Star was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. What he needed to do now was find a good place to restore his cultivation. As for Yang Kai, there would come a time when he would seek revenge. Lu Yi still didn't believe that his treasure had been refined by Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was too low. Even if an Origin King Realm Master tried to refine that treasure, it would take a few years for them to succeed. Yang Kai must have hidden it somewhere. Lu Yi thought so, but he could never have imagined that Yang Kai actually possessed a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai really didn't have the ability to refine that thing, but the soul-warming lotus had absorbed it. It was precisely because it had absorbed the huge amount of energy from that unknown crystal that the soul-warming lotus had been able to evolve into its final 7-colored form and allowed Yang Kai to comprehend the blossoming lotus secret technique. On the other side, Yang Kai opened his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Soon he noticed that the battle with Chang-Chi and the others had also ended, and that Chang-Chi and the others were now meditating. The 3 of them were facing the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple. Although the other party was also a second-order origin returning realm master, fighting inside Dragon Cave Mountain had greatly reduced his strength. After being beaten by Chang-Chi, Hao An, and Ning Xiangchen, as well as being harassed several times by Yang Yan's spirit array, he had inevitably fallen here. At this point, all the enemies who had broken into Dragon Cave Mountain had been killed without exception. However, Dragon Cave Mountain had only sent out 4 people, 3 from the First Order Origin returning realm and 1 Third Order Saint King. Although this kind of record could not be said to be unrivaled in the future, it was basically unprecedented. If word of this spread, no one would believe it. Standing in place, Yang Kai thought for a while before reaching out and taking off his tattered clothes, putting on a new set of clothes, wiping off the blood on his body before walking over to Chang-Chi and the others. The soul of the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain had been swallowed by Yang Kai with his demon eye of annihilation, and Xie Li's self-detonation had not been spared. There was also the soul of the Demon Blood Temple Master, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Presumably, after swallowing the souls of these 3 people, Yang Kai would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Chang-Chi and the others, glanced at the body of the Demon Blood Temple Master lying in a pool of blood, and quietly swallowed his soul into his knowledge sea. His arrival had obviously alerted Chang-Chi and the others. The 3 of them opened their eyes, and when they saw that it was Yang Kai, they all revealed looks of joy and stood up. Elder Ning, you've worked hard this time. Yang Kai cupped his fist to Ning Xiangchen. Ning Xiangchen had stood on Dragon Cave Mountain's side without hesitation this time, and had even killed many enemies for him, giving Yang Kai a good impression of him. No matter what his intentions were, or what his intentions were, it was true that he had helped him. Ha ha! Ning Xiangchen laughed. Although he had just experienced a great battle, his complexion was still quite good, obviously not injured. Little friend Yang is too polite. This old master has lived a long life and rarely encountered such a grand occasion. It has been a long time since he had been so excited. This old master must thank little friend Yang for providing this opportunity for me, making this old master feel much younger. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Old man Ning is too polite. If old man Ning has time in the future, please come to Dragon Cave Mountain often. We will certainly welcome you with open arms. Ning Xiangchen's eyes lit up, and his smile became more and more hearty. Yang Kai's words clearly showed that he was no longer an outsider. Ning Xiangchen suddenly felt that his efforts had paid off, but he was still not satisfied and tentatively asked, instead of coming often, I wonder what little friend Yang thinks. HM? Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise. Ning Xiangchen's words indicated that he wanted to join Dragon Cave Mountain. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai understood why Ning Xiangchen would make such a choice. This time, by helping Dragon Cave Mountain kill its enemies, he had offended Myriad Beast Mountain, Demon Blood Temple, Sea Heart Sect, and Flowing Cloud Valley. Although he was an origin-returning realm master, he had no sect or sect to protect him, so there was no telling when someone would seek revenge. Rather than this, it was better to simply tie himself to Dragon Cave Mountain. This was indeed the case. Although Ning Xiangchen had been free all his life, when he reached old age, he felt a little lonely. Usually he wanted to find someone to chat with and exchange cultivation experiences, but there was no place for him to go. Today, After seeing the magnificence of Dragon Cave Mountain, he naturally wanted to join it and seek a place to retire. Moreover, there were only 2 origin-returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain who had the same strength as him. Their backgrounds were not high, but their tempers were good, so if he joined, he would not have to worry about being ostracized. Based on these considerations, Ning Xiangchun had made such a decision, but it was also the result of careful consideration and not a moment of impulse. He was not a young man and would not act impulsively. After saying so, Ning Xiangchun looked at Yang Kai with some uneasiness, wondering if the other party would accept him. Since Senior Ning has such intentions, this junior will naturally welcome you. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, but Senior Ning should consider this carefully. Dragon Cave Mountain is not a peaceful place now, perhaps. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Ning Xiangchun smiled and waved his hand. What little friend wants to say? This old master can more or less guess, but this old master has already buried half his neck in the sand, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The only thing I am worried about is not knowing when I will die, and no one will know. If I can die here on Dragon Cave Mountain, it will be a blessing for me. This is a good burial place. Yang Kai raised his brow. Since the other party had put it this way, he naturally would not refuse, and nodded. Good. Then Senior Ning will be a foreign elder of my Dragon Cave Mountain in the future, and will enjoy the same treatment as Foreign Elder Chang and Foreign Elder ha. This Ning will accept. Ning Xiangchun laughed and cupped his fists. Chang Chi and Howen continued to congratulate Ning Xiangchun. Although the 3 of them had only known each other for a short time, having fought side by side together, they felt a sense of camaraderie. As they spoke, Chang Chi and Howen faintly revealed the wealth of Dragon Cave Mountain and the treatment foreign elders could enjoy, causing Ning Xiangchun's eyes to light up and his heart to burn with excitement. When he was fighting with the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple just now, Ning Xiangchun could see that Chang Chi and Howen's background was far superior to his own. Chapter 1408. Every artifact of Chang Chi and Howen, whether it was offensive or defensive, was origin grade high rank, and the pills they consumed were so good that Ning Xiangchun couldn't help feeling envious. Throughout his life, the best artifact he had ever owned was origin grade low rank. In order to repair it, he had to travel far and wide in search of materials. Chang Chi had given him a few restorative spirit pills just now, but Ning Xiangchun was not willing to eat them and had quietly kept them. Thinking that he could also own these things, Ning Xiangchun felt more, and more that his choice was correct. Over here, the atmosphere was harmonious, and the sound of laughter continued. Suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed, and his happy expression sank once more. Chang Chi observed his expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Many honored guests have come to visit. I'll go with you to have a look," Yang Kai sneered. Honored guests. Chang Chi and the others glanced at each other, but soon had some guesses and frowned before following Yang Kai outside. The thick fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain once again tumbled and parted, revealing a corridor that led directly to the interior. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai, Chang Chi, and the others appeared. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes swept over this group of 4, but after discovering that Yang Kai and the others were unscathed, everyone's expression changed to one of surprise, doubt, suspicion, shock, disbelief, and so on. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, on the other hand, raised their brow slightly. Their reactions were quite different from the others, as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Yang Kai in greeting. What a grand spectacle! Ning Xiangchun stood behind Yang Kai and swept his eyes over this group. Hearing this, he exclaimed, outside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, countless masters had arrived, floating midair in 2s and 3s, all of them casting curious glances towards the interior. Needless to say, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, Ning Xiangchun also saw Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union. Chengpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, and Gong Ao Fu of Colored Glass Sect. In addition, there were also people from Grand Fire Temple, Clear Sky Sect, Twin Heart Valley Sea Temple, and many others. Even Yan Pei and Rin Tianrui from Treasure Trove Pavilion were here. These people had brought their own disciples with them. This was a semicircle surrounding Dragon Cave Mountain. Each group exuded an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. There were at least a dozen or so third-order origin returning realm masters in this group. There were countless first and second and first origin realm masters. Dragon Cave Mountains, this place is. Ning Xiangchen sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his heart uneasy, without even mentioning the strength of the masters who had come here. Just the sects they represented more than half of Shadowed Star's first-rate sects. In particular, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng were glaring furiously at Yang Kai, and anyone could see the monstrous anger in their eyes. After all, many of their sects had participated in the attack on Dragon Cave Mountain this time, especially second-order masters like the Old Man and Middle-Aged Man. Now that Yang Kai had appeared safely, while they were nowhere to be seen, it wasn't difficult to guess what their fates had been. However, did Dragon Cave Mountain really have such great ability? Could it have killed all the enemies who had intruded? Not only were Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng suspicious, but everyone else was also pondering this question. However, if those people hadn't died, how could Yang Kai appear here? What exactly happened inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array while it was closed? Everyone was confused. Although everyone who had come here was a master, no one dared to underestimate Dragon Cave Mountain anymore. However, when they looked at the mountain defending array and the layers of spirit arrays inside, all of them couldn't help feeling excited. There was no other reason other than the fact that these restrictions and formations were extremely profound. If he could find and capture the person who set up the formations, then the formations of his sect's headquarters would definitely be improved, and improved by a great deal. Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Yang Kai shouted loudly, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. I did not know that seniors had come to visit Dragon Cave Mountain. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The expressions of the masters from the various great forces changed, but no one answered. After all, not many of them had any kind of friendship with Dragon Cave Mountain or Yang Kai before. Most of them had come here out of curiosity, while others had come to inquire about information. As for Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, none of them placed him in their eyes. Only Qian Tong chuckled and said heartily, "You don't need to worry about it. Us old fogies just came here to take a look." Qian Tong's words swept across the crowd, causing many of the masters present to glare at him fiercely. "Oh, so that's how it is." Yang Kai grinned and said indifferently, "Then I'll have to disappoint seniors. Dragon Cave Mountain is sparsely populated, and the scenery isn't very good. I'm afraid there isn't much to see here." Such an obvious eviction order could be heard by even a deaf person. Yang Kai had basically told them to go back to where they came from. But since so many experts had come, how could they just leave without getting the truth out of the matter? The others didn't care, but Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng would definitely not let this go. Thinking so, most of the cultivators turned their eyes to Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng, waiting for them to answer. At this point, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng naturally could not stay out of this. The former coldly snorted and stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, shouting impatiently, "Boy, this old master will ask you, where did those people who entered the mountain go?" "So, it is Senior Jin Shi." Yang Kai acted as if he had just discovered him, a respectful look appearing on his face as he asked casually, "You mean the group from the Xie family?" Jin Shi lightly coughed, and "This old master is asking about the people from the Xie family. Where are they now?" Although everyone knew that people from Demon Blood Temple had participated in this operation, Jean Sure was not stupid enough to admit it, because on the surface, this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was a matter of grievances between the Xie family and Yang Kai. All those who participated in this operation were disciples of the Xie family, no outsiders. If Senior is concerned about the people from the Xie family, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly. What do you mean? Jean Sure's heart clenched. Ha ha! Why ask a question Senior Jean Sure already knows the answer to? Those people dared to trespass into my Dragon Cave Mountain and try to harm this Junior. So Junior naturally sent them to the Netherworld. This Junior is not a good-tempered person. Yang Kai's expression gradually became cold. A series of gasps sounded, and everyone's expression became extremely shocked. Although everyone had already guessed in their hearts that the group of people who had broken into Dragon Cave Mountain had met with misfortune, now that Yang Kai had confirmed it himself, they still found it hard to believe. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The expressions of the other masters were not much better, all of them looking like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Among that group of people, there were more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters, 3 of which were Second-Order Origin Returning Realm, and 200 Saint Kings. Such a force had actually been wiped out on a small Dragon Cave Mountain. How was this possible? Was Dragon Cave Mountain really so powerful? If this was the case, then this small mountain could already be considered a second-tier force. What nonsense! You think you can do that? Old woman Feng had always had a bad temper, so when she saw Yang Kai act so arrogantly, a trace of anger appeared on her old face, and she slammed the dragon-head walking stick in her hand into the air, obviously unwilling to believe Yang Kai's words. She instinctively felt that he had used some kind of spirit array to trap the intruders. Senior Feng doesn't believe me? Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. Ignorant child. This old woman has lived for more than half of her life, but has never heard such a good joke. As soon as old woman Feng's voice fell, her face changed dramatically because she saw a one-handed axe appear in Yang Kai's hand and casually play with it. Grandma, that is... Feng Yan, who had been standing next to old woman Feng, also changed her expression because she could tell that this one-handed axe was Elder Du's artifact. This was an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact that he cherished so much that he would not easily show it to others. If Elder Du had not died, how could such an artifact have fallen into Yang Kai's hands? From the looks of it, the old man had really fallen. Even a second-order Origin Returning Realm Master had died, so there was no way anyone else could have survived. Old woman Feng could no longer question anything as the facts were right in front of her. Continuing to doubt would be the same as deceiving herself. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Although my Dragon Cave Mountain is not big, it is not a place anyone can casually bully. Since all the seniors are here today, Junior will boldly say that if anyone without eyes dares to have any ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain in the future, the Xie family will suffer the same fate." Boy, are you threatening us? Jean Sure took a step forward and asked fiercely, "Old Ghost Jean." Qian Tong coldly snorted from the side. "What makes you think Yang Kai is threatening you? He only said those without eyes. Could it be that your demon blood temple wants to bully the weak?" He could see that Jean Sure was trying to take advantage of this situation. So how could he give him the chance? Not to mention that Qian Tong had always been on Dragon Cave Mountain's side. Shadow Moon Hall's current embarrassing situation was enough to annoy Qian Tong. So now that he had an opportunity, he naturally had to retort. After listening to his words, Jean Sure glanced over at Qian Tong and frowned, but it wasn't convenient for him to pursue the matter. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so he had some scruples. Good. On the other side, old woman Feng grit her teeth and shouted, "Sure enough, heroes come from the young. This old woman has underestimated you. Your courage is quite big." Yang Kai grinned. Many thanks for Senior Feng's praise. Many people say the same thing, but this junior doesn't know how big his courage is. Asterisk Pucci, asterisk a chuckle came from the side, as Dai Yuan of Colored Glass Sect couldn't help giggling. Gong Ao Fu couldn't help glaring at her in warning. Een Su Dai also wore a disgruntled look. Humph, what's there to be proud of? This little brat is so unruly, sooner or later something will happen. Senior sister, it's best you don't get involved with him. You don't need to meddle in my affairs. Junior sister should just take care of herself, Dai Yuan replied indifferently. Chapter 1409. Your junior sister is right. Gong Ao Fu snorted. It's not a good thing for a young man to show off too much. The taller the tree in the forest, the more likely it is to be destroyed by the wind. If he doesn't change his character, he will definitely die an untimely death. Master will not allow you to have any contact with him, so as to avoid causing trouble for my Colored Glass Sect. Honored Master, Dai Yuan was shocked and was about to say something when Gong Ao Fu stared at her with a dignified expression. What's wrong? Do you not even want to listen to your honored master's words? Dai Yuan bit her thin lip lightly, and after a long time nodded. Disciple will follow honored master's instructions. Seeing this, Gong Ao Fu turned her gaze away with satisfaction. On the other side, two women stood together, both of them staring towards Yang Kai with sparkling eyes. One of them was slightly charming while the other was pure and innocent, but both of them were frowning slightly at this moment, seemingly somewhat worried. The strength of these two women wasn't high, both only Saint Kings, and they were standing in the middle of a group of people, so Yang Kai hadn't noticed them. If Yang Kai had seen them, he would have definitely recognized them as Clear Sky Sect's Chen Shitao and Lu Wing's senior sister. Yang Kai had several dealings with Chen Shitao, and the other party had repeatedly invited Yang Kai to join Clear Sky Sect so he could participate in the sect trial, but Yang Kai had always politely refused. It was also thanks to them that Yang Kai had been able to meet Qian Yu in Black Crow City, redeem her, and bring her back to Dragon Cave Mountain. As disciples of Clear Sky Sect, the two of them had come to Heavenly Fate City with their master to participate in the auction. Originally, the two of them had intended to visit Yang Kai on Dragon Cave Mountain, but due to the various matters they had to attend to, they hadn't been able to find an opportunity until today. Seeing Dragon Cave Mountain situation, Chen Shitao and Lu Wing were naturally anxious. Yang Kai had given them a good impression and had even saved their lives in Grand Burial Valley. The two women weren't ungrateful people, but with their low strength, they had no right to speak at this time. Senior sister, he seems to be in big trouble this time, Lu Wing said softly, and Chen Shitao nodded subconsciously, her vision far more profound than Lu Ying's. She knew that if Dragon Cave Mountain situation wasn't handled properly this time, it would be beyond redemption. Then, do you think he can escape this calamity? Lu Ying asked again. How would I know? Chen Shitao smiled bitterly. If she had enough strength, she would definitely not hesitate to help, but she was just a Saint King realm cultivator. So, there was nothing she could do at this time. Biting her red lips lightly, she said thoughtfully, it's just that his luck has always been good, so I wonder if he will be blessed by the heavens this time. Although the two women spoke softly, a middle-aged man in front of them heard them clearly. This man's cultivation was quite good. A third-order origin returning realm master like Qian Tong and the others, but his long hair was even darker and more beautiful than the two women's, reaching his waist. He had a tall stature and wore a scholarly robe, giving him a somewhat wild and unrestrained aura. Turning his head with a gentle smile on his face, he beckoned to Chen Shitao and Lu Wing. The two women exchanged a glance before quickly stepping forward and bowing respectfully. Honored Master, this man was Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder, Mou. He was a famous figure on Shadowed Star, on par with Qian Tong, Fei Jitu, and the others. Originally, Chen Shitao and Tao Nu were qualified to worship him as master, but in Lu Yen Sand Field, the two women had made great contributions and brought back countless saint crystals for the sect, so Mo made an exception and accepted them as his disciples. Occasionally, he would give them some pointers in their cultivation, allowing them to grow rapidly. The defensive artifact Chen Shitao used in Grand Burial Valley, the 9-palace heavenly silk umbrella, was given to her by him. Do you know this young man? Mo asked with a smile. Chen Shitao and Lu Ying glanced at each other, not daring to lie in front of their honored master. Immediately, the former said, "Yes, honored master. He is the lucky friend I mentioned to you before." "Oh, is he the one with great destiny you mentioned?" Mo raised his brow, showing a look of interest. "Yes, that's him." "Ha, that's a bit interesting. Luck is nothing but an illusion. A person can have good and bad luck. It's impossible for them to always have good luck. This is what they call extreme misfortune leads to bliss." Mo seemed to be talking to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be teaching Chen Shitao. The latter didn't dare to interrupt and could only listen respectfully. Mo glanced over at her faintly and chuckled. "Do you expect Master to say a few good words for him?" Chen Shitao's tender body trembled as she quickly said, "Disciple wouldn't dare." Although disciple is a woman, she understands the gravity of the situation and wouldn't dare ask honored master to wade into these muddy waters. "Good, very good." Mo nodded lightly. "The current situation is unclear, so this old master naturally won't easily wade into these muddy waters. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually quite old, so it wasn't a problem for him to call himself an old master." Changing the topic, Mo smiled and said, "However, this old master is very curious. Just how lucky is he to be praised so highly by you? If he can overcome the danger this time, this old master will believe that he really is blessed with great fortune. In the future, you can communicate with him more often." "Yes." Chen Shitao smiled happily, but when she thought about the current situation, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of worry. In any case, Yang Kai had saved her life, but now she could only watch helplessly without being able to help, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy and guilty. However, if he can't survive this crisis, and if he can't, there won't be any future for him. You can just sit with this old master and watch the show. Mo chuckled. Chen Shitao and Lu Ying glanced at each other, only able to stand aside and observe the situation. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai stood behind the mountain defending Array and cupped his fist slightly. Since so many seniors have arrived today, it stands to reason that this junior should invite all of you into the mountain to have a seat. But Mount Song has just experienced a battle, and Junior still has many things to deal with. I hope that seniors can forgive this junior's lack of hospitality. Please return. Yang Kai didn't want to waste any more time with these people, so naturally he wanted to drive them away. Everyone understood what he meant, but no one moved, especially Jean Shi and old woman Feng, who glared at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. If it weren't for Qian Tong and Fei Ji too being present, it was likely they would have immediately attacked. However, it was impossible for them to just leave. After all, their two sects had suffered heavy losses this time, so if they really left like this, where would they put their face in the future? Yang Kai also understood this truth, but no matter what, he had to make his stance clear first. If these people really attacked, regardless of the consequences, he would be in the right, while Qian Tong and Fei Ji too would be able to intervene without implicating Shadow Moon Hall. Seeing that no one was leaving, Yang Kai sneered and said loudly, "What's wrong? Could it be that seniors like the Xie family have taken a fancy to this junior's little mountain? Little brat, don't say such nonsense. Since this old master has come here, shouldn't you, as a junior, invite us into rest? This is the proper way to treat guests," Jean Shi coldly snorted. Many masters heard this and nodded lightly. Although they had no grievances with Yong Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain, and had come here purely to watch the fun, after learning about the wonders of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, all of them wanted to go in and take a look. As such, even if they understood that Jean Sure had other intentions, all of them agreed with him at this moment. As long as they entered Dragon Cave Mountain with Yong Kai's ability, how could he stop them from studying the spirit arrays and spirit arrays? As for whether Dragon Cave Mountain would invite a wolf into the house and bring disaster upon itself, how could they care? Old Ghost Jean, do you have any shame? Others have already made it very clear that there are many things that need to be dealt with on this mountain, and that it is inconvenient to entertain guests. We have already apologized in advance, yet you still insist on saying such things. Are you trying to bully the weak? If you really want to rest, Heavenly Fate City is just 50 kilometers away. Come with this old master, and this old master will entertain you. Qian Tong looked at Jean Sure with displeasure. No matter what, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Not giving Yong Kai face was equivalent to not putting Shadow Moon Hall in his eyes, which made Qian Tong very annoyed. Naturally, we must go to Heavenly Fate City, but this little brat is acting so arrogantly. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all, Jean Sure said with a look of unwillingness to give up. Don't try to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. If you want to cause trouble, this old master will accompany you. Qian Tong shouted, his expression becoming unfriendly. Perceiving Qian Tong's resolute attitude, Jean Sure frowned. He didn't know what the relationship between Qian Tong and Yong Kai was that made him not hesitate to offend him. But now it seemed that if he continued to be entangled, things would definitely not end well. However, leaving like this was really inappropriate. Intentionally or unintentionally, Jean Sure glanced over at Old Woman Fong and saw the other party's gloomy face, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Yong Kai. His brow furrowed, and just as he was about to drag Old Woman Fong down with him, a shocking pressure suddenly descended from the distance. Jean Sure's complexion changed as he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and turned his head to look. Everyone else did the same. Among the masters present, there were a dozen or so third-order origin returning realm masters, but even with their tyrannical strength, they could tell that this newcomer was not someone to be trifled with, causing them to show looks of shock. Only Old Black, Yen Pei, showed a look of astonishment on his face as he muttered, "Why is she here?" It was as if this person shouldn't have appeared here. In the distance, a blue light quickly approached, and a moment later, this blue light flashed and stopped a few dozen meters in front of the crowd before dissipating, revealing two figures hidden inside. One was a man, and one was a woman. The woman was the leader. She was dressed in a jade-green palace robe. Her long hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her bearing was graceful and luxurious. Her pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be born with the dignity to give orders. No one dared to look at her for too long. This woman in palace robes looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and although she was quite old, she had maintained her appearance quite well. Her skin was fair and delicate, and even a young girl in her late 20s could not compare to her. Her 10 slender fingers and enchanting figure were enough to arouse one's imagination. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this woman, because the aura that caused everyone to pale was coming from her. This was an aura that was even stronger than that of an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. Chapter 14:10. Behind the woman stood a man. This man had a rather peculiar appearance. He had a pointed mouth, monkey cheeks, and narrow, slender eyes, as if he couldn't open them. There were only 2 slits in his eyes, and he had a mouth full of buck teeth that made him look like a rabbit. This man looked extremely wretched, and when he stood next to the beautiful woman in front of him, it created a sharp visual contrast, making the woman seem even more beautiful, while this man was extremely ugly. However, from the way the two of them stood, It was obvious that this buck-toothed man should be a junior or disciple of the woman in palace robes, because he was standing behind her with a respectful expression, as if he was following her lead. His strength was also at the First Order Origin returning realm, but the Saint Chi fluctuations faintly exuded from his body were much purer and denser than the average First Order Origin returning realm cultivator. When he saw this woman, Yang Kai's face sank, not knowing what kind of background she had. If she was an enemy, then this situation would not be easy to handle. Facing this woman in palace robes, Yang Kai felt a faint sense of oppression, a feeling Jin Shi, Old Woman Feng, and the others couldn't give him. It was obvious that this woman was stronger than Jin Shi, Old Woman Feng, and the others. But when he saw the buck-toothed man, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, because he knew this person. This buck-toothed man was actually Gu Qi, the one who had exchanged his Star Emperor token for a spirit pill after the auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion. Yang Kai had a particularly deep impression of this man because when this guy saw Yang Inflammation, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Not only was he extremely afraid, but he was also quite respectful, even calling himself Shao Qi. This man's appearance was quite unique. How could Yang Kai forget such a strange person? He still remembered that after the exchange of spirit pills, the other party had said that if possible, his elder would come to visit him and Yang Inflammation. Thinking about it, this woman in palace robes was Gu Qi's elder, and the spirit pill he wanted to exchange his Star Emperor token for was also prepared for this woman. Was this woman an enemy or a friend? Yang Kai frowned, his expression uncertain. However, the appearance of these two people successfully attracted everyone's attention, alleviating the originally hostile atmosphere by quite a bit. Moreover, when the experts from the various powers saw the woman's appearance, all of them revealed expressions of disbelief, and some were even extremely terrified. It was as if he was extremely afraid of this woman. Even Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union and Chengpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect were the same. The two of them glanced at each other, and both showed looks of dread, secretly feeling a headache coming on. As the two giants of Shadowed Star, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, did not put anyone in their eyes except for the mysterious Star Emperor Mountain. As for Mo Xiaosheng and Chengpeng Xian, they were the great elders of the two great forces. Their positions were high, and their strength was extraordinary. To be able to make the two of them so fearful, this woman's identity and background were obviously not to be underestimated. Yang Kai observed his expression. Although he didn't know whether this person was an enemy or a friend and what her background was, he knew that this woman was definitely a famous figure. How could it be her? Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong also looked like he had seen a ghost, squeezing his eyes hard as his eyelids twitched. Fei Zhitu's mouth opened like a hippopotamus, his expression not much better than Qian Tong's. Elder, who is the senior? Wei Guchong asked curiously from the side. The woman in the palace robe had only appeared once. She didn't say anything. She simply suppressed all the masters present with her absolute aura, causing Wei Guchong to feel very confused. At the same time, he also felt an inexplicable excitement. This was the power of a true master. She is the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain. Qian Tong replied casually with a bitter taste in his mouth. Wei Guchong's body shook as he stared at the woman in the palace robe with even more admiration. He had never expected that this senior's background would be so great. Star Emperor Mountain was one of the most mysterious and powerful forces on Shadowed Star. No one knew how many masters they had or how much heritage they had, but it was said that Star Emperor Mountain had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of Starfield, so even the great leaders of Heaven Battling Union felt inferior when facing Star Emperor Mountain. Fortunately, Star Emperor Mountain didn't compete for anything and rarely appeared on Shadowed Star. Otherwise, how could there be room for other sects to develop on Shadowed Star? Shadowed Star would have long since been unified by Star Emperor Mountain. Although Qian Tong's words were soft, they still fell into the ears of the woman in the palace robe. The other party turned her head slightly and glanced over at him with her pair of phoenix eyes. Being stared at like this, Qian Tong couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. The younger generation cultivator might not recognize this woman, but all the masters at the Second Order Origin Returning Realm or above present knew her name and knew her terrifying methods. Recalling the many major events that happened when this woman was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain more than 100 years ago, Qian Tong became more and more uneasy. Why would she appear here? This queen has been away from the world for a long time, but I didn't expect to see so many old friends as soon as I came out. The woman in palace attire suddenly opened her red lips, her voice pleasant to the ear, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze, their bodies and minds relaxed. Little Money, Little Fay, the two of you have also reached this level. It seems that you haven't lived these years in vain. The woman in the palace robe was silent, but as soon as she spoke, her voice was earth-shattering. Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu were old star elders of Shadow Moon Hall, but in the mouth of this woman they had become Xiao Qian and Xiao Fei. Countless Saint King realm cultivators' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, while many others couldn't help laughing secretly. Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, however, couldn't laugh. Exchanging a glance, they quickly bowed and cupped their fists, greeting Senior Sister Yi. After not seeing you for more than 100 years, Senior Sister Yi is still as graceful as ever. Congratulations. Forget it. The woman surnamed Yi waved her hand lightly, no trace of joy or sadness visible on her pretty face. I'm just struggling at death's door. What grace is there to speak of? Saying so, she turned her head to the other side and beckoned. Xiaohei, come here. On the other side, Ren Tianrue, who was known as the little black face of Treasure Trove Pavilion, heard this and responded reflexively. Just as he was wondering why the senior had called him, he saw his master Yen Pei stride forward with a smile on his face and quickly rush to the woman's side. Ren Tianrue blinked his eyes and suddenly understood. It turned out that his master had also gradually grown from a little black face to an old black face. This senior wasn't calling him at all. She was clearly calling his master. Yen Pei greets Senior Sister Yi. What instructions does Senior Sister Yi have for me? Yen Pei asked respectfully. What happened here? Why are there so many people gathered here? The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly and asked slowly. It's like this. Yen Pei, as the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, was naturally an eloquent speaker. In a few words, he roughly explained the situation here, concisely and to the point, without any unnecessary details. Although he didn't explain it too clearly, with the shrewdness of this woman surnamed Yi, how could she not understand the twists and turns of the story? Hearing this, she coldly snorted with displeasure. Bullying the weak, they deserve to be killed. Saying so, she shot a cold glare towards Jean Shi and Old Woman Feng. These two masters, who were already considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star, both frowned as displeasure appeared on their faces. They did have scruples about this woman's surnamed Ye's fame and prestige, but that was more than 100 years ago. Now they had both grown to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, so the other party not giving them any face naturally annoyed them. What's more, this woman surnamed Yi no longer represented Star Emperor Mountain. More than 100 years ago, she had disappeared, rumored to have had some kind of conflict with Star Emperor Mountain. Since then, there had been no news of her. In other words, she was now all alone. So no matter how great her fame was, could she compete with an entire sect? Although they were annoyed, Jean Shi and Old Woman Feng didn't show any intention of lashing out on the spot. After all, they still didn't know what the other party's intentions were. So rashly making enemies was unwise. After clarifying the cause of this conflict, the woman in palace robes suddenly turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai and asked the cultivator beside her, "Shao Qi, is he the one you were talking about?" Gu Qi nodded respectfully. "Yes, martial ancestor. It is him." "Then where is Master?" The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly as she muttered to herself. Her voice was so soft that even with the cultivation of everyone present, no one was able to hear it clearly. Otherwise, it would have caused an uproar. Glancing towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array thoughtfully, the woman understood that her master was definitely behind it. Thinking so, she showed a warm smile and nodded to Yang Kai. "You are Yang Kai, right?" Yang Kai was quite nervous in his heart, but his expression was neither servile nor overbearing as he cupped his fists and said, "This junior is indeed Yang Kai. What advice does senior have for coming to Mount Song?" "I wouldn't dare give advice." The woman surnamed Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Her peerlessly enchanting demeanor caused everyone to be dazed. Those with weaker hearts and weaker strengths were unable to shift their gazes away. It was as if there was some invisible attractive force coming from this woman that sucked in their gazes. This queen has come this time only to see a single person. If this queen has not guessed wrong, that person should be in this mountain. If it's convenient, could this queen ask little brother to open the array and let this queen in? Ooh. Her attitude was gentle without the slightest hostility, and she spoke in a negotiating tone, but Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly, unable to make a decision for the time being. As for who this woman wanted to see, Yang Kai had some guesses. It could only be Yang Inflammation. After all, when Gu Qi met Yang Inflammation at Treasure Trove Pavilion last time, his performance had been too shocking, and before he left, he had even said that his elders would be coming to visit. Yang Kai didn't have any friendship with them, so the one they wanted to visit was undoubtedly Yang Inflammation. However, the other party's origins were unknown, and it was unclear whether they were friend or foe, so how could Yang Kai open the spirit array so easily? If the other party had some kind of malicious intent towards Yang Inflammation, wouldn't that be the same as inviting a wolf into the house? With the other party's methods, if they really entered Dragon Cave Mountain, none of the cultivators inside would be able to stop them. So Yang Kai hesitated for a while. Seeing this woman surnamed Yi actually speak to Yang Kai in such an amiable manner, even using the word please, Chen Tong and the others were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Chapter 1411. The arrogance and methods of this woman surnamed Yi were something Qian Tong and the others had deeply experienced when they were young. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, she was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. Now that she had disappeared for more than 100 years, her cultivation had likely reached the point of returning to its original state. It could be said that there were very few people on Shadowed Star who could fight her one-on-one. She was bossing them around while treating a junior like Yang Kai with such a gentle expression. Was there some kind of mistake? Qian Tong and the others couldn't help feeling like they were dreaming, seemingly noticing Yang Kai's fear. The woman surnamed Yi didn't urge him, and instead said after a moment of contemplation, "How about this? This queen won't force you to open the spirit array, but can you allow this queen to speak a few words with that girl named Yang Inflammation? This queen has no malice towards you, and just wants to confirm something." Sure enough, she is here for Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her, and gently nodded. "If it's just a few words, there's no problem. Senior, please accept." Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, took out a communication artifact, and tossed it over to the woman surnamed Yi. The woman surnamed Yi didn't seem to move, but the communication artifact flew directly over to her and was gently caught in her hand. Immediately, in front of everyone's eyes, the woman surnamed Yi closed her beautiful eyes and poured her divine sense into the communication artifact to communicate with Yang Inflammation. time passed slowly, and everyone present, regardless of their cultivation or background, didn't even dare to breathe loudly, as if they were afraid to disturb this woman surnamed Yi. As time passed, the woman surnamed Ye's tender body began to tremble slightly. The expression on her face also changed constantly, from shock and fear to uneasiness to pleasant surprise and excitement, as a powerful tsunami-like aura uncontrollably spread out from her tender body. All the Saint King realm cultivators trembled under the influence of this aura. They felt as if they were wandering around the gates of hell, as if a single thought from this woman surnamed Yi could kill them in the next moment. Even a first or second order origin returning realm cultivator would have to circulate their secret arts to resist. However, he was not affected by it, but he was also secretly shocked. Although they were also third order origin returning realm cultivators, the same realm as the woman surnamed Yi, none of them could achieve what she had. This was clearly a sign of great success. In other words, if not for the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, this woman surnamed Yi was likely already an Origin King realm master. An Origin returning realm master wanted to break through to the Origin King realm. His force had to reach the great perfection stage. This was something that none of the people present could satisfy. Realizing the gap between them and the woman surnamed Yi, everyone felt a sense of dread. Jean Sure and Old Woman Fong looked at each other. They rejoiced even more. Fortunately, they had suppressed their anger and did not have any conflict with the other party. Otherwise, even if it was 2 against 1, it was unknown whether they would be able to escape unscathed. After a long time, the terrifying aura slowly withdrew, and the woman surnamed Yi opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigor, and her beautiful face was slightly red, exuding a dazzling brilliance, as if she had encountered a joyous occasion. Yang Kai could clearly feel that her breathing had quickened, and from her tender body, a rapid heartbeat could be heard. What exactly did she communicate with Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was filled with doubts. Everyone else was also curious, wondering just what kind of person on Dragon Cave Mountain could cause such a great change in mood. One had to know that a master of her level would never have such intense mood swings unless she had encountered something major. The woman surnamed Yi took a few deep breaths to calm her excitement before turning to Yang Kai and asking softly, "Little brother, can you give this communication artifact to this queen? This queen can exchange it with you." Yang Kai smiled. "There's no need to exchange anything. It's just a trivial communication artifact. If Senior wants it, just take it." At this moment, he had determined that this woman had no malicious intent towards Dragon Cave Mountain, and most likely had some kind of relationship with Yang Inflammation. In other words, this woman was a friend, not an enemy. With such a powerful ally suddenly arriving, Yang Kai was overjoyed. So how could he care about a simple communication artifact? The value of this thing was not worth mentioning, as it was only used to transmit messages. If he wanted, Yang Inflammation could easily refine countless of them. Since that's the case, this mistress offers her thanks. The woman surnamed Yi was not a wishy-washy person. Hearing this, her pretty face lit up, and she happily put the communication artifact into her space ring. At this moment, everyone could see that this woman surnamed Yi had some kind of relationship with someone from Dragon Cave Mountain. Jean Sure, Old Woman Fong, and the others all wore ugly expressions, as if they had just eaten a dead fly. They had been putting pressure on Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, but now that this woman surnamed Yi had really joined Dragon Cave Mountain, they had no choice but to withdraw. For the sake of their dead disciples, it was extremely unwise to become enemies with such a master, unless their heads were rusty. Considering all this, Jean Sure and Old Woman Fong both decided to withdraw. After all, there was still plenty of time for revenge, so it was best to first investigate the relationship between this woman surnamed Yi and Dragon Cave Mountain. Did he really manage to turn danger into safety? Over on Clear Sky Sec's side, Great Elder Mo's eyes flashed brilliantly, unable to believe what he had just seen. Just now, he had been lecturing Qin Shi Tao that the concept of luck was nothing more than an illusion, but in the blink of an eye, this inexplicable situation had actually taken a turn for the better. This little brat's luck, isn't it a bit too heaven-defying? I knew his luck had always been good, and it seems it really is the case. Qin Shi Tao was also inexplicably excited. On one hand, it was because Yang Kai had turned danger into safety, but on the other hand, it was because her belief had been confirmed. No one was happier than her. Over on Colored Glass Sec's side, Dai Yuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while Insu Dai's pretty face was gloomy and filled with dissatisfaction. She had been hoping to see Yang Kai fall to his knees and beg for mercy. But how could she have anticipated that this woman surnamed Ji would suddenly appear and cause so many masters present to feel fear towards her? Seeing this show about to come to an end, how could Insu Dai be willing to give up? A bunch of wastes. She cursed in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. She had just broken through to the origin returning realm, so whether it was in terms of cultivation or seniority, she was inferior to all the masters present. At this moment, there was no room for her to intervene or speak. What's wrong? Is there some kind of heaven-defying treasure here? What is the purpose of all of you gathering here? After the woman surnamed Yi finished talking with Yang Kai, her pretty face became cold as she glanced around and shouted. Hearing this, many masters took a step back, revealing looks of embarrassment. But Qian Tong simply laughed. Senior sister, ye must be joking. How could there be any heaven-defying treasure here? Since that's the case, why haven't you left? Do you want this queen to drive you out? The woman surnamed Yi frowned with displeasure. We'll leave. We'll leave. Qian Tong said quickly, nodding gently to Yang Kai as he spoke. Yang Kai responded with a grateful look, with Qian Tong taking the lead. The other forces who had come to watch the show naturally didn't want to remain, causing the woman surnamed Yi to be displeased. They all cupped their fists to her before turning to leave. Jean Sure, an old woman Feng couldn't do anything on their own, and could only reluctantly withdraw. Just as the storm was about to subside, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth stirred, and then it became extremely chaotic. Everyone showed a look of horror, as they instinctively thought that the woman surnamed Yi had broken her promise and taken action. Turning to look at her in shock, they were all stunned, because the woman surnamed Yi herself had also lost all color as she stood in place with a look of shock. It wasn't that she had taken action, but that some kind of strange change had occurred. Asterisk, hong, long, long. Asterisk, a violent sound came from the sky. The source of the sound seemed to be right next to them, but it also seemed to be far away, making it hard for them to figure it out. When they looked up towards the source of the sound, everyone's eyes narrowed, and their eyeballs trembled, because up in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, there was a scene of silver snakes dancing and thunder flashing, as if the end of the world had arrived. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, it had been suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain. For so long, it had not moved, but many of Shadowed Star's masters had joined forces to try and break into it. But in the end, they suffered heavy losses and failed to find a way to enter. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that although the Emperor Garden had appeared, it was not yet time to open, so no one could force their way in. All the great forces had sent disciples to stand guard near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, waiting for it to open so they could send word back. But unexpectedly, the Emperor Garden, which had always been peaceful, suddenly changed. No one knew what this meant. After all, the Emperor Garden was the private residence of the great emperors of Starfield, so the secrets involved in it were far too deep. At this moment, high up in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, lightning bolts danced about as they rumbled violently, as if they were trying to tear apart the heavens and earth. As this voice rang out, the surrounding world energy became more and more chaotic, becoming more and more violent. Immediately after, a series of 5-colored balls of light began to take shape, filling the air as they slowly flew towards the Emperor Garden. 5-element world energy, someone exclaimed. There was no lack of masters present, so naturally they were able to tell what these 5-colored balls of light were. They were clearly formed from the world energy of the 5 elements. Looking left and right, everyone was shocked, their expressions filled with wonder. Because as far as the eye could see, all they could see were these 5-colored balls of light. Even in places where they could not see, there was a large amount of 5-element world energy slowly floating up into the air. These balls of light formed from 5-element world energy seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact they were converging towards the Emperor Garden at an extremely fast speed, as if there was some kind of attractive force coming from it. Gradually, the Emperor Garden, which was originally visible to the naked eye, disappeared and was replaced by a massive 5-colored light that completely enveloped the Emperor Garden. An even louder buzzing sound rang out from inside it, causing the world to tremble. Chapter 14:12. All the great forces had stationed their disciples near Heavenly Fate City, waiting for the moment the Emperor Garden opened. No one could explain the scene in front of them, but it was indeed possible that the Emperor Garden had opened. Realizing this, everyone couldn't help feeling a little excited, their bodies trembling as they began paying closer attention to the Emperor Garden's movements. Although everyone was excited, no one dared to step forward and take a look. The world energy fluctuations coming from the original location of the Emperor Garden were extremely frightening, and the scene was even more shocking. Who would dare to investigate this matter without fear of death? Most likely, before they could even approach the Emperor Garden, they would be torn to pieces by the violent world energy fluctuations. Even the woman surnamed Ye didn't dare to make any moves, simply standing in place with a gloomy expression. The expressions of Yang Kai, Chang Chi, and the others were also quite interesting. The 4 of them stood inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array and looked up, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over as another person appeared beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Yang Yen had at some point run out and was now standing beside him, also looking up at the sky. It's not the Emperor Garden opening. Yen muttered softly, her expression indifferent. Unfortunately, only Yang Kai could hear her words. Even Chang Chi and the others were too focused on the changes in the surrounding environment to notice what she was saying. Then what is this? Yang Kai hurriedly asked, his concern clouding his mind. He had just forgotten that Yang Yen was a soul clone of the great emperors of Starfield, so she should know something about the Emperor Garden situation. Since Yang Yen said that this was not a sign of the Emperor Garden opening, she must have her reasons. I don't know. However, it's definitely not the Emperor Garden opening, but it seems to have something to do with entering the Emperor Garden. Yang Yen frowned, seemingly unable to understand. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors, and many of her memories were incomplete, so it was understandable that she was unclear. Yang Kai frowned, but didn't ask any more questions. Perceiving that Yang Yen had appeared, the woman surnamed Yi showed a look of joy and her figure flickered. Suddenly arriving in front of the mountain defending array, she stared at Yang Yen respectfully and excitedly. But just as she was about to say something, Yang Yen stopped her. If you have something to say it later. Come in first. Saying so, Yang Yen sent out a wisp of Saint Chi. Of Saint Light, Yang Yen stood in front of her. The lights Saint Yang's light immediately, only one person at a time. Yan's heart nodding. And of course, of Yang Kai's of Lady Yang Kai's Saint Yang Kai. of Saint Yang Yen squeezing into the mountain defending array, the buck-toothed cultivator Ge Qi naturally followed closely behind, a submissive look on his face as he glanced at Yang Yen from time to time before quickly averting his eyes, as if he was afraid his eyes would blaspheme her. Chang Qi, Hao En, and Ning Xiangchen finally turned their attention to this woman. At this moment, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the woman surnamed Yi, a look of disbelief on their faces. The three of them were standing next to Yang Yen, so naturally they had heard what this woman surnamed Yi had just said. This made them unable to believe their ears, exchanging a glance with each other, all of them somewhat confused. Are you kidding me? This woman surnamed Yi, a person of such high status and strength, was actually acting like a subordinate in front of Yang Yen. What was going on? Although Yang Kai was also a little surprised, his situation was much better than Chang Qi and the others. After all, he already knew about Yang Yan's identity, and secretly guessed that this woman surnamed Yi probably had some kind of relationship with the original body of the great emperors of Starfield. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to behave like this. Although he had some doubts in his heart, now was not the time to ask, so Yang Kai could only suppress his doubts and wait for an opportunity to ask in the future. Glancing at the buck-toothed cultivator, Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fist to the other party. Brother Ge, we meet again. Ahem ahem. Ge Qi's face was full of discomfort as he bowed back and said, Little Qi, just call me Little Qi. Although he didn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and Yang Yen, he didn't dare act arrogant at this moment. After all, even his martial ancestor was inferior to Yang Yen, so if he didn't act humble, wouldn't that be disregarding his martial ancestor's position? This was a matter of deceiving one's martial ancestor. How could he possibly do such a thing? Yang Kai's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything more. He was only a third-order Saint King right now, and although this buck-toothed cultivator didn't look very old, he was already a first-order origin returning realm master. No matter what, he couldn't just call Shao Qi by his name. For a time, everyone's eyes turned to the Emperor Garden up in the sky again. The humming sound continued as the entire sky was filled with violent lightning snakes. The small ones were a foot long, while the big ones were as large as flood dragons, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Looking around, it was as if the sky had become a world of lightning dragons. Shrouded in this five-colored light, the Emperor Garden was faintly discernible, making it difficult for anyone to see it clearly. All they could see was countless lightning snakes and lightning dragons roaming about. The world energy of the five elements continued to gather together and float upwards, gathering towards the Emperor Garden. This phenomenon was not only occurring around Dragon Cave Mountain and Heavenly Fate City, but also all of Shadowed Star. Almost everyone witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Under the powerful pressure of this world energy phenomenon, even third-order origin returning realm masters felt as weak as ants. Somewhere on Shadowed Star, there was a towering mountain 10,000 meters high that pierced through the clouds. Obviously, there was an excellent earth vein here. Otherwise, the world energy aura would not be so abundant. The scenery of this mountain was beautiful, and there were many pavilions and pagodas scattered about. From the looks of it, this was the headquarters of a certain sect. Star Emperor Mountain. It was a tyrannical existence that caused all of Shadowed Star to pale at the mere mention of its name, a behemoth that surpassed even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect. Although its name was resounding, Star Emperor Mountain's style of conduct was extremely low-key, with very few people coming out. As such, it was very rare for anyone on Shadowed Star to see a cultivator from Star Emperor Mountain. At this moment, in a palace at the highest point of the Star Emperor Mountain, an old man with a calm expression and without the slightest fluctuation of energy was sitting cross-legged. He looked like a mortal. The moment the heavens and earth changed, this elderly man opened his eyes and stared deeply in the direction of the Emperor Garden. A brilliant light flashing across his eyes, as if he could see through all the obstructions and observe the Emperor Garden's movements. After a while, he raised his brow and muttered to himself, "Is the Emperor Jade about to appear?" After he finished speaking, the elderly man's face lit up with joy, and he immediately stood up. The moment he stood up, a powerful aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the woman surnamed Yi spread out with him as the center. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few thousand meters away. At this moment, a young man with an indifferent expression was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, staring at the five-colored world energy mass floating up from the mountain in amazement. Seeing the old man appear, the young man was shocked and quickly got up and bowed. Disciple greets honored master. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this indifferent young man at a glance. He was the cultivator named Lung Qing he had met twice in Lu Yen Sand Field. This person had displayed great power where the soul-cleansing divine water was and occupied the best position, forcing Chu Chongfeng to hold back his anger. In the fourth layer of Lu Yen Sand Field, Lung Qing had also met Yang Kai face-to-face. At that time, Lung Qing had been attacking the Supreme Profound Sect defending array. If there were any cultivator on Shadowed Star who could attract Yang Kai's attention, Lu Yi was one, and Lung Qing was another. However, Lung Qing had now broken through to the First Order origin returning realm, which was somewhat different from when he was a Third Order Saint King, and pass down the order and have all the elders move out, the old man ordered lightly. Lung Qing was startled, but quickly cupped his fists and asked, "Disciple dares to ask what honored master wants all the elders to do." The old man didn't get angry, and instead explained, "The Emperor Jade is about to appear, and all the elders are to intercept it. This matter is related to the number of spots to enter the Emperor Garden, so make sure they don't act carelessly. Even if they have to snatch, they must snatch as many as they can." Yes. Although Lung Qing was confused, he didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly withdrew. After Lung Qing left, the old man clutched his chest and coughed lightly, his face slightly pale. He was actually injured. It was unknown who had such powerful means to injure such a strong cultivator. Since the Emperor Jade has appeared, the Emperor Garden should be opening soon. Damn it, I was injured by that slut at this time. A fierce look appeared on the old man's face as he secretly felt annoyed. Who was the slut he was talking about? Near Dragon Cave Mountain, all the cultivators were paying close attention to the Emperor Garden's movements. The changes in the heavens and earth lasted for more than half a day before a slight change occurred, shocking everyone present and causing their eyes to widen as they paid closer attention. Up in the sky, the five-colored light that had been enveloping the Emperor Garden began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye before collapsing and disappearing. At the same time, the buzzing stopped and the world energy of the five elements also returned to normal, as if the previous changes had never occurred. Everyone looked towards the Emperor Garden again in amazement, but in the next moment, all of them exclaimed in unison. The Emperor Garden looked somewhat different from before. It was much larger than before, and had inexplicably many new buildings that had not been seen before. It was as if these buildings had been hidden from view until this time's heavens and Earth's heavens and Earth's heavens and Earth's heavens. This discovery made everyone bewildered. They didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. And there is more than one Emperor Garden. Yun muttered to herself thoughtfully. There are still half of the Emperor Garden in other places. Only when these two are combined will the Emperor Garden be complete and officially open. After hearing her words, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Yenyun frown, as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, the Emperor Garden looked even more majestic and magnificent, and an invisible force was radiating from it, causing everyone to tremble. Emperor pressure. The Emperor pressure exuded by the transformed Emperor Garden was even more terrifying than before, and as this emperor pressure pressed down on everyone present, none of them daring to move, only the sound of gulping could be heard. Chapter 14:13. Enveloped by the emperor pressure, everyone found it difficult to breathe as their hands and feet went cold. At this moment, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, in front of this emperor pressure, all masters seemed to have become 3-year-old children. This discovery shocked and terrified everyone, and only now did they realize just what kind of lofty existences the great emperors of Starfield were. If the great emperors were still alive, a single thought from them would be enough to crush everyone present. That was definitely a level beyond the Origin King realm. Fortunately, this emperor pressure did not last for a long time. After about an incense stick worth of time, the invisible force gradually subsided until it completely disappeared. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard one after another, and everyone's complexion was not very good. All of them had a lingering fear in their hearts, but before everyone could catch their breath, another change occurred. A deafening buzzing sound rang out from the Emperor Garden's side. What happened? Someone exclaimed with bitter faces. Today's events had made them tremble in fear, fearing that something bad had happened to the Emperor Garden. Looking up, everyone saw a beam of light shoot out from the Emperor Garden's location, seemingly slow but actually rapidly falling down. This beam of light was only as thick as an arm, but it seemed to contain enough power to destroy heaven and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Yang Kai's face instantly became livid. This was for no other reason than the direction this beam of light was shooting towards was none other than Dragon Cave Mountain. The Emperor Garden had been suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, so this beam of light was also falling straight down. So Dragon Cave Mountain was the first to bear the brunt of this attack. Although the mountain defending array was powerful and had many powerful spirit arrays inside, Yang Kai was not confident it could withstand this beam of light. In a moment of desperation, he turned to look at Yang Yan and saw a depressed look on her face, immediately understanding that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light shooting out from the Emperor Garden collided with Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This light curtain, which had been able to withstand the attacks of more than 30 Origin returning realm masters for 2 days and 2 nights without breaking, quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Without a sound, a hole was pierced through the great mountain protection formation. The light screen flickered wildly and dimmed in an instant. Immediately after, this beam of light fell into a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain and disappeared. Faintly, Yang Kai could feel a powerful energy fluctuation coming from this place. Countless eyes turned towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, each with different expressions, some with surprise, some with puzzlement, some with greed, some with dread. Regardless of what that beam of light was, there was no doubt that it had been shot from the Emperor Garden's Emperor Garden. This moment, after the beam of light disappeared, something was left behind. Everyone wanted to know what it was. Was it some kind of treasure to enter the Emperor Garden? Regardless of what it was enough to make everyone's eyes go red with greed. The appearance of this beam of light once again made Dragon Cave Mountain the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and if it weren't for the woman surnamed Yi standing there, the scene would have long since fallen into chaos. The only reason this place was barely able to maintain balance was because of the deterrent power of this woman surnamed Yi. However, no one could guarantee how long she would be able to deter these people. After all, this was a matter of great importance. And this woman surnamed Yi was alone, so even if she was strong, she couldn't stop everyone. The woman with the surname Yi also seemed to have realized that something was amiss, and an invisible power began to emanate from her body. Even though she appeared to be quite frail and delicate as she stood there, She seemed to be able to hold back 10,000 enemies by herself. Yang Kai's eyes twitched as his mouth filled with bitterness. No one could have imagined that the situation would develop to this point. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was either retreat and allow these masters to explore Dragon Cave Mountain on their own to satisfy their curiosity, or forcefully stop them from entering and monopolize whatever was left behind by the beam of light. There was no other choice. Stopping them was impossible, as even a tiger could not stop a pack of wolves. So how could this woman surnamed Yi stop the impact of so many masters on her own? Retreating was also not Yang Kai's style. While others were curious about what was left behind after the beam of light disappeared, he was also curious, observing the expressions of the masters from the various great forces. Yang Kai knew that he had to make a choice. Otherwise, once they acted first, he would lose the initiative. Realizing this, Yang Kai used his divine sense to send a message to the woman surnamed Yi. The latter's brow rose as she showed a look of surprise before she immediately nodded. Just as the two of them reached an agreement, Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union could no longer hold back his curiosity and stepped forward, cupping his fists with a dignified expression. "Senior Sister Yi." Before he could finish speaking, the woman surnamed Yi frowned and shouted, "Don't even think about it." At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he quickly retreated, his figure blurring as a ripple appeared in the surrounding space. Space Force? Mo Xiaosheng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai's gradually disappearing figure in amazement. As an elder of Heaven Battling Union, Missouri Xiaosheng also cultivated the Tao of space, so he was more sensitive to this kind of fluctuation than anyone else. Seeing Yang Kai not hesitate to use his Space Force to retreat, Mo Xiaosheng instantly understood what he was up to. While surprised by Yang Kai's proficiency in using Space Force, Mo Xiaosheng shouted, "Boy, you dare!" Mo Xiaosheng was indeed afraid of this woman surnamed Yi, but besides her, he didn't put anyone else on Dragon Cave Mountain in his eyes. Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, actually daring to act first in front of so many masters. How could Mo Xiaosheng tolerate this? Saying so, Mo Xiaosheng also took a step forward, and his figure gradually blurred. Like Yang Kai, he also used his Space Force. "Come out!" The woman surnamed Yi shouted as she stretched out her jade white hand and clenched it fiercely towards a certain spot in the void. The world energy there suddenly shrank, and a figure staggered out. It was the horrified great elder of Heaven Battling Union, Elder Kwang. He didn't seem to have expected this woman surnamed Ye's methods to be so powerful that even his trump card could be easily broken. The delicate balance and tranquility was broken by Yang Kai and Mo Xiaosheng. All the masters who had been eyeing Dragon Cave Mountain covetously wanted to enter and take a look, so seeing this golden opportunity, how could they hesitate? Using their movement skills, they rushed towards the place where the beam of light had fallen. No one will leave. The woman surnamed Ye's tender body flickered, and a light flashed as an oil lamp-like artifact appeared out of thin air and floated in front of her. Immediately, the woman stretched out her hand, swept it across the wick, and pinched a blue flame between her fingertips. With a flick of her finger, this blue flame flew forward at an extremely fast speed. The blue flames grew with the wind, and in the next moment, they transformed into a majestic giant bird that was more than 100 feet long. The giant bird opened its mouth wide, and balls of flames the size of wash basins sprayed out from its mouth, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the experts. "Bone incinerating flame lamp," a knowledgeable master called out in alarm, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly summoned his strongest defensive artifact to protect himself. When the words "bone incinerating flame lamp" were shouted out, everyone else also wore looks of shock and quickly retreated, not daring to face this attack head-on. This was not surprising, though. as the bone-incinerating flame lamp was simply too famous. It was one of the few Origin King-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star. This grade of artifact was simply impossible to refine with the current artifact refining standards on Shadowed Star. All of these artifacts originated from ancient times and possessed unfathomable power. The bone-incinerating flame that flew out from this artifact could not be contaminated, as once it did, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would inevitably die. Although the woman surnamed Yi was alone with this artifact, even if her strength was not yet at the Origin King realm, it wasn't far off, so who would dare find trouble with her at this time? For a time, many masters wore gloomy and panicked expressions as they tried to hide and hide, creating an extremely lively scene. However, although the woman surnamed Yi was powerful, dealing with so many masters at once, many of whom were in the same realm as her, was extremely taxing for her, causing her face to pale slightly after this one attack. With her cultivation, using this Origin King grade artifact was a great burden for her. Sister Yi, do you really want to make so many of us your enemy? Chung Peng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect looked at the woman surnamed Yi with an ugly expression and asked in a deep voice. The woman surnamed Yi glanced at him faintly and said coldly, "If you stand still, this queen will naturally not find trouble with you. But if you dare to force your way into this mountain, you'll have to ask this queen for permission." Such bold words. Could it be that Miss Yi really thinks we're made of mud? Mo Xiaosheng also stepped forward with a gloomy expression. Just now, he wanted to chase after Yang Kai, but was blocked by this woman, so he felt he had lost a great deal of face and was not about to give up. This queen is not made of mud. I don't want to say the same thing twice. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude was extremely tough. Mo Xiaosheng and Chung Peng Xian glanced at each other and gently nodded. Although the two of them were usually not on good terms and had fought against each other for countless years, at this time, they naturally stood on the same side. Moreover, because they were quite familiar with each other, they knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. If that's the case, then this old master will offend you. Mo Xiaosheng let out a long roar as a short ruler suddenly appeared in his hand. This short ruler was pitch black in color and looked quite ordinary, but when Mo Xiaosheng poured his Saint Qi into it, it emitted a shocking energy fluctuation and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the woman surnamed Yi. The moment Mo Xiaosheng took action, Chung Peng Xian also took action. A long night was fraught with dreams. So how could they be willing to be blocked by this woman surnamed Yi? All of them wanted to break through her defenses quickly and break into Dragon Cave Mountain to explore its secrets, so they immediately used their most powerful artifacts and offensive methods. Chung Peng Xian summoned a large seal artifact that transformed into a behemoth and pressed it down towards the woman surnamed Yi. Jean Shur of Demon Blood Temple, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, and the other Origin returning realm masters from various sects were also unwilling to give up and did not hesitate to join in the attack. Chapter 14:14. Although the name and strength of this woman surnamed Yi was terrifying, she was still just one person. With so many masters joining forces, how could she possibly resist? Only Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu stood in place with gloomy expressions, biding their time. With their relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, they naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble with this woman surnamed Yi. They were more worried about the situation on Yang Kai's side. In addition to them, there were two other groups of people who hadn't moved. One group was led by Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, and the other group was led by Colored Glass Sect's Elder Gong Ao Fu. It was impossible to tell what the former was thinking, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest, as if he was enjoying a good show and waiting to see what was about to unfold. Although the latter wanted to break into Dragon Cave Mountain, Gong Ao Fu was just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so her strength was slightly inferior. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi display such great strength, she could only stand in place anxiously. In addition to these people, almost everyone else, regardless of their cultivation, desperately rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Most of them didn't want to be enemies with this woman surnamed Yi, but they were simply too curious about the secret hidden behind that beam of light. Taking advantage of the fact that the woman surnamed Yi was being besieged by many third-order origin returning realm masters, these people used various methods to bypass the battlefield and rush into the mountain. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Guqi, Changqi, Hao, Ningxiang Chen, and the others naturally took action, summoning their respective artifacts to stop these people. Various colored Saint Chis burst out, and a fierce battle instantly broke out in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This battle began and ended quickly. After all, there were simply too many enemies. The woman surnamed Yi and the other 4 origin returning realm masters had no way to stop everyone. Taking advantage of the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, Mo Xiao Sheng once again displayed his mysterious space force and his figure blurred. This time, the woman surnamed Yi was unable to stop him and could only watch as he disappeared and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Damn it! The woman surnamed Yi grit her teeth, and in that brief moment of absent-mindedness, more origin returning realm masters were able to escape her grasp and quickly rush into the mountain. The woman surnamed Yi felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. If she were an origin king realm master, it would not have taken her much effort to stop this group of people, but she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although she had already taken one step into the territory of an origin king, under the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, she was unable to break through the final barrier, and the strength she could display was greatly reduced. There was no point in continuing to fight, so the woman surnamed Yi grabbed the bone incinerating flame lamp. Her delicate body flickered as she wrapped up the yang inflammation and chased after the others into the mountain. Since she had already left, the others were naturally unwilling to stay behind and followed her. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu looked at each other and frowned with worry. They sighed helplessly and followed him in. Over on Clear Sky's sex side, Mo thought for a moment and said, "All of you stay outside. This old master will go in and take a look." Looking at the situation, it was likely that a great battle would break out soon. So Mo would not allow his disciples to follow him in and risk their lives. "Honored Master," Chun Shirtao suddenly shouted. Mo glanced at her and smiled kindly. "Do you have something to say?" Chun Shirtao bit her red lips lightly and said with some unease, "Junior brother Yang saved my and junior sister Lu Ying's lives. If possible, I hope Honored Master can take care of us." She had mustered up the courage to say these words. After all, Mo was her master, and she was not qualified to ask him to do anything for her. What's more, this time's situation was too complicated, and once she intervened, it was very likely she would draw fire to herself. When she said these words, she was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by her honored master. However, Mo only pondered for a moment before nodding readily. "Good, this old master will do his best, but don't expect too much. This time, heh." Mo didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Clearly, he felt that Dragon Cave Mountain situation was not good this time. However, Qin Shirtao and Qin Shirtao were overjoyed and thanked him profusely, but by the time they got up again, Mo had already disappeared. The two women glanced at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, never having expected their honored master to be so accommodating. Regardless of the final result, they had mustered up the courage to ask for help for Yang Kai in front of Mo, so they had done all they could. On the other side, Gong Ao Fu also told In Su Dai and Dai Yuan to wait outside while she rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain alone. Along the way, her path was unimpeded, but Gong Ao Fu could still sense that this mountain was originally filled with barriers and spirit arrays, but at this moment, these barriers and spirit arrays had all been destroyed. So many masters had rushed in before, so no matter how many barriers and spirit arrays there were, they could not stop them. What's more, there was no one controlling these spirit arrays on Dragon Cave Mountain right now, so it was impossible to display their full power. Gong Ao Fu was secretly shocked. A short time later, she arrived at a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain where a large number of Origin returning Realm Masters had gathered. There was no lack of Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters who had formed a semicircle around a large area. At the center of this semicircle was the spot where the Emperor Garden's beam of light had descended. At this moment, a young man stood proudly with an indifferent expression on his face. This was the master of Dragon Cave Mountain, the Third Order Saint King, Cultivator Yang Kai. Gong Ao Fu only glanced at him for a moment before her eyes were instantly attracted by an object in his hand. This object was a square jade token about half the size of a palm. It was pure and flawless and had a faint red light flowing inside it, like a fish swimming in water, giving it a mysterious appearance. Even with Gong Ao Fu's eyesight, she was unable to see what material this jade token was made of, and only felt an inexplicable power radiating from it. Countless pairs of eyes stared greedily and curiously at this jade token. Could this be something that fell from the Emperor Garden? Gong Ao Fu's mind was sharp and immediately thought of this possibility. When the beam of light from the Emperor Garden disappeared, it was clear that something had been left behind, and Yang Kai had been the first to arrive. If there was something he had discovered, it would definitely be this jade token. Otherwise, why would others be so greedy? Gong Ao Fu's guess was correct. With the help of the woman surnamed Yi, Yang Kai had only found this jade token when he arrived, but before he had time to study it, Mo Xiaosheng had already broken through the woman surnamed Ye's obstruction and arrived here. It was not that the woman surnamed Yi was incompetent, but rather that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. It was not difficult for her to defeat Mo Xiaosheng, but preventing him from leaving was a different matter. After all, the other party cultivated the Tao of space, and his movement skills were unparalleled. The situation instantly turned into an awkward situation where he was surrounded by so many masters, but Yang Kai was not afraid. If he was forced into a corner, he could simply tear space and escape. Although there were many enemies present, Yang Kai was at least 50% sure he could escape safely. With such confidence, Yang Kai naturally had nothing to fear. What's more, with the woman surnamed Yi on his side, he might not be completely powerless. Little brother, the silence was broken by Mo Xiaosheng as he stared at the jade token in Yang Kai's hand with a sharp light in his eyes. Doing his best to speak in a calm tone, "Can you let this old master have a look at your jade token?" No matter what this jade token was, since it had fallen from the Emperor Garden, it was definitely related to the great emperors of Starfield. How could something related to the great emperors be of low value? Mo Xiaosheng was not the only one who wanted to take a closer look at this jade token. Everyone else also wanted to, but Mo Xiaosheng was the first to mention it. "Let you have a look?" Yang Kai grinned sarcastically. "Isn't that the same as throwing a meat bun at a dog?" Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Heaven Battling Union, so he didn't hold back with his words. Mo Xiaosheng's face instantly became gloomy as he coldly snorted, "Little brat, watch your mouth. This old master just wants to have a look. Do you think with this old master status, he would covet something that belongs to a junior like you? Isn't that so?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "If not, why did you chase me all the way here?" Saying so, Yang Kai directly stuffed the jade token into his space ring. Many masters' faces suddenly became ugly. As the saying went, treasures belong to those with the ability. Although this treasure that had fallen from the Emperor Garden had fallen on Dragon Cave Mountain and was obtained by Yang Kai first, a trivial third-order Saint King like him had no right to possess it. On top of that, in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai had actually put this jade token into his space ring. Obviously, he didn't put any of them in his eyes, which was truly infuriating. If it were any other occasion, everyone wouldn't mind killing someone to snatch their treasures. This kind of thing was commonplace, and everyone had done it more than once, but this was Dragon Cave Mountain, and this woman surnamed Yi was here, so they couldn't help feeling some dread. This was especially true after witnessing the power of this woman surnamed Ye's bone incinerating flame lamp. Little brother, if you can give this jade token to this old master is willing to pay 100 million St. Crystals. What do you think? Compared with Mo Xiaosheng's hypocrisy, Chengpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect was much more straightforward. Knowing that it was impossible to take something for free, he immediately tried to purchase it at a high price. In his opinion, 100 million St. Crystals was definitely an astronomical figure for this little dragon cave mountain. This young man would likely never see so much wealth in his lifetime. So as long as he was smart enough to understand that this jade token was tantamount to a hot potato, he would never refuse his offer. 100 million. Yang Kai raised his brow, seemingly interested, pondering for a moment before saying, "And I'll think about it." Chengpeng Xian smiled happily and asked, "Then how long will it take little brother to consider this offer?" A long night was fraught with problems, so of course he felt that the sooner the better. Perhaps 10 days or half a month, perhaps 3 or 5 years, who knows. This is a matter of great importance, so Junior needs to consider it carefully. Senior Chung, why don't you return to Thunder Typhoon Sect first and wait for news from this Junior? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him sincerely. Chapter 14-15. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Chengpeng Xian's old face immediately sank. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Kai was just being perfunctory. If he really left like this, he would likely never be able to obtain that jade token. Chengpeng Xian was furious in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. This person held the position of Great Elder of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and had a highly respected status, so he wouldn't reveal his true feelings over such a trivial matter. Brother Chung, Brother Mo, why bother talking nonsense with this little brat? Since he doesn't put us in his eyes, let's just snatch it from him. Jean Sure of Demon Blood Temple coldly snorted. A trivial Saint King actually dares to snatch a treasure in front of us? Simply ignorant. In any case, he and Dragon Cave Mountain had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so there was no need for him to speak politely. He was eager to drag Chengpeng Xian and Mo Xiaosheng into the water to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, although he feared the strength of this woman surnamed Yi if everyone attacked together. Even if there was another woman surnamed Yi, she would definitely not be their opponent. As long as they killed Yang Kai, not only would they be able to snatch the jade token, but they would also be able to snatch the profound gold, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could Jean Sure let go of this opportunity? Many people had the same idea as him. But besides Old Woman Fong of Myriad Beast Mountain, no one else nodded in agreement. Old Woman Fong, on the other hand, was a straightforward person, so after hearing Jean Sure's proposal, she raised her dragon head cane and coldly said, "Old Ghost Jin's proposal is good. This old woman agrees. What does everyone else think?" Although everyone could guess the intentions of Jean Sure and Old Woman Fong, whether it was Mo Xiaosheng, Chengpeng Xian, or the masters from other great forces, all of them couldn't help feeling somewhat tempted. There was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Since they wanted this treasure, they could only snatch it from them. Mo Xiaosheng and Chengpeng Xian glanced at each other, both understanding the other's intentions. Whoever dares to act will be this queen's enemy. As long as this queen lives, this queen will not rest until one of us is dead. The woman surnamed Yi swept her eyes around coldly as she shouted. Many people felt a headache coming on. They quickly averted their eyes. On the other hand, Jean Sure let out a long laugh as he stared at her sarcastically. Sister Yi, have you been away from the world for so long that you've become pedantic? Do you really think that with your strength alone you can disregard so many people here? Miss Yi, let this old man remind you. It's better to retreat when the fire burns you. It was a faint threat, but it also had the intention of tying everyone together, wanting to create a situation where they outnumbered the enemy. If you want to die, I'll be the first to fulfill your wish. The woman surnamed Yi stared at Jean Sure. The bone-incinerating flame lamp appeared once again and floated above her head, ready to attack. Jean Sure's expression changed. Although his tone was arrogant, seeing this Origin King grade artifact gave him a headache, but for the jade token and the profound gold, it was impossible for him to retreat. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Old Woman Fong was also on his side. A dignified look appeared on the old woman's face as she said loudly, Sister Yi, although your methods are profound, you are still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Since you have not appeared in the world for so long, why do you insist on wading into these muddy waters? Why not just leave? Another day, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize. These words were neither servile nor overbearing, giving the woman surnamed Yi face without losing her status. As long as the other party still had the intention to reconcile, it would not be difficult for her to make a choice. Hearing what she said, Mo Xiao Sheng Chung Peng Xian, and the others also nodded in agreement, earnestly trying to persuade the woman surnamed Yi, all of them looking at her expectantly, hoping she would make the right choice. Unfortunately, the result disappointed and annoyed them. The woman surnamed Yi had come out of seclusion, this time precisely to deal with yang inflammation. Now that Dragon Cave Mountain, where yang inflammation resided, was in trouble. How could she just ignore it? There's no need to speak any more nonsense. If you really want to fight, just do it, as long as you can withstand this queen's anger and retaliation. This queen is all alone, so I don't know if any of you have the strength to protect your sex. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude and position were extremely firm. Good, good, good. I gave you face, but you refused. A fierce look flashed across Jean Sure's face. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sister Yi? Saying so, an extremely evil aura suddenly erupted from Jean Sure's body, and the phantom of a golden cicada appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, Jean Sure summoned countless strange black insects formed from his Saint Chi, buzzing incessantly as they swarmed towards the woman surnamed Yi. The secret art Jean Sure cultivated was the golden cicada extreme demon art, a technique passed down from the ancient demon race, which was extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. Old Woman Fong also threw out the dragon head walking stick in her hand and poured her Saint Chi into it. With a twist, the dragon head walking stick transformed into a fierce scaled dragon several dozen meters in length that opened its bloody maw and bit towards the woman surnamed Ye's head. Since things had already developed to this point, there was naturally nothing more to say. Either they didn't do anything, or they had to go all out. The experts present were all decisive people, and they were afraid that the woman surnamed Yi would escape this calamity and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Therefore, as soon as they attacked, they were ready to kill her. The moment Jean Sure and Old Woman Fong took action, Chung Peng Xian and Mo Xiao Sheng also joined the battle without hesitation, the former seal artifact and the latter short ruler, both exuding astonishing energy fluctuations as they rushed towards the woman surnamed Yi. This battle was a bit different from the previous one. Just now, everyone was focused on getting rid of the woman surnamed Yi. So most of their attention was not on her, but now they were fighting with the intention of killing her, so the strength they could display was much higher than before. With 4 third-order origin returning realm masters besieging the woman surnamed Yi, even if she had an Origin King grade artifact like the bone incinerating flame lamp, she was still struggling. However, she was worthy of being the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, a tyrannical character who had made a name for herself hundreds of years ago. Even if she was at a disadvantage in this battle, she was still not easy to deal with. Blue flames flew out from the bone-incinerating flame lamp and counterattacked the four masters, causing them to panic and panic. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that the battle between these 5 top masters would not be decided in a short time. However, the purpose of Jin Shi and the others had been achieved. With the woman surnamed Yi, the only one of Dragon Cave Mountain's top experts, being entangled, everyone else was just fish on the chopping block. This was wishful thinking on everyone's part. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, the other masters naturally did not want to be left out and attacked Chang-Chi and the others. Currently, there were more than 100 origin-returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, with third-order and second-order origin-returning realm cultivators everywhere. Chang-Chi and the others were all alone, so how could they be their opponents? Every time they fought, they would fall into a dangerous situation. Fortunately, the artifacts they used were all personally refined by Yang Yan, so their lives weren't in any danger. Moreover, at this critical moment, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu also rushed in. The two of them naturally would not just stand by and watch the people from Dragon Cave Mountain be besieged. Without even mentioning their good relationship with Yang Kai, this was still the territory of Shadow Moon Hall, and Dragon Cave Mountain was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. With so many masters bullying the weak right under their noses, the two of them had enough reason to intervene. However, the two of them were only able to entangle a few enemies on their own, so they could not help feeling anxious. Almost everyone was involved in this dispute at this critical moment, and while everyone's attention was focused on this battle, Yang Yan formed a series of seals with her hands, and her figure suddenly disappeared. No one knew where she had gone. With the help of the barrier and spirit array here, Yang Yan easily escaped. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was in big trouble. The woman surnamed Yi, Chang-Chi, and the others were all entangled, and even Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, who had been taking care of him, had no time to care about him. In an instant, he was being targeted by more than a dozen origin-returning realm masters. These dozen or so people stared at Yang Kai with greedy looks on their faces as they rushed over, all of them wanting to be the first to kill Yang Kai and snatch his space ring. As long as they could snatch the space ring, they would be rewarded with the greatest merit. Brother Yang, you go, Xian and I will delay them. At this critical moment, 2 figures rushed in front of him. It was Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. Seeing that the situation was bad, the two of them came to his side. Yang Kai did not have time to say anything, so he just cast a grateful look at them. He was not worried about the safety of Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. After all, these two were elites of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous among the younger generation. Now that they had both broken through to the origin-returning realm, even if they could not defeat the enemy, they could still protect themselves. What's more, these enemies might not have the guts to really kill Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. If anything happened to the two of them, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not let this matter rest. In an instant, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer joined forces to release their secret techniques and Saint Chi to wrap up the 4 enemies, making it impossible for them to interfere with Yang Kai, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. In this situation, fleeing was undoubtedly the best choice, but how could Yang Kai abandon his friends and helpers and flee alone? Standing in place with a cold expression, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned out an artifact refining furnace. This Origin King grade artifact refining furnace expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye became a behemoth several dozen meters in height. From inside the furnace, a strange fiery bird flew out with a cry and flapped its wings, engulfing several enemies in flames. The current combat power of the Firebird artifact spirit was not inferior to an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master, so it had no problem dealing with these enemies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sneered as he reached into the artifact refining furnace and gripped it fiercely, seemingly grabbing onto something and immediately dragging it out with great difficulty. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the furnace. The strength of this energy fluctuation caused the remaining enemies' faces to change greatly. Although they did not know what Yang Kai was trying to take out of the artifact refining furnace, they could not just stand by and watch. As they rushed forward, they summoned one artifact after another and used one secret technique after another to bombard Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand, summoning a purple shield in front of him that transformed into a violent sandstorm that covered his body. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.